Chapter 1697. Yen Kuen's expression turned ugly as he snorted. "Kid, how dare you attack me? You're courting death. Next, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me." With a cold snort, Yen Kuen charged forward. His entire body emitted a dazzling light, and he was like a god, carrying a powerful force. With a kick, Yen Kuen's entire right leg flickered like a sharp blade, sweeping forward. Yen Kuen was only a 5-star king, but his kick was more terrifying than an ordinary 6-star king's. It seemed that the disciples of the sacred land were indeed powerful. Lin Xian let out a long roar and waved the apocalyptic black dragon fist to fight with him. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists and legs collided, producing thunderous sounds. The energy was too terrifying. Every blow could split mountains and rivers and destroy a city. After 10 moves, Yen Kuen was sent flying again. His entire right leg was completely numb. It was as if he had been struck by lightning and could not exert any strength at all. Damn it! How is this possible? Yen Kuen's face was full of shock and disbelief. He was a disciple of the Wavering Light's sacred land. He was a high and mighty existence. Although he was only a 5-star king, even a 6-star king outside of the sacred land was no match for him. Not to mention a mere alchemy faction disciple. But now, he could not accept that he could not defeat his opponent. "Damn kid, who are you?" Yen Kuen shouted coldly again because he could not believe that his opponent was just an alchemy faction disciple. He even felt that he had caught the wrong person this time. Given his opponent's combat strength, he was definitely a disciple of the remote antiquity family or a peerless sacred land. Otherwise, he could not be so powerful. "Puma, your question is really idiotic. You came to catch me, but you don't know who I am?" Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "Don't be so smug. No matter who you are, I must catch you today." Yen Kuen roared as the spiritual power in his body circulated quickly to repair his numb right leg. Then he stomped his foot and charged forward like a meteor again. "Wind God's kick." Yen Kuen roared as an unparalleled aura erupted from his body. He kept waving his legs like a wild dragon roaring in the forest. Strong winds blew around him, and the clouds rolled as a terrifying power surged out. The void was instantly shattered by the kick. This leg technique was too terrifying, incomparably swift and fierce. On the other hand, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He continued to brandish the black dragon fist and quickly met the attack. His opponent's leg technique was swift and fierce, while his fist technique was incomparably violent. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed, and the entire forest was trembling. "Thunderbolt Dragon!" Lin Xian coldly shouted and used the killing move of the black dragon fist. Suddenly, a black dragon rushed out, carrying with it an endless amount of lightning as it charged forward. On the other side, Yen Kuen also roared angrily and swept away the army. His right leg swept out, and suddenly, a green leg flew out like a huge dragon. The void was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. One could imagine just how terrifying this kick was. Boom! When the two of them collided, a shocking explosion occurred. The violent energy caused the two of them to continuously retreat. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and dodged continuously. At the same time, he was slightly surprised. The other party was indeed a martial artist from the Wavering Light Holy Land. He was really powerful. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been defeated by his attack. However, the other party was actually able to contend with him and even fight to a draw. One had to admit that it was indeed surprising. Lin Xian was surprised, while Yen Kuen was horrified. He really could not imagine that the other party's combat strength was actually so terrifying. One had to know that the Wind God's leg was one of his ultimate techniques. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he had just used the killing move, sweeping away the army. This killing move was extremely terrifying. It could definitely sweep away thousands of soldiers and horses. No 5-star king could block it, and even 6-star kings would be kicked to death. However, the other party had actually blocked it and was not even injured at all. This was something that she did not dare to imagine. Gale boots! In the next moment, Yen Kuen roared angrily, and 2 green boots quickly appeared on his feet. The green boots were simple and unadorned. They emitted a resplendent glow, and strange inscriptions were engraved on their surface. As soon as Yen Kuan put on this pair of boots, his aura became incomparably fierce again. "Kid, go to hell!" With a roar, he turned into a green stream of light, and his speed was actually twice as fast as before. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Earth-grade treasure. It was a rare Earth-grade treasure that could increase one's speed. Buzz. In an instant, the other party arrived beside Lin Xian. Then, a terrifying leg shadow slashed towards Lin Xian like a heavenly blade. Not only was the speed increased, but even the strength was much stronger than before. Lin Xian did not take it head-on. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and turned into a stream of light, dodging in an instant. After missing the kick, Yen Kuan snorted coldly. "Kid, this scale boots is one of my treasures. With it, my speed can reach an unimaginable level. You are no match for me at all. Stop bragging. Wait until you can keep up with my speed." Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "You're courting death." Yen Kuan was enraged. With the gale boots, his speed would increase exponentially. How dare the other party look down on him? This made him extremely mad. With a roar, he increased his speed again. His entire body was like a flash of green light, extremely fast. However, not long after, Yen Kuan roared angrily. This was because he could not catch sight of Lin Xian's figure at all. "Damn it, this is impossible. Kid, where are you hiding? Come out." He roared crazily, thinking that Lin Xian had escaped or was hiding somewhere. However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood up. The reason for that was because he sensed that a figure had appeared behind him. He was about to turn around, but at this moment, a voice floated from behind. "Hiding? What a joke. You just can't keep up with my speed." Along with this disdainful voice, there was also a violent aura. In the next moment, Yen Kuan felt a pain on his back, and his entire body smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Boom. Below, a bottomless pit was formed. The surrounding cracks were spread in all directions, and a large area of forest collapsed. A vacuum appeared. The one who made the move was naturally Lin Xian. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and his speed reached an unbelievable level. Even if Yen Kuan had the gale boots, he could not keep up with his speed at all. One had to know that no matter how good the gale boots were, they were only Earth-rank treasures. Lin Xian's Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps was a martial arts cultivation method written in primordial immortal script. Its origin was absolutely unimaginable. Therefore, Yen Kuan was miserably sent flying by a punch. Boom. Below, Yen Kuan stood up again. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered and covered in mud. Chapter 1698. To think that as a disciple of the wavering light Holy Land, he even had the gale battle boots. His entire person's speed was swift to the extreme. In his original imagination, as long as he executed the gale battle boots, the other party would definitely not be able to keep up with his speed. He would definitely be hung up and beaten by him. But now, he discovered that he was wrong. Even if he executed the gale battle boots, the other party's speed was even faster than him. He could not even catch the other party's traces at all. This made him incomparably frantic, even in disbelief. So in the next moment he executed the gale battle boots again, his entire person rushing forward. But very quickly he was sent flying by a punch again. The other party's speed was too fast, far from what he could compare to. Damn it, I don't believe it. Yen Kuan really went crazy. His entire body erupted with the resplendent light. A cyan domain instantly gushed out, enveloping the entire space. "Kid, go to hell for me." The wind god space trembled rapidly. Countless enormous wind blades were like heavenly blades, rapidly slashing towards Lin Xian. The sky was hazy, the void was cut open with countless cracks. Humph. So what if your speed is fast? In my wind god domain, you have no possibility of escaping at all. Yen Kuan revealed a sinister smile. But this time, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Facing the wind blades that slashed rapidly from all directions, he similarly executed the Dragon Sword domain. Boom. An incomparably sharp sword light swept in all directions, immediately blasting those wind blades away one after another. What? This is impossible! Yen Kuan screamed again, his eyes full of disbelief. How could the other party's domain be so powerful too? It actually blasted his attack away all at once. Damn it, what the hell is this situation? A puny little alchemy sect disciple was faster than him, and his attack power was also so powerful? Was this a human or not? He seriously found it hard to imagine why the other party had so many ultimate moves in his hands. Kid, I don't believe it. Take my strongest move, Wind God Kill. Go to hell for me. The cyan airflow that filled the sky converged, forming a huge cyan light cluster in front of Yen Kuan. It was about to erupt. But at this time, a white figure flew out from Lin Xian's sleeve, instantly arriving in front of Yen Kuan. Where did this monkey come from? Scram. Yen Kuan looked at the little white monkey in front of him and shouted coldly. The light in his eyes turned into two sharp swords and pierced out instantly. Wooji wooji, the snow-white little monkey's figure flashed, instantly dodging the attack. At the same time, he appeared in another direction. He raised his furry little paw and slapped towards Yen Kuan's head. But Yen Kuan fainted. He felt dizzy, and the spirit energy in his body went out of control. Therefore, his strongest killing move, Wind God Annihilation, vanished without a trace in an instant. In fact, he even fell headfirst. Well done! Lin Xian laughed out loud. Then, with a flick of his finger, several sword chis transformed into countless chains that quickly wrapped around the other party. Ha! The dark red divine dragon also came out. With a strange laugh, it waved its dragon claws and formed a seal. In an instant, it completely sealed the opponent's spiritual energy. The two of them were very fast, and they were done in the blink of an eye. 3 seconds later, Yen Kuan also regained consciousness. But soon he was dumbfounded. That was because he realized that he could not use his spiritual energy at all. It had even been sealed by the other party. Not only that, his entire body was suspended in the air with cold chains all over his body. What was going on? He was completely dazed. Just now, he was knocked out by the little monkey's slap, and he was knocked out for 3 seconds. When he woke up, he became like this. Damn brat! How dare you touch me? Hurry up and put me down, or you're dead meat. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and slapped the other party. What are you shouting for? You're already a prisoner now, and you still dare to threaten us? Damn snake, you dare to slap me? Do you believe that I'll skin you alive? Yen Kuan roared crazily, but what greeted him was more slaps. Soon, his face was swollen like a pig's head. His eyes were full of viciousness, and he wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Xian and the others. However, he did not have the chance to do so. Next, Yen Kuan almost vomited blood, because the dark red divine dragon swung its dragon claws and took off the pair of gale boots on his feet. Oh, not bad. Good stuff. I can't miss it. The dark red divine dragon stretched its 2 dragon claws and shook them continuously, and its speed increased instantly. No. The little white monkey also took the other party's storage ring. Then, it swayed its body and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian also said with a smile, "Let me see, what's the difference between the Yaoguang's Sacred Land's disciples' wealth?" He extended his soul power and then exclaimed, "As expected of the peerless Sacred Land, this disciple's wealth is definitely rich." Indeed, he found piles of supreme-grade subdivine crystals in the storage ring. In addition, there were many other things, such as cultivation methods, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. In fact, he even found something special. It was a green cloak. Lin Xian put it on and felt the strong power of the wind. It should be an auxiliary Dharma treasure that could increase one's speed. Moreover, it was an earth-grade weapon. Hey, this cloak is not bad. It suits me better. Boy, I'll trade this pair of boots with you. The dark red divine dragon took off the gale boots and exchanged it for the cloak in Lin Xian's hand. It was not suitable for him to wear only 2 boots on his 4 claws. He might as well wear a cloak to look cool. Here you go. Lin Xian rolled his eyes and gave him the cloak. Then he put on the gale boots. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It can indeed increase one's speed. Brother, thank you. Lin Xian patted Yan Kuen's shoulder. Suddenly, Yan Kuen trembled with anger and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was mad. He was really mad. Lin Xian was right in front of him, and he was dividing his treasures so openly. In the end, he was even thanking him. What the hell was going on? What was more infuriating was that he was sealed by Lin Xian and could not use any power at all. He could only watch helplessly. In the next moment, he widened his eyes and roared crazily. Fuck damn monkey. You can't eat that. He realized that the little white monkey had taken out a pile of supreme-grade fruits from his storage ring and was eating them crazily. The little white monkey ignored his warning and even spat out a fruit core and threw it at Lin Xian's face. Lin Xian was so angry that he went crazy. In the end, Lin Xian withdrew his hand and put away the storage ring. Then, he took the dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey and soared into the sky and left. Only the sealed Yan Kuen was left behind. He was tied to a tree and kept screaming. However, not long after, Yan Kuen's screams attracted many monsters. Chapter 1699. And all of this had nothing to do with Lin Xian. He moved and went on his way again. Using the Gale War boots, Lin Xian's speed was twice as fast as before even if he did not use the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. If he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, his speed would be even faster than before. He would probably be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a mighty figure. This made him extremely happy. He was even looking forward to whether he could attract a few more martial artists from the Yaoguang Holy Land. The martial artists from the Holy Land were really full of treasures. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wandered around the surrounding cities and forests. As expected, it did not take long for him to attract the attention of the Yaoguang Holy Land again. Kid, where do you think you're going? A burly man chased after him. In the forest, Lin Xian moved and flew in front. And behind him, the burly man was extremely terrifying. He did not fly at all, but ran at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, the entire ground trembled non-stop as if thousands of soldiers and horses were running crazily. With a light leap, the burly man's figure leaped over the top of the mountain. Like a large bird, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Gale War boots under his feet flickered and instantly increased his speed, forming an afterimage and dodging the burly man's attack. He looked at the distance and felt that it was about time, so he stopped and stood in the void, looking down. Who are you? Are you a martial artist from the Yaoguang Holy Land? If not, leave quickly. I don't have the time to fight with you. Kid, you're too arrogant. You're that Lin Xian, right? Come back with me obediently, or you'll die a horrible death today. Go back to your sister. At the side, the dark red divine dragon shouted. Did you bring any treasures with you? Otherwise, we wouldn't have attacked you. You're courting death. The burly man was furious. How dare the other party have designs on him? Did he really think that he could compete with him? He snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. Suddenly, a large bronze hand flew out and directly shattered the sky. Boom! The sky instantly collapsed and an incomparable black hole appeared. Fortunately, the dark red divine dragon was fast enough to dodge the attack. Kid, I'll leave it to you. The dark red divine dragon hid at the side and watched the show. The little white monkey sat on the back of the dark red divine dragon, hugging a pile of spirit fruits and gobbling them up. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then landed on the ground. Pretty good strength? The tall and sturdy man sneered. Brat, I think you really don't know what's good for you. Eat my fist. He punched out, and the entire void instantly exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations, visible to the naked eye, swept out in all directions. This punch was extremely simple. There was no radiance, nor was there any technique used. This was pure physical strength. So powerful. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. It seemed that the other party was indeed formidable. As expected of disciples from the Holy Lands, they were all so powerful. The burly man was also a 5-star king tier, but he could definitely kill a 6-star king tier with a single punch. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was incomparably excited. Since he was determined to step onto the path of a great emperor, then he had to be invincible throughout the world. Now, it was his first step on the path of becoming a great emperor. Good. He laughed and punched out with both fists. On his palms, a destructive aura was as deep as the sea. Explode. The two continued to collide, emitting the sound of metal clashing. The entire sky trembled. It was too terrifying. Even the demonic beasts in the distance were directly knocked unconscious by this force. The burly man also frowned. He didn't expect the other party's strength to be so terrifying. The other party was even comparable to him. This made him extremely surprised. No wonder you're so arrogant. You do have some skills. However, you dare to compete with me in terms of strength? You really don't know how to write the word death. The burly man sneered, and his arms suddenly expanded like an iron pillar, emitting a cold light. In the next moment, his strength also multiplied. Boom! With a punch, he directly pushed Lin Xian back. What a terrifying force! Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword qi, and he quickly destroyed the force. At the same time, his eyes shone with a sharp light. The fact that the other party could push him back in terms of strength was enough to show that the other party was extraordinary. The burly man also sneered, "Kid, do you see that? This is the difference between us. If you dare to resist again, I'll definitely smash your head next time." Lin Xian didn't answer. His whole body swayed again, and he charged forward. It was still the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, and the violent destructive aura was vast and mighty. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. On the opposite side, the burly man's face was ferocious. His body grew taller again, and the muscles all over his body bulged, making him look like a god of war. His palm blasted out, and the terrifying energy shook the void. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. Sky-ripping raging dragon. Suddenly, a black dragon rushed out, and with a wave of its terrifying dragon claws, the entire space was completely torn apart. Boom! The burly man looked as if he was struck by lightning, and his whole body flew out again. After crashing into 3 mountains in a row, the burly man stood up shakily. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and there were even cracks on his body. Damn it, impossible! How did your strength become so strong again? Didn't you use your full strength before? He was too shocked because he didn't expect his opponent's strength to become so strong again and suppress him. With a cold snort, the burly man's body bloomed with light, and the small wounds on his body were quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a strong physique! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. This was the first person he had seen who didn't need to consume elixirs, and his body automatically healed his wounds. It seemed that the wavering light sacred land was indeed full of geniuses. After the cracks on his body were healed, the burly man snorted, "Kid, I have to say, I've underestimated you. I didn't expect that a small alchemy sect disciple like you would have such strength and such terrifying power. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me in terms of strength. I'm practicing the body forging technique, and I've even used the blood of an almighty monster king to temper my body. It can be said that my strength is completely beyond your imagination. Next, I'll let you know what true strength is. At that time, even if you kneel on the ground and beg me, I won't let you go." The burly man shouted and clapped his hands. Suddenly, a bright light appeared on his body. King Kong Demon Ape Transformation. Accompanied by this voice, the burly man's aura suddenly skyrocketed. It was incomparably terrifying, and there was even a monstrous murderous aura. Not only that, but at this moment, the muscles on the burly man's back bulged, and finally broke open, and 4 arms stretched out. On both sides of his cheeks, 2 hazy ghost faces appeared. Chapter 1700. 3 heads and 6 arms. Indeed, at this moment, the burly man had turned into a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. His entire body looked incomparably demonic, and an evil aura swept out in all directions. "Kid, You should be proud that you made me use 3 heads and 6 arms. The burly man laughed sinisterly. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body flew over quickly like a meteor. What a strange cultivation technique. Lin Xian was also very surprised when he saw the burly man, but he still punched him. The terrifying fist shadows turned into countless black dragons, roaring in the air. It was as if there were countless real dragons, and the terrifying aura was suffocating. The entire void split open. However, the burly man laughed, and his entire body bloomed with light. His speed skyrocketed in an instant. He quickly dodged most of the attacks, and at the same time his 6 arms kept waving. A terrifying power surged forth like raging waves. It directly tore the black dragon shadows apart. In the next moment he arrived near Lin Xian. Just the terrifying murderous intent on the burly man's body shocked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and countless sword lights rushed out from his body, completely destroying the terrifying murderous intent. You're neither human nor monster. Watch me destroy you. Lin Xian snorted, and a black dragon flew out from his fist, carrying countless lightning bolts. The huge dragon covered the sky, blocking out the sun in the sky. It was as if an ancient demonic mountain had crossed time and space. Not only that, but there were also black lightning bolts descending from the sky, piercing through the void, carrying an unparalleled power. In an instant, these energies enveloped the burly man. The burly man laughed sinisterly, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. This time he did not dodge at all. Instead, he waved his 6 arms and quickly blasted forward. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 arms waved, and each attack was incomparably terrifying. It was as if 6 peerless experts were fighting Lin Xian. The terrifying energy blasted on the black dragon and directly destroyed it. The black lightning bolts were also blasted away, scattering in all directions. Lin Xian frowned. This was the first time someone had been able to shatter his thunderbolt dragon in a direct confrontation. It had to be said that the other party's strength was indeed inconceivably strong. In fact, that 3-headed and 6-armed body was even more sinister. After the burly man succeeded, he sneered, "Your unique skill has been broken by me. Let's see what other tricks you have. But no matter what you do, you can't defeat me. Later, I will break all the bones in your body and drag you back. I will let you know the consequences of provoking me and provoking the wavering light Holy Land." The burly man's eyes were filled with ferocity. His entire being was like a demonic beast, filled with a terrifying aura. You're overconfident." Lin Xian coldly snorted. "If you have the ability, you can say those words after you've caught me." Lin Xian roared and once again swung the black dragon fist. However, at this moment, the great dragon sword soul within his body began to revolve as well. This time, he used the great dragon sword soul to activate the apocalyptic black dragon fist. This caused the power of the fist to increase again. Seeing that Lin Xian was using the same fist technique, the burly man sneered disdainfully. "It's useless. Your fist technique is of no use to me." While he sneered, he swung his 3-headed and 6-armed body with terrifying energy and pounced toward Lin Xian. In the next moment, the two collided. Bang! The shocking collision shattered mountains and rivers. However, this time, the burly man was forced to retreat. "What? Impossible! How can your fist technique be improved?" He was really shocked and couldn't believe it. His opponent seemed to have no limit. The same fist technique, but the power was getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that his opponent had not used all his strength? Thinking of this, the burly man's face was filled with horror. However, he soon shook his head and denied it. "Damn it, impossible! A small alchemy faction disciple can't have such powerful strength. He must have taken some kind of medicine." The burly man seemed to have grasped something as he said coldly, "Kid, I know that your alchemy faction has many pills. You must have taken some kind of special pill to temporarily increase your strength. However, if you want to defeat me, you're dreaming." The burly man roared and attacked again. This time, he stimulated his strength to the limit and was determined to capture Lin Xian. The 6 arms danced around like bolts of lightning. They were unstoppable, causing the void to tremble. The three heads were even more ferocious. In an instant he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Dragon Shadow Rampage. Facing this powerful burly man, Lin Xian also used the third killing move of the Black Dragon Spring. Suddenly, a terrifying scene appeared in the sky. The sky was filled with dragon shadows, each of them extremely terrifying. The entire void was filled with countless dragon shadows. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if 10,000 dragons had appeared and nothing could stop it. Boom! In the next moment, the sky full of dragon shadows collided with the 3 heads and 6 arms, emitting a dazzling light between heaven and earth. The entire void quickly cracked open as if countless volcanoes had erupted at the same time. Heaven and earth were in chaos. In the storm, the burly man screamed and was sent flying again. This time, his injuries were even more serious. All the bones in his body were broken. On the other hand, Lin Xian was unscathed. The aura on his body was getting fiercer. So what if you have 3 heads and 6 arms? In front of me, you're still vulnerable. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. The gale boots on his feet shone with a green light. In an instant, he arrived in front of his opponent. He swung the Black Dragon Fist again, carrying the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It was extremely fierce and destructive. Ka-ka-ka. With a punch, countless fist shadows surged and broke all 6 of the burly man's arms. Impossible, damn it. How can you be so powerful? The burly man roared crazily, his eyes filled with fear. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. Even he was no match for him. However, in the next moment, a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. He was like a beast, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Kid, do you think you've won? You've underestimated the martial artists of the Wavering Light Holy Land. He roared angrily. A ball of golden light appeared behind the burly man, instantly forming a golden domain that enveloped Lin Xian. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura circulated crazily. Countless energy streams poured into the burly man's body. In an instant, all the bones in the burly man's body were reconnected under the energy of the king's domain. However, his face was still extremely pale. Kid, you'll pay the price. The burly man looked at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. In the next moment, he activated his domain. Suddenly, a boundless storm rolled and even blood condensed. Chapter 1701. The burly man opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. The aura on his body erupted like a volcano once again. The surrounding domain also produced an endless sea of blood that swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword chi rushed out of his body to resist the sea of blood that filled the sky. The sword chi was incomparably sharp. In an instant, everything around him was sent flying. Nothing could get close to Lin Xian. At this moment, a shocking aura came from the front. After the burly man swallowed a lump of blood, his appearance changed again. Although he still had 3 heads and 6 arms, at this moment, countless golden hair grew on his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a demonic ape. His body also became bigger again, as tall as a small mountain. With a slight movement, the entire void trembled. After the transformation, the burly man seemed to have lost his mind and directly let out a torrential roar. Then he quickly rushed over. In an instant, the 6 palms kept slapping. The void trembled, the ground cracked, and a terrifying aura blasted towards Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the Dragon Sword domain appeared beside him. Then, he activated the Dragon Sword domain and continued to charge forward. Every attack was like a divine sword slashing down, colliding with the 6 large hands. Bang bang bang! After a dozen or so attacks, countless cracks appeared in the sky. Lin Xian still looked calm, and the burly man's palm cracked again, revealing deep, white bones. Impossible! Damn it! This is absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. He was really crazy. He had already used the king domain and even used his most powerful trump card, but he still couldn't hurt his opponent. He couldn't believe it at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's over. In the next moment, a faint golden light bloomed in his eyes, and then a mysterious Tao pattern appeared. What? On the opposite side, the burly man's expression changed drastically. When he saw Lin Xian's golden eyes, his entire body trembled. There was even a dull expression on his face. In the next moment, Lin Xian pulled out the 9 Nether Devil sword and executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, transforming into a sharp sword light. He waved the 9 Hell Devil sword in his hand, and a terrifying sword chi instantly slashed towards his opponent. The burly man's head with 3 eyes was instantly cut open. Blood spurted out, and the head rolled to the side. The headless corpse fell to the ground, and the king's domain instantly disappeared. At this point, the disciple of the Wavering Light Holy Land was killed by a single sword strike. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took the other party's storage ring and left with the Crimson Dragon and the little monkey. The burly man's storage ring was also very rich. Lin Xian did not hesitate to use these supreme-grade subdivine crystals to cultivate. He was already a 3-star king. If he wanted to become a 4-star king, the amount of energy he needed was several times more than before. Therefore, he had to gather energy even more crazily in order to break through. While cultivating the subgrade divine crystals, he also improved his cultivation and strength. However, Lin Xian still lingered in this area and did not leave. This was because he knew that more people from the Wavering Light Holy Land would come. Sure enough, 6 days later, he met the disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land again. This time, it was even more dangerous. 2 martial artists from the Wavering Light Holy Land appeared at the same time. Lin Xian fought with them, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was affected. In the end, he successfully killed the other party. After collecting the 2 storage rings again, Lin Xian did not stop this time and flew into the distance. It would probably be difficult to find the disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land who were alone in the future. Most of them would appear in pairs or groups of 3. Therefore, Lin Xian did not need to stay any longer. This was because if he attracted the elders of the Wavering Light Holy Land, it would not be a joke. Not long after Lin Xian left, the nearby cities and countries were also in an uproar. 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land were killed. This was definitely shocking news. In an instant, the news spread all around. After all the martial artists heard this news, they were extremely shocked. They did not expect that someone actually dared to attack the Wavering Light Holy Land. Did they not want to live anymore? And the Wavering Light Holy Land was even more furious. They had just been betrayed by the alchemy sect, and now someone actually publicly killed their disciples? And it was killing 4 people in a row. This was undoubtedly slapping their faces in public. Therefore, for a time, countless experts took action, swearing to capture the murderer. They sealed off the surrounding 100,000 miles and carried out a search. However, Lin Xian had already left vigilantly. Naturally, they did not capture anyone this time. However, it was not that they did not discover anything. They found the corpses of those 4 disciples. After studying, they directly ruled out the possibility of Mo Tianqi taking action. In the end, they even suspected that it was the alchemy sect's disciple named Lin Xian who did it. When this news came out, everyone was shocked again. An alchemy sect's core disciple killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land. This was unbelievable no matter how one listened to it. One had to know, the Wavering Light Holy Land was a top force on the continent. And the alchemy sect was just a subsidiary force. Now, how could an alchemy sect disciple be so powerful? He killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land in a row. In fact, many people even thought that the Wavering Light Holy Land had made a mistake. However, the Wavering Light Holy Land firmly believed it. They had elders and experts. After analysis, they found that there was a strong destructive aura left on those corpses. There was even a sharp sword chi. All of this matched the information of the alchemy sect's disciple named Lin Xian very well. Therefore, they concluded that this matter must have been done by Lin Xian. For a time, they issued a kill order again to kill Lin Xian with all their might. When this kill order was issued, the entire eastern wilderness was shocked. How many years had it been since the Wavering Light Holy Land was so angry? However, during this period of time, they had issued a kill order one after another. First, it was the alchemy sect, Mo Tianqi, and now, a young man named Lin Xian had appeared. This was really shocking. Not only that, this was the first time Lin Xian's name had appeared in the eastern wilderness. For a time, everyone was shocked. This was too unbelievable. How could an insignificant disciple of the alchemy sect be so powerful? There must be something hidden in this. Perhaps Lin Xian had some amazing treasure in his hands? For a time, many people were inquiring about Lin Xian. In a primitive dense forest, Lin Xian was cultivating as he hurried on his way. In the past few days, he had been refining the supreme-grade substandard divine crystals he had obtained. Therefore, during this period of time, his cultivation had also been increasing rapidly. However, there was still a long way to go before he could become a 4-star king. If he continued forward, he should be in the Hurricane Empire. Lin Xian looked at the map. Let's go. After cultivating in the forest for so long, it's time to take a look at the city. Chapter 1702. Let's go. After cultivating in the forest for so long, it's time to take a look at the city. Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew toward the country ahead. At the same time, he let the snow-white monkey and the dark red dragon return to the black earth. He himself also changed his figure and appearance. Now, he had to be careful. 3 days later, Lin Xian appeared in a city. Appearing on the street and feeling the prosperity of the surroundings, Lin Xian's state of mind also changed. In this month, he had been killing, and his body and mind were in a state of tension. Now that he was in the city, he had a certain degree of relaxation. The tension and relaxation had deepened his understanding of the martial path. After finding an inn, Lin Xian took a hot bath and slept. In the next few days, nothing much happened. However, after another 2 days, the atmosphere in the city suddenly became tense. Because a group of powerful martial artists had arrived. These people were all martial artists from peerless sacred grounds and top sections. Needless to say, they must have come to pursue Lin Xian. Along the way, they crossed several countries and countless cities. Although they did not find Lin Xian, they still did not give up. Fuck. After chasing for so long, I'm exhausted. Let's find a place to have fun first. Several powerful martial artists went straight to the most prosperous place in the city. Cloud Mountain Pavilion. The most prosperous place in the city occupied a large area. Clouds and mist surrounded the pavilions, and there were even countless floating palaces. It had to be said that this was indeed a good place. After those martial artists came in, they enjoyed themselves even more. This time, not only the Yaoguang sacred land came, but also the myriad thunder sect, the carefree sect, the moon-worshipping sect, and other top sections. These sects all had grudges with Lin Xian, so now that the Yaoguang sacred land was chasing after Lin Xian, they naturally wanted to join in. Because not only did they have grudges with Lin Xian, but they also suspected that the matter of Hongyu might be related to Lin Xian. Therefore, no matter what, they had to capture Lin Xian. Is that kid with the surname Lin really that strong? He killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land by himself? Asked a warrior of the carefree sect. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could that brat be so powerful? He must have used some despicable means to succeed. The disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land snorted coldly with a gloomy face. At this moment, another person said, "Don't underestimate him. I heard that when he was in the sacred palace, he killed many disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. It seems that he even killed the successor." What? There's actually such a thing? For a moment, many people looked at the moon-worshipping cult. Humph, that's because we were careless. Moreover, he seems to have a mid-grade earth-step treasure. Just you wait. This time, my moon-worshipping cult must kill him. Speaking of mid-grade earth-tier artifacts, it seems like one of your 10,000 Thunder Sect's treasures, the 10,000 Lightning Hammer, was also won by the other party. Hearing this, the faces of the 10,000 Thunder Sect's disciples turned black. This matter had always been a disgrace to them. Therefore, this time, they must take back the 10,000 Lightning Hammer. This time, we also invited the Tuoba family. No matter how well that brat hides, he won't be able to escape. The disciple of the 10,000 Thunder sect gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. At this moment, the Yaoguang Holy Land's cultivators said in a deep voice, "All right, stop arguing. Since we have the same goal, let's work together and strive to find that brat as soon as possible." The few of them occupied the best place in the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. The surrounding cultivators were driven far away and could only stay in a remote corner. However, not long after, Lin Xian walked in from outside. He had been in this city for many days and naturally, he had heard of the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. Therefore, he decided to take a look today. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived, he was moved by the scenery and atmosphere of the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. This was indeed a paradise. Now that he had changed his appearance, he was not afraid of being recognized. Therefore, he strode into the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. After Lin Xian entered, the surrounding cultivators did not pay attention to him. In the center of the hall, those from the Yaoguang Holy Land looked over. They were here to chase after someone, so they would not let go of any opportunity to interrogate him. However, Lin Xian had changed his appearance and aura, and even suppressed his cultivation to that of a one-star king. Therefore, the cultivators from the Yaoguang Holy Land and the moon-worshipping sect glanced at him with a mocking smile and did not pay attention to him. However, one of the middle-aged men frowned slightly and his eyes flickered. "What's wrong, Senior Mop?" a disciple of the 10,000 Thunder sect asked. The middle-aged man beside him was naturally from the Mop family. This time, he followed the 10,000 Thunder sect to capture Lin Xian. The people from the Tuoba family were naturally seeker spirit masters. This middle-aged man had also cultivated a strange eye technique. He could see through illusions. Therefore, the middle-aged man's expression naturally attracted the attention of the 10,000 Thunder sect. This brat hid his aura and cultivation. The middle-aged man from the Mop family said in a deep voice, "What? Hiding his aura and cultivation?" The disciples from the other great sects frowned at this. "Can you see what's real and fake? Is he Lin Xian in disguise?" However, the middle-aged man from the Mop family shook his head. "I can't see clearly. I don't know if he's the thief we're going to capture. But I know that he's definitely hiding his cultivation and aura." Humph! How can an ordinary person hide his weapon and cultivation? This person must have some secrets that he can't tell others. The disciples of the 10,000 Thunder sect snorted. "We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. We can't let a suspicious person leave." A trace of killing intent appeared in the eyes of the disciples of the moon-worshipping sect. The disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land snorted. "Capture that person and ask him clearly." "That person, I'm talking to you. Come here." A disciple of the 10,000 Thunder sect stood up and pointed at Lin Xian coldly. This change directly attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the hall. Immediately, many people whispered to each other. "Who is that person? How did he offend the 10,000 Thunder sect? Who knows? That person's aura is ordinary. I'm afraid he's only a 2 or 2-star king. How dare someone like him offend the 10,000 Thunder sect? It's over. I'm afraid that guy is dead." Sighs could be heard. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect that he would attract the attention of the 10,000 Thunder sect. This made him very puzzled. In the next moment he stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. He saw not only the cultivators of the 10,000 Thunder sect, but also the people of the Half Moon sect, the Carefree sect, and the Yaoguang Holy Land. These people were probably here to hunt him down. However, he had changed his appearance and aura, and even his cultivation. Chapter 1703. He had already changed his appearance, aura, and even his cultivation. How was it possible for the other party to discover him? However, when he saw a figure, he understood what was going on. The Tuoba family. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that the Tuoba family would also come. They were good at using eye techniques. Perhaps they had discovered that he was hiding his cultivation. It seemed that they were only suspicious and could not be sure. Lin Xian figured everything out in an instant. Therefore, he did not pay attention to them at all. Instead, he found a table and sat down. "Waiter, serve the wine," Lin Xian said indifferently. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect looked gloomy. How dare they ignore him? This was unbearable. Some of the surrounding martial artists sneered. Hee, this kid is dead meat. He dares to provoke the Myriad Thunder sect. He will definitely end up miserable. He's probably from the village. He's a hothead who doesn't know the Myriad Thunder sect at all. Whether he knows them or not, he's dead meat. That kid's cultivation is so low. I'm afraid he'll be slapped to death by them. Sure enough, the disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect looked gloomy and ferocious. He said coldly, "Kid, I advise you to crawl over obediently and kneel in front of me to admit your mistake. Otherwise, you'll definitely end up miserable." Hearing this, the people of the moon-worshipping sect, the carefree sect, and the wavering light holy land sneered. The surrounding people also looked like they were watching a show. Lin Xian did not even raise his head. He said indifferently, "Whose dog is barking here? Quickly take it back." Many people spat out their wine. What? Whose dog is it? This kid is still so arrogant. Is he not afraid of death? Not only were the surrounding martial artists shocked, but even the people of the wavering light holy land frowned. The other party was so arrogant. Did he have something to rely on? The disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect did not care. His face was gloomy, and his body was surging with killing intent. The other party dared to insult him. He deserved to die. "Kid, provoking me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Now go to hell." The 10,000 Thunder Sect disciple's voice was filled with cold, killing intent. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and was about to attack. Below, Lin Xian frowned. He gently put down his wine cup and coldly said, "Noisy, why aren't you slapping him?" As he spoke, he gently waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the sky condensed into a resplendent palm and slammed forward. That palm flickered with radiance and was extremely fast. It was like a streak of light as it instantly arrived in front of the 10,000 Thunder Sect's disciple. But, with a crisp sound, that disciple of the Myriad Thunder Sect was sent flying. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. She even subconsciously covered her face. Shocking, it was too shocking. Someone had actually sent a disciple of the Myriad Thunder Sect flying with a single slap. This was definitely a shocking event. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and felt their scalps go numb. This was because they discovered that Lin Xian's aura was still very weak. It was only at the level of a one-star king. However, at this moment, they knew that the other party was definitely hiding his cultivation level. His true cultivation level was absolutely terrifying. Who was he? What was his background? For a moment, countless discussions sounded. In front, the people of the Wavering Light Sacred Land, the moon-worshipping cult, and the unfettered sect also frowned. Sure enough, the other party was hiding his cultivation level, and he had hidden a lot of it. That slap just now had shocked them greatly. To be able to send a disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect flying with a single slap, the other party was definitely not simple. As for that disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect, he struggled to get up, his entire body surging with killing intent. Half of his face was like a pig's head, and his teeth were all broken. Humiliation, a huge humiliation. To think that as a disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect, he was actually sent flying with a single slap in public. This was definitely a great humiliation. He had to kill the other party to wash away this humiliation. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily, "Kid, I want you dead." As he spoke, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian like a crazy beast. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Then he bent his finger and flicked it quickly. Suddenly, a sharp finger light turned into a shocking sword chi, piercing forward. Lightning bolt fist. The disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect also waved his fist, carrying an incomparably violent lightning aura. Bang bang. In an earth-shattering collision, the terrifying fist shadow was instantly pierced through. Not only that, the disciple of the myriad thunder sect was also penetrated in an instant. Blood spurted out, and the lightning that filled the sky disappeared in an instant. The disciple of the myriad thunder sect directly fell to the ground. What? He was killed. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb, and their hearts were filled with fear. Who was that person? He was too strong. He killed a disciple of the myriad thunder sect with a raise of his hand? Was he not afraid of the myriad thunder sect's revenge? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. But they did not dare to underestimate him anymore. In front, the people of the Wavering Light Sacred Land, the moon-worshipping cult, and the unfettered sect also frowned. The other cultivators of the myriad thunder sect looked gloomy. They stood up one by one, their cold eyes fixed on Lin Xian. You dare to kill a disciple of the myriad thunder sect? Get over here and accept your death. Kneel down obediently, cripple your own arms, and beg us like a dog. Otherwise, you're dead. Cold shouts came one after another. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, so what if I killed him? If you're not convinced, then attack. While speaking, Lin Xian slowly stood up. Although he had changed his appearance and looked ordinary at the moment, his eyes were incomparably deep. Buzz. Therefore, when his gaze swept the surroundings, it immediately brought about an invisible pressure, causing everyone to tremble. Even the people of the myriad thunder sect on the opposite side frowned. Brathor, the cultivator of the unfettered sect asked in a deep voice. The people of the myriad thunder sect snorted coldly. Speak, are you the traitor of the pill sect, Lin Xian? Lin Xian. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. During this period, Lin Xian's name had been circulating in the eastern wilderness. It was said that his cultivation was not high, but his combat strength was heaven-defying. He had even killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. It could be said that Lin Xian had been very mysterious recently. No one had expected that they would actually discover someone who seemed to be Lin Xian here. What's the difference between yes and no? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Whether you are or not, since you dared to kill a disciple of the myriad thunder sect, today is the day you die. Isn't that it? Lin Xian shrugged. Then do you think I have to answer you? Brat, you're courting death. Feeling that they had been teased, the people of the myriad thunder sect were furious. Chapter 1704. However, at this time, a white-haired old man appeared in the hall. As soon as he appeared, he was like a stabilizing needle, calming down the violent airflow. An expert. Everyone was shocked. The old man said with a smile, Everyone, please don't fight in the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Old mister, you worry too much. We naturally won't fight here. The Wavering Light Holy Lands people also stood up and said in a deep voice, Kid, do you dare to go out and fight to the death? I'm afraid you can't keep up with my speed. Lin Xian snorted and turned around abruptly. Then, his figure flickered and he left the city. You're courting death. The myriad thunder sect's people snorted. Their figures flickered and they also turned into lightning and left. Behind them, the Wavering Light Holy Land, moon-worshipping cult, and carefree sect's cultivators also moved. Let's go and see. The other cultivators in the hall also quickly followed. However, after a while, they gave up. That was because the other party's speed was too fast, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian took the lead and turned into a streak of light, flying away. Although the other party had more people, there were no almighty experts, so he was not afraid at all. Because with his current speed, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. Behind him, the 3 myriad thunder sect's disciples looked gloomy. They flew at full speed, emitting a powerful lightning aura, like a sudden clap of thunder, piercing through the void. Damn it! How can his speed be so fast? The myriad thunder sect's cultivators looked gloomy. They cultivated the lightning Dao, so their speed was much faster than cultivators of the same level. But they did not expect that they could not catch up with the other party. This shocked them greatly. Damn it, hurry up and attack. We can't let that kid get away. While speaking, one of the myriad Thunder Sect's disciples shouted coldly and stretched out his hand, grabbing toward the front. In the next moment, countless lightning bolts rolled in the sky, forming a blue sea of lightning that covered the entire sky. Rumble. Amidst the sea of lightning, a palm covered in lightning appeared. It had an imposing aura that covered the sky and fiercely slapped forward. In front of him, Lin Xian coldly snorted. The surrounding sword chi surged, and the dragon sword domain quickly appeared. Following that, the dragon sword domain vibrated, forming a resplendent sword light. Everything in its path was reduced to dust. This sword light was too sharp. It spread out in all directions like a tide. Instantly, countless cracks appeared in the void, and the nearby mountains and forests were also cut apart. The ferocious lightning claw was cut into countless pieces by the sword light. Pung ping pung. Before it could reach Lin Xian, it disappeared without a trace. What? It was actually destroyed. The pupils of the 10,000 Thunder Sect's disciples shrank when they saw this scene. He did not expect his opponent's strength to be so terrifying that he could instantly destroy his attack. Watch me. On the other side, a cultivator from the moon-worshipping cult also roared in anger. Bright Moon Divine Fist. When Shao Chen punched out, the moonlight flickered. It was like a real moon had descended into the mortal world. A terrifying aura swept everything away as it flew forward at high speed. On the other side, the people from the Carefree sect also attacked. Their bodies glowed with resplendent light as they continuously struck out countless palm shadows. It was like a hurricane that filled the sky. It was strange and fast. In the blink of an eye, countless terrifying attacks enveloped Lin Xian. Boom boom. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, the dragon sword domain slashed horizontally, and a huge crack appeared in the void. The crack was very dark, like a bottomless black hole. It caused all the energy flying from behind to pour into the black crack. In the blink of an eye, the black crack swallowed up all the attacks. What? He dodged all of them. This is impossible. Behind him, the cultivators were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They were all elites of the large sections. When they joined forces, no one could contend against them. However, that man was able to effortlessly block all of their attacks. He was unharmed. This was too surprising for them. After Lin Xian blocked all of their attacks, he did not stop. Now it was his turn to attack. With a wave of his hand, the dragon sword domain bloomed with resplendent light. Then, it quickly expanded and enveloped 3 cultivators in an instant. Inside, there were 2 disciples of the Myriad Thunder Sect and one of the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. The 3 of them were enveloped by endless sword light as if they had entered a world of swords. In the sky and on the ground, in all directions, there was incomparably terrifying sword chi. This caused the 3 cultivators' expressions to become abnormally ugly. The 3 of them furiously roared as they hurriedly unleashed their king's domains. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, their king domains collided with Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. Ha kid, go to hell. No matter how strong you are, you can't block the 3 of our domains. How dare you provoke us? You really don't know what death is. The 3 of them sneered and used the power of their domains to fiercely attack Lin Xian. You are the ones who don't know what death is. Lin Xian snorted and pushed his palms together. The dragon sword domain bloomed with an even more resplendent light. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi were extremely sharp. Then, these sword chi carried the power of the domain and quickly slashed forward. In the next moment, it collided with the 3 king domains. The intense collision caused the void to collapse. In an instant, the 3 king domains dimmed by a lot. However, Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was still bright and extremely sharp. Damn it, how could this be? This doesn't make sense. The 3 of them had ugly expressions and looked terrified. When the 3 of them joined forces and unleashed their king domains, it was absolutely terrifying. Even a 6-star king would not be able to contend against it alone. However, the other party blocked it. Not only that, but it also caused a lot of damage to their domains. Damn it! What kind of domain does the other party have? The 3 of them had ugly expressions. Not long after, the 3 of their domains directly cracked with a bang. As for the 3 cultivators, they also vomited blood and fell from the sky. When the cultivators who were chasing behind saw this scene, they were even more shocked. They didn't expect that the pursuing troops would be defeated so quickly. What kind of method did the other party use? They were extremely shocked. A cultivator from the unfettered sect quickly waved his hand and immediately formed a hurricane that caught the 3 falling cultivators. Another disciple of the unfettered sect let out a long roar. Then, a pair of almost translucent wind wings appeared behind that person's back. They were a few meters long and carried with them a strong wind power. On the wings, there were strange patterns that flowed and emitted a terrifying aura. Whoosh! Chapter 1705. Whoosh. The carefree sect martial artist flapped his wings and arrived near Lin Xian in an instant. Gale palm. The carefree sect martial artist waved his palms. Suddenly, the airflow in the sky rotated and formed 2 terrifying palms, blocking Lin Xian's path. Well done! The wavering light sacred land martial artists were overjoyed. As long as they could stop Lin Xian, they would be able to capture him with their strength and means. With his path blocked, Lin Xian did not continue flying. Instead, he stopped in the void. He turned around and looked behind him coldly. There were 6 people left. Although it was a little tricky, he and the dark red divine dragon were enough to deal with them. He waved his sleeve and the dark red divine dragon flew out. Wu-ji the little white monkey also volunteered to fight. At this moment, the wavering light sacred land martial artists arrived. They stared coldly at Lin Xian. Boy, come back with us obediently, or you're dead. Such a sneaky person must be very suspicious. Show your true face quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. Cut the crap. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body swayed and appeared in front of a martial artist in an instant. Then he threw out a punch. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. Violent energy gushed out and sent a moon-worshipping cult's disciple flying with a punch. What? He's so fast. Seeing this, everyone's pupils shrank. They did not even catch a trace of Lin Xian just now. This caused a sense of fear to rise in their hearts. The wavering light sacred land disciple's face turned ugly when he saw this. Gale boots. You're Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian had changed his appearance, he could not confirm it. However, he knew about the pair of green boots on Lin Xian's feet. It was a treasure of a wavering light sacred land disciple. However, it was in Lin Xian's hands. It must be Lin Xian. You're right. I'm Lin Xian. He threw out a punch. Lin Xian said lightly. What? You really are that thief? Hearing this, those people were all shocked. They didn't expect that this suspicious person was indeed the Lin Xian they were tracking. Hey, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Today is the day you die. A disciple of the Xiao Yao sect laughed maniacally. As for the disciples of the 10,000 Thunder sect and the moon-worshipping cult, their expressions were ferocious. You dare to provoke us? Kneel down and accept your death. The disciple from the wavering light sacred land harumphed coldly. Kid, tell me your secrets and tell me where Hong Yu is, and I'll let you live. With just the few of you, you won't be able to make me stay. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and then used the Dragon Sword Spirit Domain again. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon also cast a red domain to cover the front. Ooh. The snow-white little monkey's eyes flickered, ready to strike at any moment. You're courting death. The disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land shouted angrily. He realized that the other party had actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. How audacious! What made him even angrier was that the other party didn't want to fight him alone. In addition to trapping him, there was another disciple from the Xiao Yao sect. The other party wanted to fight 2 people alone? He had never been looked down upon like this before. Therefore, he roared and struck out with his palm. Holy light palm. An incomparably vast palm, accompanied by a startling radiance, violently slammed towards Lin Xian with terrifying power. It seemed that the other party wanted to break Lin Xian's domain. The huge holy light palm covered the sky and collided with the Dragon Sword Spirit Domain. The terrifying aura swept up thousands of waves, and the surrounding space shook violently. Lin Xian coldly snorted. In the dragon sword spirit domain, countless sword chi rolled and formed a huge holy light sword. It directly collided with the holy light palm. The holy light palm was cut open by the sword. How is this possible? The disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land looked terrible. At the same time, the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect attacked. In fact, when Lin Xian was fighting with the disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land, the martial artist had already made his move. A pair of translucent wings appeared on his back, flapping gently. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant he was behind Lin Xian. He raised his arm, and countless wind blades surrounded him, forming a huge wind sword. He stabbed at Lin Xian's back. The sword pierced through. Got him! The martial artist of the Xiao Yao sect was ecstatic. However, in the next moment his pupils shrank. This was because he realized that the figure that was pierced through was gradually fading and then dissipating like the wind. Afterimage. He was shocked. He didn't expect that he had only pierced an afterimage. Oh no! In the next moment his heart beat wildly, and he quickly dodged. However, he was still a little too slow. An incomparably violent black fist landed directly on his body. The violent destructive aura caused the martial artist of the Xiao Yao sect to be severely injured. Damn it, what a piece of trash! Seeing this, the disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land had a terrible look on his face. He didn't expect the martial artist of the Xiao Yao sect to be such a piece of trash. In just one move, he was already severely injured. Piece of trash. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't look down on him because you'll end up like him soon. Kid, you're courting death. The disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land was furious. He had never been looked down upon like this before. In the next moment his body emitted a dazzling light. Dazzling golden light surrounded him, making him look like a divine Buddha. Then, the disciple waved his hand and struck out terrifying golden palms. The palms were huge and carried countless rings of light. The power contained in them was even more terrifying. It could be said that even a six-star king wouldn't dare to fight against it. Moreover, these palms covered the sky and covered the earth, and all of them were aimed at Lin Xian. Raging dragon rips the sky. Lin Xian shouted coldly and punched out. The terrifying fist print condensed into a huge black dragon. The dragon waved its claws and directly tore the entire void apart. Huge cracks appeared and spread into the distance, tearing all the golden palms in the sky into pieces. Damn kid, go to hell! The disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land roared. He didn't expect the other party to be so difficult to deal with. So in the next moment he flicked his finger and a golden spear appeared in his hand. The golden spear was extraordinary. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding void collapsed. Not only that, the golden light flowed and surrounded it with an unusually sharp feeling. There were even golden flames dancing on it. Earth-grade treasure, golden flame spear. Boom! The spear pierced out, and golden light bloomed in the sky. A huge golden spear light descended from the sky. It was extremely sharp and charged at Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 darkness demon sword from the dragon sword realm. Then he waved the long sword and slashed forward. The black sword light surrounded it, carrying a sharp aura. As he waved it, the sword light flashed and shot into the sky. Chapter 1706. Suddenly, a terrifying collision sound was heard. The golden spear radiance that filled the sky was beaten back. Not only that, but the Yaoguang Sacred Land martial artist was also hit by the sword radiance and flew out, vomiting blood. How could this be? His face was extremely ugly. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. His opponent's combat power was too strong. It made him feel a sense of despair. Buzz! Lin Xian took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand was combined with the power of the dragon sword realm. The terrifying aura was extremely strong. A black sword radiance that was close to 1,000 feet long slashed forward quickly. It covered the sky and the earth, splitting the void. No! The Yaoguang Sacred Land martial artist roared crazily, and his body was instantly swallowed by the black sword radiance. Not only him, but the surrounding martial artists who were fighting with the dark red divine dragon also saw this sword radiance, and their hearts beat wildly, and they kept retreating. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. Just the aura emitted by the sword radiance alone was enough to make them shudder with fear. One could imagine how terrifying it was to face this sword radiance head-on. For a moment, everyone looked forward in amazement. They wanted to know how the Yaoguang Sacred Land martial artist was doing. When the black sword radiance disappeared, everyone gasped, and their eyes were full of horror. That was because the Yaoguang Sacred Land martial artist was killed, and he was directly cut in half. That scene was really unbelievable. Previously, they had only heard rumors of Lin Xian's heaven-defying battle strength. He was able to kill 4 Yaoguang Sacred Land martial artists. They even thought that he had used some despicable means to assassinate the 4 Sacred Land disciples. But now that they saw this scene, they knew that most of the previous rumors were true. His combat power was incredible, and it was very likely that he had directly killed the 4 Sacred Land disciples. Thinking of this, their scalps went numb, and they even felt like running away. "Kid, you've settled it so quickly." The dark red divine dragon also laughed at the side. Then he looked at the remaining 3 martial artists. "I wanted to play with you, but now it seems that I have to end it early. You're courting death. How dare a snake speak so arrogantly? Watch me kill you." The 3 of them roared madly. If Lin Xian had stopped them, perhaps they would have been afraid. But now, a mere 4-legged snake actually dared to look down on them. This drove them crazy. Therefore, in the next moment, the 3 of them roared angrily and used their ultimate techniques to attack the dark red divine dragon. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon's body glowed with red light as its 1-meter-long body abruptly expanded. There was a trace of mysterious dragon blood flowing on it. A powerful aura swept out in all directions. The dragon's roar resounded throughout the world. What? Dragons? Seeing this, the remaining 3 martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect that the 4-legged snake in front of them was actually a dragon. This made their hearts beat even more wildly. The dragon race was an incomparably mysterious and legendary creature. At this moment, he actually appeared in front of them. Thinking of this, they immediately turned around and ran. "You want to run? Stay." The dark red divine dragon sneered and then kept waving its dragon claws. Tyrant Dragon Fist. It struck out 9 times in a row, and 9 incomparably vast red dragon claws appeared in the void. As it waved its claws, the void collapsed and completely enveloped the 3 martial artists in an instant. The 3 disciples of the large sex were directly slapped into a bloody mist. This scene was too shocking. At this moment, the power of the dark red divine dragon was also revealed. In the past, he had lost his dragon essence and his cultivation had decreased greatly, so it could only be reflected in the inscription formation. Now, as his cultivation base slowly recovered, his battle prowess gradually became more terrifying. With his body as a dragon and the many secret techniques in his hands, he was so powerful that it made people tremble. In an instant, the martial artists who were chasing after Lin Xian were all killed. However, there was still one alive, and that was the middle-aged man from the Mop family. However, he was not feeling well either. At this moment, he was being played around by the little white monkey. The little white monkey's origin was extremely mysterious. Although it did not cultivate much, its strength had been increasing along with Lin Xian and the others. In particular, its speed was not even slower than Lin Xian's when he used the demigods and semi-devils. In addition to its furry little claws, a slap from it could make even a King Realm Master dizzy. Therefore, although the middle-aged man from the Mop family was a seeker spiritual master, he could control the spirit meridian. However, at this moment, the little white monkey was so angry that he vomited blood. "It's over!" Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. The dragon sword realm immediately enveloped the middle-aged man from the Tuoba family. Bang, bang, bang. Sword chi swept across the sky and killed the middle-aged man from the Tuoba family. Next, the three of them began to collect the spoils of war. They took everything that could be used and those that could not be used. Some of the supreme-grade subdivine crystals, pills, and spiritual herbs were directly consumed. As for the weapons and cultivation methods that could not be used, they were first thrown aside to be auctioned off later. Then Lin Xian and the other two rose into the sky and flew into the distance. However, not long after, Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment he stopped, looked around, and shouted coldly, "Who is it? Come out." This voice was like a clap of thunder. Tens of thousands of voices resounded in unison, causing the void to tremble. The dark red divine dragon also looked solemn because he also felt that there seemed to be someone spying on them nearby. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Good lad. You are indeed alert. You actually discovered our presence." A cold laugh was heard. Then the void trembled, and two figures appeared. Accompanying them was a terrifying aura and a cold, killing intent. Lin Xian frowned when he saw the other party. Their auras were too powerful, far surpassing those of the Wavering Light Sacred Grounds disciples. Needless to say, these two should be troublesome seniors. The dark red divine dragon also warned, "Lad, be careful. These two are real six-star kings. They are extremely powerful." In front of them, there were two figures, one fat and one thin. They looked very strange. Their auras were as deep as the sea and extremely terrifying. The fat old man narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. He sneered and asked, "You are the Lin Xian that the Wavering Light Sacred Ground wants to capture? No wonder the Wavering Light Sacred Ground would pay such a high price to kill you. You were able to kill the Wavering Light Sacred Ground's disciples so easily. I have to say, your strength is indeed shocking." Hearing this, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were even more shocked. The fat old man had been observing them since the beginning of the battle. This sent chills down their spines. Because before this, they did not notice his existence at all. "I am." Lin Xian snorted and did not hide anymore. His bones changed and returned to their original state. "It is indeed you." Chapter 1707. We don't have to kill you. We just need to hand you over to the Yaoguang's sacred land. However, if you dare to resist, I'll definitely break all the bones in your body. Not only that, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. You'll wish you were dead." The skinny old man sneered. Anyway, the Yaoguang's sacred land's requirement was that he was still breathing. "You two sure talk big." Lin Xian snorted. "Tell me your names. I don't kill trash. You're courting death. Grandpa, we're the Northwest Ghost Duo. Surrender obediently. That's the best way for you to live." "What the hell? Never heard of it." Lin Xian snorted as his eyes shone brightly. "If you want to capture me, let's see if you have the ability to do so." Along with his words, countless sword lights shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Not only that, the dragon sword territory around him fluctuated as thousands of sword lights pierced through the sky. "Kid, you dare to fight with the Northwest Ghost Duo? Looks like you're really an idiot." The fat old man sneered as he took a step forward. The aura on his body erupted again. Then he stretched out his palm. Suddenly, endless cold air emerged as if it was a world of ice and snow, causing people to tremble. Dark ice palm. With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with ice flashing and the entire space was instantly frozen. The massive power of frost shot towards Lin Xian at high speed. Behind him, the skinny old man sneered and did not make a move, because he believed that one of them could subdue the other party. The dark red dragon also did not make a move. He watched the battlefield nervously and was always on guard against the skinny old man. Lin Xian snorted as he waved his palm. The dragon sword territory around him trembled as countless sword lights shot out. It was extremely sharp as it slashed forward. Ka-ka-ka. Suddenly, the ice in the sky was mercilessly slashed apart, creating a vacuum. However, the other party was indeed powerful. Although the cold air was slashed apart, it was still terrifying. It connected with each other and formed a world of frost. It was as if it wanted to freeze all the sword chi. Not only that, the entire space was filled with blue frost in an instant. Then, they turned into huge icicles and stabbed towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the void was pierced through. One could imagine how sharp those ice thorns were. It turned out that unknowingly, the fat old man had also unleashed his own frost domain. Countless pieces of ice covered the sky, and the entire space turned into a world of ice and snow. Kid, it's over. Trapped by my frost domain, you won't be able to escape. A cold smile appeared on the fat old man's face. His frost domain was extremely terrifying. If martial artists of the same level entered, they would not be able to escape, let alone a young brat. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. His pupils shrank, and all the hair on his body stood on end. A strange sword light instantly appeared in front of the fat old man. What's going on? The fat old man's expression changed greatly because he hadn't noticed how the sword chi had appeared before. However, the fierce aura it carried made him tremble all over. This was too shocking for him. One had to know that his frost domain did not only have sharp attacks like icicles. The cold air could even slow down a martial artist's speed. If one's cultivation was weak, even the blood in their body would be frozen in this frost domain. Not to mention releasing such a terrifying sword light. This was not something a human could do. However, the fat old man was also impressive. Even if such a terrifying sword light appeared in front of him, he still reacted quickly. His body retreated quickly, and at the same time, his palms kept waving. Suddenly, the surrounding cold air formed ice mountains, blocking in front of him. Bang bang bang. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's sword light. After piercing through 5 ice mountains in a row, the terrifying sword light slashed towards the fat old man again. Damn it! The fat old man roared, opened his mouth and spat out a blue ice shield, blocking in front of him. Bang! The fierce sword light collided with it, causing thousands of waves. However, this blue ice shield was very hard and finally blocked the sword light. However, the fat old man kept retreating. Damn it, this was impossible. How could he be so strong? The fat old man was horrified. In his king domain, he was the ruler. However, his opponents seemed to be even more terrifying than him. Damn it, I don't believe it. Roar of ice. Suddenly, snowflakes drifted in the sky, and cold air surged, forming a hurricane that swept towards Lin Xian. This was not an ordinary hurricane, but one that was combined with the power of the frost domain. An ordinary 6-star king would be turned into an ice sculpture by this cold wind. 6 God Sword Technique. With a cold snort, 2 figures appeared behind Lin Xian, and with the power of the entire domain, they quickly attacked. These were 2 sword shadows, and under the effect of the dragon sword domain, they were extremely fierce. Puff puff puff. In an instant, the cold air that filled the sky was completely cut open. Not only that, Lin Xian held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and merged with the 2 sword shadows. Then, he slashed out a shocking sword chi. This sword chi turned into a huge dragon, roaring and rushing, and instantly collided with the frost domain. Boom! Cracks instantly appeared on the blue frost domain and it exploded with a loud bang. As for the fat old man, he was also sent flying, his face extremely pale. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the fat old man looked extremely frightened. Damn it! How is this possible? He's only a 3-star king. How can he have such powerful strength? He was simply too shocked. One had to know that he was one of the stronger 6-star kings. Cultivators of the same level could not even last 10 moves in his hands. However, a 3-star king had now easily shattered his king domain. He could not believe it. However, Lin Xian snorted and attacked again with the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. He did not care who the other party was. Since he dared to attack him, he had to pay the price. The 9 darkness demonic sword moved, and countless sword lights slashed forward like a tide. Pung ping pung. The fat old man raised a blue ice shield and kept blocking the attacks. Every attack made him spit out blood. Fortunately, this blue ice shield was an earth-grade artifact, so it did not shatter. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the sword chi long ago. Even so, he was still severely injured and would not be able to hold on for much longer. The Northwest Ghost Duo is only SOSO. Since you dare to kill me, you have to pay the price. Lin Xian's gale boots suddenly burst out with light. In the next moment, his speed instantly increased, and almost at the same time, for crescent-shaped sword chi slashed out around the fat old man. This speed was too fast. No matter how strong the fat old man was, he could not block it at all. Chapter 1708. It turned out that the skinny old man, who had been watching the battle, could not help but make a move. Previously, he had been watching the battle with a sneer because he thought that the fat old man alone could easily deal with the other party. However, he did not expect the change in the battle to be beyond his expectations. The other party was too strong. His companion, the fat old man, was almost beaten to the point where he could not fight back. He was even going to be killed. Therefore, he could not care less and decisively made a move. A large hand reached out and instantly rescued the fat old man. The next moment, the two of them stood side by side and stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. "Kid, do you want me to make a move?" The dark red dragon asked. "It's okay, I'll play with them. Let me see what's so great about the Northwest twin ghosts. How dare you have designs on me?" Hearing this, the faces of the Northwest Ghost Duo darkened. How dare the other party be so arrogant and challenge the two of them alone? This made them extremely angry. However, the two of them sneered. Well, since the other party was arrogant, it was perfect for them to make a move. Thinking of this, they roared angrily and quickly charged forward. Buzz buzz. In an instant, the two kings' domains overlapped and enveloped Lin Xian. One was the fat old man's ice domain. The other was the old man's black sea domain. When the two of them worked together, it was extremely terrifying. "Kid, you're too arrogant. You have no idea how powerful the Northwest Ghost Duo is." The fat old man's face was ferocious. "In a one-on-one fight, we might not be very strong. But when we work together, we can erupt with several times the power. Today is the day you die." Lin Xian snorted. "How dare a loser like you speak so arrogantly? Come and die." As he spoke, he waved the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand, creating countless sword shadows that lined up in a row and slashed forward. At the same time, the fat old man was furious. He activated his ice domain and charged forward again. Although his ice domain had been severely damaged, at this moment, when he and the skinny old man worked together, their power was even stronger than before. In the sky, 7 icy light pillars quickly appeared. They were like demonic spears, emitting an icy aura. In the next moment, they collided with Lin Xian's sword chi. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. However, this time around, what was strange was that the frost thorns were not broken. Instead, they instantly turned into seawater. It was incomparably soft, and it quickly enveloped the sword chi, continuously consuming the energy of the sword chi. Soon, the sword chi dimmed, and its strength was greatly reduced. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned slightly. The alliance of the Northwest Ghost Duo was indeed very strange. At that moment, the thin old man sneered. "Brat, stop struggling. With the two of us working together, we can switch between ice and water. You can't do anything about it." The transition between ice and water, the combination of hardness and softness, was indeed a very difficult move to break. The reason why the two of them were confident that they could capture Lin Xian was because their domains could complement each other. Sure enough, countless amounts of seawater gushed out from the thin old man's domain and instantly surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword chi gushed out from his body, instantly cutting the seawater apart. The sliced seawater surged, and countless water droplets rapidly rolled in the air. Then, they instantly turned into countless frost thorns. Like hidden weapons, they instantly filled the sky. The void was instantly pierced, and countless tiny cracks appeared. This kind of attack could be said to be very strange. Even if a 6-star king was paying attention, he would be hit instantly. Fortunately, Lin Xian was very strong and had many secret techniques. His figure swayed, and a huge azure dragon divine shield instantly formed around him. The frost thorns that filled the sky crashed into the azure dragon divine shield, causing a series of explosions that sounded like thunder. Let's see how long you can hide. The Northwest Ghost duo worked together and continuously released terrifying attacks, causing Lin Xian to be in a dilemma. Let's see how long your shield can last. A 3-star king's strength definitely doesn't have as much spiritual energy as ours. When you run out of spiritual energy, it will be the time of your death. The two of them sneered. Indeed, the difference between a 6-star king and a 3-star king was not only the difference in strength and domain, but also the difference in the amount of spiritual energy, recovery ability, and utilization. If a 3-star king used his secret techniques so frequently, his spiritual energy would be depleted very quickly. At that time, he would not be able to replenish his energy and would not be able to use his secret technique. A 6-star king was different. Their spiritual energy was more than 10 times that of a 3-star king. This difference could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, in the eyes of the Northwest Ghost duo, Lin Xian's spiritual energy would be depleted very soon. At that time, he would not be able to use his secret technique to block their attacks. However, after 100 moves, the two of them frowned. This was because according to their calculations, their opponent's spiritual energy should have been depleted long ago. However, their opponent's attacks did not weaken at all. Instead, they were getting stronger and stronger. The two of them were at a disadvantage. Damn it, what's going on? How can that kid have so much spiritual energy? Could it be that he took some pills? The two of them were very confused because they realized that Lin Xian did not take any pills at all, but his spiritual energy did not decrease at all. This made the two of them extremely shocked. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted, "Don't waste your time. I'll send you on your way now." He flipped his palm and took out the 1,000-beast cauldron. Then he quickly activated it. Immediately, black flames flew out of the 1,000-beast cauldron and swept out in all directions. The ice and seawater that filled the sky melted and evaporated in an instant. They could not get close to Lin Xian at all. Not only that, but their king's domains were also impacted. Oh no! Retreat! Seeing that their opponent could still take out such terrifying black flames, the two of them were shocked. They realized that the two of them were actually being restrained. This made them unable to believe it. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. That kid is too difficult to deal with. Let's retreat first. The Northwest Ghost duo's expressions were ugly. They realized that with their current strength, they could not take down their opponent at all. Therefore, the two of them quickly retreated. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, blue cold air surged forward. Crack, crack. Sea god ice. The void froze in an instant, and ice dragons appeared from all directions, blocking their path. What? An ice-type martial artist? That's impossible. The two of them felt their scalps go numb as if they had seen a ghost. How could their opponent be an ice-type martial artist? They would rather die than believe it. One had to know that their opponent's sword chi was sharp and fierce, so he should be a swordsman. However, not long after, he took out black flames. Now, he took out terrifying ice? A martial artist could cultivate many skills, but it was impossible for them to be so terrifying in every aspect. However, their opponent seemed to have broken this rule and actually did it. Chapter 1709. The fat old man, in particular, had a look of terror on his face. He realized that Lin Xian's ice was even more terrifying than his own ice aura. In an instant, he felt as if his body was frozen. Damn it, is this the legendary sea god's ice? The chubby old man's expression was horrified and ugly. In the next moment, he screamed even louder. He realized that Lin Xian had appeared behind him in an instant. Raging dragon rips the sky. He punched out, and a pair of pitch-black dragon claws danced quickly. They instantly hit the chubby old man's body and tore him in half. No! Seeing this, the skinny old man roared crazily. He did not expect his companion to be killed in an instant. He could not accept this. Die, brat! The The skinny old man stopped running and turned around to attack with his palms. Boom! The void trembled, and endless seawater gushed out. In an instant, the area within 100 miles turned into a huge lake. There was endless seawater in the sky and on the ground. The skinny old man's aura rose again. Boundless ocean. He struck out with his palms, and two huge waves that were thousands of feet tall turned into two palms that pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his palms, and the sea god's ice shone again. The endless power of ice froze the two palms. Not only that, but the lake within 100 miles was also frozen into ice. In fact, even the body of that skinny old man was frozen in midair by the ice. Boom! At the same time, Lin Xian struck out with a sharp sword light and directly cut his opponent in half. Since then, the Northwest Ghost duo had ended their lives in Lin Xian's hands. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he arrived below. This battle was more dangerous than when he killed the disciples of the sacred lands. The Northwest Ghost duo were indeed seniors. They were 6-star kings, and they were indeed terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Xian had many ultimate moves, and with the longevity art his spiritual energy was stronger than an ordinary 6-star king. Only then could he win. Otherwise, no matter how many ultimate moves he had, he wouldn't be able to use them if he didn't have enough spiritual energy. Next, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the others began to clean up the battlefield. However, they did not know that there were a few figures below the forest where they were fighting. Among them was a mysterious middle-aged man and a few white-haired old men. One of them was Tuoba Yulong of the Tuoba family. The others were also elders, but their auras didn't seem to be any weaker than Tuoba Yulong's. Needless to say, these people were all extremely powerful seeker spirit masters. As for the middle-aged man, he was wearing a blue lightning robe. His entire body carried an incomparably violent aura. Myriad Thunder Sect. This middle-aged man was an expert from the 10,000 Thunder Sect. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong and the other two old men were still searching the underground. Their eyes shone with a strange light, as if they were searching for something. His hands continued to form seals, forming numerous dragon-shaped chi. Then, the three of them quickly searched and discussed with each other. At this time, the middle-aged man in the blue lightning robe asked in a deep voice, "How is it, the three of you?" "Mr. Wan, your guess is correct. This should be an ancient ruin." "An ancient ruin?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the lightning robe smiled. "After searching for so long, we finally found it. This should be the remains of an ancient sect. If we can obtain the treasures inside, our Myriad Thunder Sect might be able to take another step forward and become a peerless sacred ground." The middle-aged man's eyes shone with astonishing light. Then he said to the other three, "This information must be sealed properly. When we return to the Myriad Thunder Sect, we'll discuss the grand plan." "Of course." Tuoba Yulong and the other two old men nodded. However, at this time, the ground shook as if an earthquake had occurred. "What's going on?" Seeing this scene, the people on the ground frowned. The middle-aged man in particular had a sharp look in his eyes. He just told them not to leak the information, and this had happened. Could someone be spying on them nearby? Someone must be fighting. Tuoba Yulong's eyes shone brightly. Before he could finish, an extremely cold chi seeped into the ground from below. A layer of blue ice crystals even appeared around the middle-aged man and Tuoba Yulong. What a terrifying chi! Everyone was shocked. Someone was indeed fighting, and it was near them. "Let me see who it is." Tuoba Yulong held his walking stick and looked up. The next moment, his eyes shone with purple light, like two divine rainbows, and quickly streaked through the void. "What? It's him?" Soon, Tuoba Yulong's body trembled and his face darkened. "Who is it?" Seeing Tuoba Yulong's expression, the others were puzzled. Who could make Tuoba Yulong so angry? "It's that Lin Xian, that damned brat." "What? Lin Xian? You mean that Lin Xian that the wavering light sacred land is chasing?" The other two old men were also shocked. Even the middle-aged man started to frown. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong said in a deep voice, "Mr. Wan, this Lin Xian not only has a grudge with our Tuoba family, but also with your myriad thunder sect. Last time in the Sacred Hall, it was this brat who killed the myriad thunder sect's disciples and stole one of the myriad thunder saints' treasures, the myriad thunder hammer. Should we make a move now and take him down? Firstly, we can avenge ourselves. Secondly, we might be able to find out the whereabouts of the Heaven's Legacy race. Hearing this, the other two old men were also excited. The Heaven's Legacy race was related to the existence of the Heaven's Legacy Divine Eye. Seeker Spirit Masters like them all cultivated eye techniques, but none of their eye techniques could compare to the Heaven's Legacy Divine Eye. If they could obtain the Heaven's Legacy Divine Eye, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. However, the middle-aged man said with his hands behind his back, "Ignore that brat for now. Open the entrance to the ancient ruins first. As for the grudge between the Myriad Thunder sect and that brat, I will naturally resolve it. Our current plan is to obtain the ancient ruins. After all, even if that brat really did have the whereabouts of the Heaven's Legacy race, he would only be able to create one expert. If they obtained the ancient ruins, the entire Myriad Thunder sect would be able to ascend. I believe I don't need to remind the three of you which is more important, right? Yes, we will definitely help the Myriad Thunder sect obtain the ancient ruins." Tuoba Yulong and the other two said quickly. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely not treat the three of you unfairly once we obtain the ancient ruins." On the ground, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon had already cleaned up the carriage. Now, the two were about to leave. Chapter 17:10. On the ground, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already cleaned up the carriage. Next, the two of them were about to leave. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, as if he had a strange feeling. It was a strange feeling, so Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eye and looked around. His eyes emitted a faint golden light, and he soon discovered that there were several auras underground. Those auras were very powerful, like true dragons in hibernation. One of them was even stronger than the Northwest Ghost duo from before. "There are still people here." Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He did not expect that an ordinary forest would hide so many experts. However, from the looks of it, they did not seem to be coming for him. Could there be something underground? Lin Xian was curious and wanted to investigate more carefully. Underground, Tuoba Yulong and the other two worked together again, preparing to explore the ancient ruins below. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Tuoba Yulong and the other two also stopped what they were doing and frowned, because someone was spying on them. They had set up a large formation to conceal the heavenly secret, so ordinary people would not discover their existence at all. However, there was still someone who could spy on them. It was truly shocking. "It's that damned Lin Xian. He actually discovered this place." Tuoba Yulong's expression was ugly. That brat also cultivated a mysterious eye technique. He did not expect that he would be able to see this place. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. "Since he has discovered us, we can't let him live. The three of you, please continue searching here. I'll go take care of that brat." With that, his figure flickered, and he disappeared underground. Outside, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eye and naturally passed through the concealment formation. He discovered that there seemed to be an incredible treasure below. However, before he could take a closer look, the void suddenly split open, and then an enormous and cold killing intent instantly surged out. Sensing this aura, Lin Xian immediately stopped activating his heavenly secret divine eye, and the golden light in his eyes instantly disappeared. He could not let others know that he had the heavenly secret divine eye, or the entire world would probably hunt him down crazily. The void in front of him split open, and a figure walked out from it. It was a middle-aged man with a chiseled face and black hair that danced wildly in the wind. He was wearing a blue lightning robe that fit his body perfectly. At this moment, there were thunderous sounds in the air. They were from the 10,000 Thunder sect. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect to meet another enemy here. However, what made him even more curious was, What were the people of the 10,000 Thunder sect doing underground? Could it be that he had really found some treasure? You're that Lin Xian? The middle-aged man said coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "You're also here to capture me." Capture you? The middle-aged man sneered. There's no need for that. Even if there is a secret of the Tianji clan, it should be in the hands of Mo Tianqi. You're just a small disciple of the Pill sect. It's impossible for you to know any secrets. He was only lucky to be able to escape from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Then why are you still here? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the middle-aged man wasn't here to capture him. Because you saw something you shouldn't have seen. We have to get you out. The middle-aged man was very direct. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. Something I shouldn't have seen? Lin Xian smiled. It seems that there is indeed a treasure below. A treasure that can make the 10,000 Thunder sect care so much must be a shocking treasure. Maybe it's an ancient ruin. You're smart, but smart people don't live long. The middle-aged man heard this, and the killing intent in his eyes became sharper. Since the other party had guessed it, he couldn't let him live. Lin Xian's figure flashed. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and flew into the distance. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the dark red dragon and the little white monkey, asking them to sneak into the ground to find out what kind of treasure it was. When the dark red dragon and the little white monkey received the voice transmission, they sneaked into the void and disappeared. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Xian fleeing into the distance, a cold smile appeared on his face. He didn't want to make a move here because he was afraid that he would destroy the ancient ruin below. Since Lin Xian wanted to escape into the distance, it was the best choice for him. Therefore, he flashed and followed Lin Xian unhurriedly. After flying for a while, Lin Xian came to a stop. The middle-aged man behind him also stopped and looked at Lin Xian coldly. At this distance, I shouldn't be able to destroy the treasures underground, right? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. You're really concerned about a lot. I think you should worry about your own life first. The middle-aged man sneered. Lin Xian was still thinking about the treasure below. It seemed like he didn't know how to spell the word death. Then, a terrifying aura exploded from the middle-aged man. Like a wave, it swept in all directions. His eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Lin Xian. Countless lightning bolts spread in the surrounding void and instantly turned into a boundless sea of lightning. It was terrifying as it surged and roared. Crackle, crackle. Huge divine lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck Lin Xian as if they were going to kill him. Lin Xian snorted and punched out. The black shadow of the fist was like a raging dragon. It rushed into the sky and tore the thunderclouds apart. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The destructive aura on his body exploded in an instant. Even the sea of lightning around him dimmed a little. Not bad. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and sneered. Then, he quickly formed a seal with his palms. Thunderbird. Suddenly, the thunderclouds in the sky rolled and turned into countless strange blue birds. They were surrounded by lightning and were as sharp as knives as they rushed down quickly. The entire sky was overturned in an instant as the powerful aura of lightning pierced through the void. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded. Lin Xian waved his fist and used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. The fist technique was monstrous. Every strike exploded a group of thunderbirds. Terrifying waves of air rolled in the sky and the area within 1,000 miles collapsed quickly. Thunderclap Ninth Heaven. The middle-aged man frowned. He didn't expect the other party's fist technique to be so violent that it could destroy his army of thunderbirds in an instant. But in the next moment, he raised his hands and struck out with both palms. Suddenly, the lightning in the sky surged and turned into a wave that rushed forward. There were a total of 9 layers in total. The Thunderclap Ninth Heaven was a very terrifying martial art of the Myriad Thunder sect. At this moment, it was used by the middle-aged man and was even more violent. Waving both palms, 9 huge waves of lightning were formed. Each of them was terrifying. Chapter 1711. What was even more terrifying was that this move had a total of 9 strikes, and each strike was stronger than the previous one. It was as if these lightning seas could be superimposed. When it reached the 9th strike, the power was absolutely terrifying. It was unimaginable, and no one could resist it. This middle-aged man used such a terrifying killing move on Lin Xian from the beginning. It was very obvious that the killing intent in his heart had already been extinguished. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. The other party's strength was really too powerful, even far surpassing the Northwest twin ghosts from before. Facing the incomparably violent thunderclap ninth heaven, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. In the next moment, he roared, and the aura in his body suddenly erupted. A black aura of destruction enveloped. Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. Waving both fists, terrifying fist shadows were densely packed, similarly forming a black sea wave, carrying a destructive aura as it charged forward. Although the other party's thunderclap ninth heaven was terrifying, his Annihilation Black Dragon Fist was also incomparably terrifying. At this moment, combined with the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it was even more astonishing. In the next moment, the boundless black sea wave collided with the lightning sea that filled the sky, causing an intense collision. The void quickly collapsed, and one black hole after another appeared. Very soon, the first layer of lightning sea wave was quickly shattered under the power of the black fist shadows. Following that, the second layer of lightning sea wave quickly rushed over, and the black fist shadows that filled the sky also dimmed quite a bit. However, it still carried a shocking destructive power. In the end, the black fist shadows that filled the sky collided with the second type of lightning power, and finally disappeared in the air at the same time. However, the third bolt of lightning was still heading straight for Lin Xian. Thunderclap ninth heaven, each layer was stronger than the previous. The third layer was incomparably terrifying, and its power was even more terrifying than the first 2 layers combined. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quickly swung his fist and delivered a killing blow. Thunderclap Dragon. The dragon shadow roared, and lightning surrounded it. A huge black dragon shadow quickly rushed out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, charging forward. Very soon, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers of lightning were shattered under this thunderclap dragon. The thunderclap dragon also roared and directly exploded with a loud bang. I'll see how many layers you can block. Seeing that the first 5 layers of lightning had been destroyed, the middle-aged man's expression turned cold. However, he wasn't too worried because he was very confident in his thunderclap ninth heaven. Furthermore, the power of lightning after the 5th level was even more terrifying. Every single one of his attacks was capable of killing a 6-star king. Therefore, in his opinion, the other party would definitely not be able to block it. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, his expression extremely solemn. Indeed, the other party's thunderclap ninth heaven was extremely terrifying. Up until now, he had only broken through the first 5 stages. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong pushed his Great Dragon Sword Soul and destructive aura to their limits as he punched out with both fists. Furious dragon rips the heavens. A pair of black dragon claws appeared in the sky like 2 black mountains. With a forceful tear, a black crack appeared in the entire space. The black crack extended rapidly towards the 6th layer of the Thunder Sea. Crack crack, boom. The void once again fell into chaos, and the 6th lightning sea was instantly torn in half. Immediately after, the 7th layer also quickly turned into ashes. However, at this moment, the 2 black dragon claws also became dim. They were pierced by countless lightning bolts and were covered in wounds. Rumble. The 8th lightning sea was extremely terrifying. With just one attack, it directly shattered the 2 black dragon claws. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression had already turned cold. This was because he didn't expect the other party to actually have such strength to be able to destroy his 7th lightning sea. One had to know that ordinary 6-star kings couldn't do this. On the opposite side, Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He didn't expect that his 2 ultimate attacks still couldn't break the other party's thunderclap ninth heaven. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. However, at the next moment, Lin Xian waved his fist again and struck out the third killing move of the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. Layers of dragon shadows. A deep dragon roar sounded from Lin Xian's body. Immediately after, countless black rays of light soared and turned into black dragons in the sky, roaring non-stop. This scene was too shocking. For a moment, the sky was completely filled with countless dragon shadows, and a terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, these dragon shadows that filled the sky collided with the last two lightning bolts, resulting in a shocking explosion. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly enveloped, and countless mountains were directly turned into powder. Large swathes of the earth collapsed, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. This collision was too terrifying, as if it was destroying the world. Damn it! How is this possible? It's actually all shattered. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression was abnormally gloomy. He didn't expect that his ultimate move, the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, would actually be destroyed by the other party. He couldn't believe it. At the next moment, his expression was cold as he let out a long roar. Under his feet, mysterious lightning runes appeared and quickly spread in all directions. He raised his hands high and clenched his fists. Immediately, the clouds in the sky rolled, and 6 huge lightning bolts descended like heavenly pillars. In an instant, the space was sealed, and Lin Xian was also enveloped within. Flying Thunder God formation. The middle-aged man's expression was cold as he roared. Immediately, the 6 huge lightning pillars bloomed, and the lightning surged, turning into shocking energy that surged toward Lin Xian. For a moment, the countless black dragon figures around Lin Xian were penetrated by these lightning bolts. Not only that, these lightning bolts didn't stop, and were still flying quickly toward Lin Xian. In an instant, they enveloped him. At the next moment, countless energy exploded, completely drowning that place. It's over. Seeing that he had really hit the other party this time, the middle-aged man from the 10,000 Thunder sect in the distance revealed a sinister smile. However, at the next moment, his smile froze, and even his expression became very unsightly. Because in front of him, in the boundless sea of lightning, a green light lit up and directly pierced through the sea of clouds. After that, countless green sword lights soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. At the next moment, the surrounding lightning was ruthlessly cut open. Boom! Lin Xian's figure appeared again, and around him, a green domain shone. He's not dead. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression was cold. He didn't expect the other party to have such strength. Good boy, it seems that I've really underestimated you. But do you think you're safe like this? The middle-aged man snorted, and a light lit up under his feet. Then, he cooperated with the 6 heavenly lightning bolts in front of him. Immediately, a terrifying lightning domain was formed, completely enveloping Lin Xian and the Dragon Sword domain. Boy, in my lightning domain, you have no way to survive. Is that so? You can try. Lin Xian snorted, unmoved. The middle-aged man sneered, you don't have to provoke me. Although you're very strong, you're still no match for me. If you're given a few more decades, you might really be able to surpass me. Chapter 1712. The middle-aged man was very confident. With a wave of his hand, the 6 heavenly lightning pillars in the Thunder Sea domain began to spin rapidly. On top of it, mysterious lightning runes appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. The horrifying power of thunder and lightning transformed into numerous thunder blades that slashed towards Lin Xian at high speed. These lightning blades were abnormally sharp and could easily cut through the void. This was a great divine ability that could communicate with the power of lightning from the 9 heavens and use it for oneself. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the Dragon Sword's spiritual domain. Immediately, countless sharp sword chi soared into the sky and swept in all directions. It collided with the lightning blades that filled the sky. Boom! Boom! Although those lightning blades were terrifying, they were unable to resist Lin Xian's sword chi. In an instant, a large number of lightning blades were cut in half. However, this was a great divine ability after all. Therefore, even though many lightning blades were cut in half, more lightning blades appeared from the 6 heavenly lightning pillars and attacked Lin Xian. It was endless, as if there was no limit. It's useless. No matter how sharp your sword chi is, so what? My thunder blade is limitless. It will only disappear when I kill you. The middle-aged man sneered as a cold light bloomed in his eyes. The lightning that filled the sky turned into a sharp rainbow and quickly slashed forward. Lin Xian, on the other hand, activated the dragon sword domain to resist. Do you really think you can kill me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Brat, stop struggling. It's useless. Originally, I didn't want to kill you. However, you saw a secret that you didn't dare to see. Naturally, I can only silence you. The middle-aged man sneered. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The sword chi on his body was resplendent and suddenly erupted. A sharp aura swept out in all directions. All the surrounding lightning blades were blown away. You're too arrogant. Today, I'll let you experience my true strength. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The surrounding dragon sword realm's aura continued to rise as if there was no limit. It emitted a terrifying aura. In the next moment, his figure swayed, and his entire person was like a sword light, instantly dashing into the distance. Wherever he passed, countless lightning blades were completely shattered. Nothing could stop Lin Xian's advance. In an instant, he arrived in front of the middle-aged man. What? Seeing this, the middle-aged man turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that the other party could actually increase his combat strength. This was simply too inconceivable. The other party was just a puny 3-star king. Even if he was a genius, he would still be able to fight someone with a higher cultivation level. But after fighting for so long, he probably didn't have much strength left, right? However, the other party was actually able to increase his aura and even kill his way to the front. It had to be said that it was indeed shocking. Damn it, what kind of secret does this brat have? He did not believe that an ordinary 3-star king could be so terrifying. But now, there was no time for him to think about it, because a sharp sword chi was slashing towards him at high speed. The sea of lightning around him was also instantly cut apart, creating a vacuum. With a cold snort, the middle-aged man waved his sleeve and a thunder drum quickly appeared before him. The drum grew bigger and turned into a wall of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The sharp sword chi collided with the thunder drum, emitting a shocking collision sound. Terrifying sound waves and sword chi rushed out in all directions, piercing through the void. This thunder drum was an earth-rank treasure and was incomparably powerful. Therefore, the sword chi naturally did not cut it apart. However, that powerful force still made the middle-aged man continuously retreat, and a trace of blood even appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Lin Xian's sharp sword aura had injured him. Lin Xian was greatly surprised when he saw that this sword chi actually did not cut apart the thunder drum. However, he also knew how terrifying an earth-rank treasure was. It would probably be very difficult for him to shatter it. However, if the other party wanted to rely on an earth-rank treasure to block his attack, that was a fool's dream. I'll let you know the consequences of chasing after me. Lin Xian shouted coldly, pulled out the 9 Hell Demon Sword, and attacked again. With a slash of the sword, the black sword light was extremely sharp. Fusing the power of the 9 Hell Demon Sword and the Dragon Sword domain, it was terrifying to the extreme. The void was sliced apart in an instant. The surrounding lightning sea was even annihilated by these sword chi. This was like a sword of death. Everywhere it passed, nothing could block it. In front of my myriad thunder drum, you can't stir up any waves at all. Ahead, the middle-aged man's expression was ice cold. He revolved his power, controlling the myriad thunder drum in front of him. This myriad thunder drum was also a treasure. On top of it were lines of lightning patterns, incomparably mysterious. At this moment, it was akin to a lightning mountain blocking in front of the middle-aged man, carrying out defense. Bang, bang, boom. The sword chi slashed down, colliding with the myriad thunder drum, emitting an earth-shaking collision once again. But this time, the myriad thunder drum produced a change. That drum's surface trembled non-stop, forming a rebounding force, even bouncing back quite a bit of sword chi. Brat, have a taste of your own sword chi. The middle-aged man laughed coldly and continued to control the myriad thunder drum, emitting a powerful aura. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. He did not expect that this myriad thunder drum actually had the power to rebound. Facing the incoming sword chi, his figure swayed, and he executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His entire body turned into a stream of light, instantly dodging the sword chi that filled the sky. Seeing that Lin Xian was not injured, the middle-aged man was extremely shocked. Because the other party's speed was too fast, so fast that it made him extremely shocked. Damn it, who is this brat? How can he be so strong? He was simply too shocked. Because the other party's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. Such a person definitely could not be just a small alchemy sect disciple. No, he could not let the other party live anymore. Otherwise, in a few decades, he would be an extremely terrifying existence. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent. He decided that he had to get rid of Lin Xian today. He could not allow a tiger to grow into a calamity. Brat, I have to say that you are indeed a genius. But it is precisely because of this that I have to kill you. The middle-aged man's expression was ice-cold. Then he clasped his hands together. Immediately, the 6 light pillars in the distance quickly gathered towards Lin Xian. The 6 lightning pillars continuously compressed space, causing the range that Lin Xian could move to become smaller and smaller. This was a measure of the middle-aged man's. Because he knew that the other party's speed was fast, he might not be able to hit him even if he used his ultimate move. That was why he compressed space, making it impossible for the other party to escape. The 6 lightning pillars, together with his lightning domain, formed an extremely terrifying space of pressure. The other party could only break it with a powerful force. Otherwise, there was no way for him to escape. However, with such terrifying energy, even the middle-aged man himself might not be able to break it, let alone the other party. Therefore, in his opinion, this time Lin Xian was dead for sure. Lin Xian's nerves were also tense. He did not expect that the middle-aged man could actually suppress his speed. He had to admit that this was indeed a powerful opponent. Chapter 1713. However, it was indeed impossible to trap him. Moreover, he did not intend to waste any more of his energy with the other party because he was worried that a stronger martial artist would appear at any time. After all, the treasure below seemed to be no small matter. Therefore, in the next moment, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in the dragon sword territory. The dragon-headed sword body was extremely simple and unadorned. It emitted a sharp aura that could destroy everything. As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the middle-aged man opposite him felt his hair stand on end. He felt a great sense of danger, as if it could threaten his life. Damn it, what is that? The middle-aged man looked into the distance in horror. He did not expect the other party to have the ability to kill him. In the next moment, Lin Xian grasped the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Suddenly, a surging sharp aura erupted from his body and swept all around. A huge sword shadow circled around his body, like a real dragon circling around him. The sword shadow grew larger and more solid. It was like a heavenly divine sword that emitted a terrifying aura. The sea of lightning around him was instantly wiped out. Even the 6 sky-reaching lightning pillars that were flying over from afar had dimmed. It was as if nothing could resist the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Not good. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's scalp went numb. He roared and clasped his hands together again. He frantically activated the 6 heavenly lightning pillars, wanting to quickly kill Lin Xian. At the same time, he retreated rapidly and fled into the distance. This was because he had no confidence that he could resist Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the dragon sword territory to the extreme. Then he held the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand and slashed out. Boom! The huge sword chi slashed down, bringing about a terrifying storm. The 6 heavenly lightning pillars were instantly cut in half. Not only that, The void in front of him was torn apart by the terrifying sword light and instantly enveloped the middle-aged man. No! The middle-aged man roared crazily. Countless lightning bolts surrounded his back, forming a pair of lightning wings that flapped rapidly. He turned into a stream of starlight and fled into the distance. However, Lin Xian's sword qi was simply too fast. It was as if the sword qi alone had sealed off all directions. In the next moment, the true dragon sword qi arrived above the middle-aged man and was about to land. Damn it! The middle-aged man's face turned pale and his scalp went numb. He realized that he couldn't resist at all. However, he didn't want to die here, so in this critical moment, he could only sacrifice his Earth-step treasure, the myriad thunderdrum. Explode! The middle-aged man gritted his teeth as a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment he detonated his 10,000 thunderdrum, instantly forming a shocking explosion. The energy of an Earth-step treasure's explosion was far too terrifying. In an instant, a terrifying storm was formed to resist the true dragon sword qi. Soon, the true dragon sword qi slashed down, forming a terrifying energy ball that completely engulfed the area in front of it. Lin Xian activated his heavenly eye and focused his gaze. He realized that in the end, the other party still managed to escape. However, even though the other party had managed to escape, he had sustained severe injuries. Most likely, his fighting prowess had dropped significantly, and he would not be able to recover in a short period of time. At least you ran fast. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Using the dragon-shaped sword qi just now had consumed a lot of his energy, so he didn't have much energy left. If the other party hadn't detonated the Earth-step treasure, the energy formed would have been terrifying. The other party definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from this sword. He sighed and sat down to rest. At the same time, he used a secret sound transmission to call the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey back. Not long after, a red light flashed. It was the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey that had returned. How was it? Did you kill that person? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. He escaped. In the end, he detonated the Earth-step treasure and escaped with his life. Detonated the Earth-step treasure. The dark red dragon was shocked. It seemed that this guy was a decisive person. Let's not talk about him. How are things on your side? Lin Xian asked again. You guessed right. It's indeed an ancient ruin. It seems that the Myriad Thunder sect has joined forces with the Tuoba family to occupy the ancient ruin. Two forces want to occupy the entire ancient ruin? What a big appetite! Lin Xian snorted coldly. We definitely can't let them succeed. Of course. Why don't we attack them now and catch them off guard? No need. The ancient ruin must have many restrictions. Let them have a headache trying to crack it. It's better for us to reap the benefits. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Also, spread the news. The more people know, the better. Kid, you want to fish in troubled waters? I like it. The dark red dragon laughed loudly. Although the two of them were powerful, they couldn't contend against two major forces. However, if this matter was made known to everyone, it would definitely attract countless warriors. As long as they mixed in with the crowd, they could secretly obtain it. Lin Xian rested for a while and then set off with the dark red dragon to spread the news. On the other side, Tuoba Yulong and the other two were still thinking of ways to explore the ancient ruin. They didn't notice that the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey were spying on them. Suddenly, the void rippled and a figure appeared. The moment he appeared, his body trembled and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Wan. Tuoba Yulong and the other two turned back and discovered that the wretched figure was actually a middle-aged man from the Myriad Thunder sect. Their expressions changed drastically. Mr. Wan, how did you become like this? Did a mighty figure take action? Tuoba Yulong was nervous. In their opinion, only a mighty figure could injure the middle-aged man so severely. The middle-aged man didn't answer. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and quickly took out a few sacred healing pills to heal his injuries. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although his life was no longer in danger, his face was still abnormally pale. Damn kid, I'll definitely take revenge. Hearing that, Tuoba Yulong and the other two's eyelids twitched wildly. What? It wasn't a mighty figure who took action, but that bastard Lin Xian? The three of them were simply too shocked. That kid is too strange. His combat strength is very strong. However, no matter how strong he is, he can forget about snatching the treasures in the ancient ruin from us. Don't worry, I've already informed the sect. Someone will be here soon. Indeed, a few days later, a few more powerful figures arrived. Among them were middle-aged men and a few of the older generation. Their auras were abnormally powerful. Elder. The middle-aged man and Tuoba Yulong hurriedly bowed. However, not long after, another group of people arrived. Among them, apart from mighty figures, there was an extremely old man. A living fossil. Chapter 1714. The middle-aged man, Tuoba Yulong, and the others were shocked. They did not expect a fossil-level elder to come. The middle-aged man quickly bowed. Ancestor, why have you come personally? I have no choice, the fossil-level elder said indifferently. Not long ago, many major forces were spreading a piece of news. They said that an ancient ruin was found here, and it contained a huge amount of treasure. Right now, many powers are sending people to investigate. If I don't come, the treasure will fall into someone else's hands. What? Tuoba Yulong and the middle-aged man's expressions turned ugly. Damn it, the news was leaked. Impossible. The news is very secretive. Moreover, we set up a peerless formation. No one can see it clearly. No, there's someone who knows. The middle-aged man's expression turned ugly. That damned brat, he leaked the news. I'm going to catch him. I'm going to cut him into 8 pieces and skin him alive. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. He naturally knew that there was someone else who knew about the news. That person was Lin Xian. It was likely that Lin Xian was the one who leaked the news of this place. The elders of the Myriad Thunder sect also turned gloomy after hearing this. You mean the brat that the Wavering Light Sacred Land is going after? They did not expect a mere pill faction disciple, a 3-star king, to ruin their plan. Don't let me meet him, or I'll make him wish he was dead. Don't worry, we don't have to do anything. Someone will take care of him. You mean the Wavering Light Sacred Land? The middle-aged man revealed a sinister smile. Indeed, as long as the news of that brat leaked out, the experts of the world would do everything they could to hunt him down for the reward from the Wavering Light Sacred Land. As long as he shows up this time, he's dead for sure. However, Tuoba Yulong and the others were worried. But so many sects know about it. I'm afraid it's not good for us. So what if so many sects know? Our Myriad Thunder sect is not to be trifled with. Moreover, we were the first to discover this place. No matter what, we have an innate advantage. The group discussed for a while, then sped up and quickly broke through the entrance to the ancient ruin. As long as they could enter in advance, so what if others found out? In the outside world, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had spread the news. Everyone knew about the ancient ruins. This news even overshadowed the Wavering Light Sacred Land's bounty order. After all, the bounty order and the news of the Heaven's Legacy race were very difficult to complete. It would probably be difficult to find them in a short period of time. However, the ancient ruins were different. They were right there. Furthermore, it wouldn't be long before it appeared in front of everyone. For a time, everyone temporarily gave up on the Wavering Light Sacred Land's bounty order and the search for the Heaven's Legacy race. They were all prepared to explore the ancient ruins. The entire eastern wasteland began to move. Not long after, one figure after another appeared in the sky above the primeval forest. These were all kings who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. They were pacing back and forth in the surroundings. Boom! A massive aura gushed out. It was as though an ancient mountain was pressing down on the void. Many martial artists in the surroundings were directly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Almighty! Everyone raised their heads to look at the imposing figure in the sky, their hearts filled with shock. As expected, the underground treasure had attracted a mighty figure. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but spit out saliva. However, not long after, they went completely crazy. That was because after that imposing figure, several equally powerful figures appeared. Each of their auras swept across the world. They were all mighty figures. It was probably the first time in recent years that so many mighty figures had appeared together. Terrifying auras appeared in the sky and pressed down on the surroundings. Fortunately, these mighty figures quickly retracted their auras and landed on the ground. They did not make a move. Otherwise, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles would definitely be destroyed in an instant. In the following days, more and more experts arrived. Countless lightning bolts descended, forming a sea of lightning. Powerful auras pierced through the void. Then, figures appeared in the sea of lightning. They all had cold expressions and powerful auras. They were from the 10,000 Thunder sect. Everyone exclaimed. They knew that the underground treasure was first discovered by the 10,000 Thunder sect. However, someone had spread the news. It seemed that the 10,000 Thunder sect could no longer hold back and had sent out a large number of martial artists to compete for the treasure. A full moon descended from the sky, shining bright moonlight all over the ground. Then, countless figures appeared in the garden. They were like immortals that people looked up to. Moon-worshipping sect. Countless figures flew over from the sky. Each of them had a pair of translucent wings on their backs. When they flapped their wings, they formed a strong hurricane that swept across the world. They were from the Carefree sect. In addition, there were also the Five Elements sect and the Moon Palace. These were all peerless sects that were extremely terrifying. Apart from the mighty figures and elders, there were also many young disciples from these sections. These young disciples were outstanding and had powerful auras. Each of them had a sharp and confident look on their faces. For this kind of exploration of ancient ruins, all the major sects would send their young disciples to train themselves. After all, in this true spirit world, flowers in a greenhouse could not grow. Only by experiencing countless storms could one become a peerless expert. Everyone looked at the figures in shock. However, the void trembled again. Countless rays of light descended, forming a silver river that reversed the 9 heavens. It was as if a golden path had descended from the heavenly palace to the ground. Under the golden light, countless powerful figures appeared. Each of them was extremely fierce. They were even more powerful than those peerless sections. Wavering Light's sacred land. Everyone gasped. They did not expect that even the Wavering Light's sacred land would come. Fuck, that's the Wavering Light Saint, right? Everyone looked into the distance and exclaimed. They discovered that there was a handsome young man in the Wavering Light's sacred lands team. He was tall and straight, covered in golden light. Behind him, there were 108 rings of light that were extremely dazzling. It really is the Wavering Light Saint. This Wavering Light Saint is very powerful. Rumor has it that his strength is terrifying. Even many of the older generation are not his match. Yeah, I heard that he is very powerful among the younger generation. He has never been defeated since his debut. Some people even say that he has the attitude of a young great emperor. Hearing this, many people gasped. Great Emperor was an existence that everyone in the true spirit world yearned for. However, it was too difficult to become a great emperor. It was like a natural chasm in front of everyone. Not to mention these ordinary warriors, even those brilliant peerless geniuses might not be able to become a great emperor. Chapter 1715. Since ancient times, there had only been a few great emperors. Each of them was an existence that could crush the ages and destroy the 8 desolates. And these great emperors had already displayed heaven-defying strength when they were young. It was rumored that when these great emperors were young, they were invincible and could sweep through the entire true spirit world. Only such people could become great emperors. And now, it was rumored that the Wavering Light Saint had the bearing of a young great emperor. It was simply too shocking. After the Wavering Light's sacred land, there were more terrifying forces arriving. As for Lin Xian, he was also hidden within the surrounding crowd. This time, he changed his appearance and hid his aura. He also carried a formation that was personally inscribed by the dark red divine dragon. It could be said that as long as it wasn't a mysterious celestial spirit master, no one would discover his true appearance. In front, those major forces didn't make a move. Instead, they joined forces and prepared to break the formation together. Because it was useless to fight now. When they reached the ancient ruins, they would rely on their own ability to obtain the treasures. These peerless sects and peerless sacred lands all brought terrifying formation masters and spirit masters. They worked together to break the formation. In front of them, the ground was torn apart, and a black hole appeared. Below it was the entrance to the ancient ruins. And those top formation masters and spirit masters had all entered the ground at this moment, quickly breaking the formation. Ordinary martial artists could only feel wave after wave of terrifying energy gushing out from the ground. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were hiding in the crowd, but they could see it clearly. They discovered that strange and mysterious patterns were flying out of the ground and spreading in all directions. Obviously, this was the work of those top formation masters and spirit masters. However, breaking the formation wasn't as simple as imagined. This operation lasted for 3 days. However, the formation of the ancient ruins hadn't been opened yet. The surrounding warriors couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But those peerless sacred lands and peerless sects could still remain calm. Sure enough, after another 2 days, an incomparably terrifying fluctuation suddenly came from the ground. The energy was like a wave, suddenly erupting and sweeping in all directions. There were even many people who were directly blown away by this energy. At this moment, voices of ecstasy came from below the ground. "Ah, it's broken! It's finally broken!" Hearing this, the surrounding warriors also became excited. After 5 days, the combined efforts of 100 top-notch masters had finally removed the ancient restriction. The spirit chi below became more and more intense. Then, it turned into countless rays of light, illuminating the entire sky. At this moment, everyone was watching with rapt attention. Even the expressions of the Almighties were solemn. Finally, the light disappeared, and a vermilion door appeared in front of him. The door was simple and unadorned, emitting a desolate aura. They were like 2 huge red mountains, standing firmly in front of him. Once they opened the red door, they would be able to enter the primordial ruins. Tuoba Yulong leaned on his walking stick. His face was covered in sweat, but his eyes were burning with passion. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. There must be countless treasures in this ancient ruin. Perhaps there would even be some rare and precious elixirs that could extend one's lifespan. If he could obtain one, then this trip would definitely not be in vain. For a moment, all the warriors stared at the vermilion door in front of them. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. At this moment, an almighty in the skies snorted coldly. "Since the entrance has been found, what are we waiting for? Let's just push the door open and enter." As he spoke, he extended his palm and blasted it forward. Immediately, the wind and clouds surged and changed sharply, forming 2 huge green palms that pushed forward. This was the power of our Almighty. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the pair of green palms arrived in front of the red door. Boom! The violent aura made everyone tremble. At this moment, countless warriors retreated frantically, afraid that they would be affected by the energy. In the next moment, the green palms slammed onto the vermilion door, erupting with resplendent light. This attack was too terrifying. Fortunately, there were countless experts here suppressing the void. Otherwise, just this palm alone would be enough to destroy a radius of 10,000 miles. However, everyone's expressions were ugly. In fact, those warriors were stunned, because they realized that the vermilion door did not open after such a terrifying attack. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, even the Almighty who attacked earlier had an ugly expression. He did not expect that the vermilion door would be so sturdy. Under his palm, it could not be shaken. At this moment, the living fossil elder of the 10,000 Thunder sect said in a deep voice, "This should not be an ordinary energy door. There was probably a trace of rule power on it. The power of laws." Hearing that, everyone was shocked. That was a magical power that only saints could master. It seemed that this ancient ruin was definitely not ordinary. At least there used to be saints. Otherwise, the power of laws would not appear. After hearing that, the faces of those almighties became even uglier. Although they were extremely powerful and could destroy mountains and rivers and tear apart the void, however, they could not shake the power of laws. Because they were not in the same realm at all. Then what should we do? None of us can break the power of laws? Could it be that we really can't enter this time? Those almighties had ugly expressions. However, an elder of the wavering light sacred land shook his head. This door has existed for countless years, and the energy of laws on it is already very weak. It can be said that it's about to disappear. It's not impossible for us to join forces against such energy. Yes, let's join forces and attack. An elder of the Gu family also said in a deep voice. Okay, let's join forces. The living fossil elder of the Myriad Thunder sect also nodded. Then, his figure flickered and he took a step forward. At the same time, an elder of the wavering light sacred land and an elder of the Gu family also appeared in the sky. In addition, 2 other almighties appeared. The aura of these 5 people was so powerful that it could crush the void. In the next moment, the 5 of them joined forces and blasted towards the vermilion door in front of them. Boom! A shocking bolt of lightning, like the 9 heavens' divine thunder, lit up the entire sky and blasted forward. It was the living fossil of the Myriad Thunder sect. The attack of such a figure was extremely terrifying. In fact, just the aftermath alone made everyone's scalp go numb, and they felt as if they were on the verge of death. Fortunately, he attacked the vermilion door. Otherwise, if he hit the ground, the entire primeval forest would be destroyed mercilessly. Not only him, but the elder of the wavering light sacred land and the elder of the Gu family also attacked. A dazzling ray of light, like the palm of a demon god, blasted forward. On the other side, the elder of the Gu family pointed with his finger. Azure Dragon Finger. The sharp finger light transformed into an azure dragon, spiraling and roaring as it shot out. The other 2 almighties also attacked with their full strength. Chapter 1716. The scene was too terrifying, as if it was the end of the world. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard, and endless light scattered in all directions. At that moment, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was illuminated. In front of them, the crimson door slowly opened under this energy. It's open! Seeing this scene, everyone was ecstatic and excited. The 5 peerless powerhouses had joined forces and finally opened the crimson door. Everyone looked in front of them, extremely excited. Let's go in. Charge. In an instant, countless figures rose into the air and flew forward. The other major powers also quickly entered the area. In the crowd, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and followed silently. Finally, he could enter the ancient ruins. He wondered what treasures he would get this time. Soon, he was enveloped by a bright light. After flying for an unknown period of time, it was as if time and space had changed. Finally, the white light around Lin Xian disappeared, and he appeared in the void. Buzz. However, in the next moment, he realized that he could not fly anymore, and his entire body quickly descended. Damn, what's going on? Fortunately, there was endless seawater below, and Lin Xian fell directly into the sea without suffering any injuries. What is this place? It's too strange. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. The ancient ruins seemed to be a world of its own, and there seemed to be strange rules inside. He realized that he could not fly here. It seemed that even mobilizing the surrounding spiritual energy was very difficult. Lin Xian frowned, and the dark red divine dragon also came out and observed carefully. Then it said in a deep voice, "There is a strong order of laws here, different from the outside world. This is something that can only be done by at least a sage. Moreover, it was not an ordinary sage. Kid, be careful. Don't waste your spiritual energy." A special order? Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. This place was indeed strange. Then, he looked around and realized that he was surrounded by an endless sea, and no one else appeared here. Random teleportation. Lin Xian was no stranger to such a situation. However, this was also good. Those people entered together with the elders of the sects and families. If they were here, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to contend against them. But now, everyone was randomly teleported. As long as he did not encounter any powerful beings, he had no fear of the other younger generations. He might even be able to snatch some treasures from those people. At the same time, the people who had entered before also began to rapidly search for treasures and opportunities. However, they didn't know that after they entered, the red door didn't close. The forces that arrived later also sent people in one after another. For a moment, the entire eastern wilderness was in an uproar. However, Lin Xian was still unaware of all this. He was now stepping on the seawater and moving forward quickly. However, during this period he did not encounter a single person. Instead, he killed many sea monsters. A few days later, Lin Xian discovered that many figures had appeared in the surrounding waters. This surprised him greatly. At this moment, He Tu sent a voice transmission. "Kid, be careful. It seems like a new force has joined." Lin Xian looked around and nodded. Indeed, there were some people that he had not seen before. He guessed that they should be the forces that had entered later. As there were more and more people around, a great battle soon broke out. In fact, the surrounding seawater was even dyed red. Lin Xian glanced at his surroundings coldly before continuing to move forward. However, at this moment, a few figures blocked his path. There were a total of 4 people. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Their auras were powerful. They stared coldly at Lin Xian and sneered. "Kid, how dare you come here alone to search for treasures? It seems like you're really courting death. Hand over your storage ring obediently and I can spare your life." The few of them said coldly. After they arrived, they realized that they couldn't use the surrounding spiritual qi. Therefore, the subdivine crystals and elixirs in everyone's hands became extremely precious. Otherwise, if they consumed too much spiritual power, it would be very slow for them to recover by absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. In this primordial ruin, they could be killed if they were not careful. Therefore, they had to have enough subdivine crystals and elixirs in their hands to maintain their strength and not be killed. The 4 people in front of them obviously had their eyes on Lin Xian. They realized that Lin Xian was acting alone. So what if he was strong? He was definitely not a match for the 4 of them. Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. These people actually had their eyes on him. They were really courting death. Initially, he did not want to attack these people. However, since they had sent themselves to him, he had no choice but to attack. "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, then get lost. I can spare your lives," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the 4 people in front of him sneered with disdain and mockery. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. What did he say? He wants us to kowtow and apologize? He's not going to kill us? Kid, did you soak in the seawater for too long and get water in your head? You're just a 3-star king. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Who do you think you are? A martial artist from the Holy Land? Or a disciple of a clan of the ancients? Kneel down and cripple your own arms. Hand over your storage ring obediently. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Our patience is limited. I advise you not to court death. The 4 people snorted coldly with cold killing intent. However, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Ruffian Long Tech." In the next moment, the dark red dragon flew out of his sleeve and attacked together with Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian still dared to attack, the 4 martial artists in front of him snorted coldly and attacked as well. Boom! A terrifying attack quickly appeared and was about to hit Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, the 4 people's bodies stiffened. The light that filled the sky also disappeared in an instant. 2 of the disciples had bloody holes in their foreheads. As for the other 2 disciples, 2 dragon claws appeared on their bodies. Their hearts had been hollowed out. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, the four people's bodies fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Lin Xian snorted coldly and took their storage rings. Seeing that Lin Xian and the dark red dragon had killed 4 powerful kings in one move, the surrounding martial artists were all shocked. They even retreated quickly, not daring to provoke Lin Xian again. Obviously, they thought that Lin Xian was a powerful demon king, and no one dared to attack him. After intimidating the surrounding martial artists, Lin Xian continued on his journey. One day later, he discovered a small black dot on the surface of the sea in the distance. An island. Lin Xian knew that an island had appeared in front of him. Chapter 1717. Lin Xian couldn't fly now, so he had to walk on water. Even so, his speed was terrifying to the extreme. This was to conserve energy. Otherwise, he would be even faster. As expected, as Lin Xian ran quickly, the black spot in front of him became bigger and bigger. It was indeed an island. It was about 1,000 miles in size and wasn't particularly big. At the top, there were tall black mountains and a black forest. It was very strange. However, after searching for so many days, there was nothing but the sea. Now that he saw an island, Lin Xian naturally wanted to go up and check it out. However, just as he approached the island, a group of people flew over from the sea on the opposite side. These people's auras were tyrannical and even had a murderous aura. It was extremely terrifying. Soon, these people blocked Lin Xian's path. Among them, a black-skinned burly man shouted coldly, "Kid, get lost. This is not a place you can come." This burly man's aura was monstrous, and there was even a dense demonic aura surrounding him. It was as if a demon had appeared out of nowhere. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also said, "Kid, be careful. These people should be half demons and have the bloodline of the demon clan." Bloodline of the demon clan. Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder the other party had such a terrifying aura. However, no matter how strong the other party was, they couldn't block his path. Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. "Get lost. That island is ownerless. Anyone can go up. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for being impolite." Humph. Shameless boasting. A puny 3-star king dares to speak so arrogantly? "Kid, I don't want to kill you. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll slap you into a bloody mist." The burly man snorted coldly, and the warriors around him also sneered. Humph. Seeing that the other party was still unwilling to give way, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without any hesitation, he waved his fists and quickly rushed out the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. "You dare attack me? You're courting death." The purple-haired man flew into a rage. His opponent was just a trifling 3-star king, yet he dared to attack him. He was truly courting death. In the next moment, he also raised his palm, which turned into a purple light, and slapped forward. The purple beast claw was extremely sharp, and there were purple scales on it. It carried an incomparably terrifying power as it ruthlessly smashed forward. For a moment, the seawater was blasted away and scattered to the sides. This terrifying attack caused many people in the distance to cry out in alarm. In the next moment, the two collided, forming an extremely terrifying energy storm. It stirred up the surrounding seawater, and suddenly, countless waves crashed in all directions. It was so much so that a vacuum appeared beneath their feet. The fist shadows that filled the sky disappeared. At the same time, the purple-clothed man also retreated. A wisp of anger and shock appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected that a puny 3-star king would possess such terrifying strength and be able to force him back with a single punch. This was unbearable for him. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared. Suddenly, his body expanded, and his 2 palms turned into purple beast claws. The scales on the claws were shining, and it was extremely terrifying. "Brat, you dare to provoke me? Go to hell." The purple-clothed man roared and launched another fierce attack. This attack was even more terrifying than before. The purple light covered the entire sky. A terrifying aura shook the sea, and black holes appeared one after another. Pumph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The violent energy in his body also surged out, and the apocalyptic black dragon fist swept out in all directions. The battle between the two was too terrifying, and it caused the entire sea to tremble. The surrounding martial artists were extremely frightened. That purple-clothed man was from the Demon King Palace, right? His strength was extremely terrifying, but who was that young man? He was actually able to fight him to a draw. Could it be that he was also a martial artist from the Peerless Sanctuary? For a moment, everyone was discussing. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, the purple-clothed man was sent flying, and his face was filled with horror. Damn it, impossible! This is impossible! How can you be so powerful? Brat, who are you? You don't need to know who I am. Lin Xian snorted coldly. How dare you block my way? Today, you must pay the price. Hearing this, the purple-clothed man's face turned ugly. Previously, he was extremely arrogant and did not take the other party seriously at all. He thought that the other party was an ant that he could kill with a raise of his hand. But now, it seemed that he was completely wrong. The other party's strength was extremely powerful, and it even exceeded his expectations. However, the other party's attitude made him extremely angry. The other party actually dared to tell him to get lost. This was intolerable. Brat, I admit that you've exceeded my expectations. But you're too arrogant. Do you really think that you can defeat me? What a joke. Originally, I just didn't want to expend too much energy. But since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish today. With that, the purple-clothed man let out a long roar. In an instant, the entire sea region trembled along with it. Not only that, the purple-clothed man's body emitted a bright light. Streaks of purple demon chi quickly appeared and circled around him. In the next moment, countless purple scales appeared on his body, and a tail appeared behind him. It was ferocious and terrifying. After transforming into a demon beast, the purple-clothed man's aura suddenly skyrocketed. His entire being was like a demon king, extremely fierce. He's really from the Demon King Palace. He has the demon clan's bloodline. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they also exclaimed. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that this bloodline was indeed strange. At least now, the other party's aura was much more powerful than before. After the purple-clothed man transformed into a demon beast, he immediately stomped his foot, and the sea below instantly exploded. Then, he turned into a bolt of purple lightning and rushed over. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The purple-clothed beast waved its terrifying claws and charged forward with a powerful force. Lin Xian brandished the apocalyptic black dragon fist to resist. The momentum was like two mountains colliding in the air. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Indeed, after the purple-clothed man transformed, his strength had increased a lot. Moreover, the demon chi on the purple-clothed man's body had a certain effect on warriors. However, it didn't have much effect on him. With a cold snort, Lin Xian's surroundings were filled with sharp sword light, enveloping him. The sword light even shone and directly destroyed the demon chi around him. Thunderbolt Dragon. Lin Xian also increased his combat strength and punched out. Immediately, a huge black dragon flew out from his hand and quickly rushed forward. Boom! Another loud sound was heard, and the purple-clothed man was sent flying again. What? He was sent flying again. Chapter 17:18. Brat, how dare you injure me? I'll make you wish you were dead. The purple-robed man roared madly. In the next moment he ignited his bloodline and a ball of purple flames rose from his body. Lin Xian frowned when he saw that the purple-robed man still had some tricks up his sleeve. He did not want to waste too much energy on the purple-robed man. In the next moment he used his ultimate move again. A pair of black dragon claws appeared in the air. The black dragon claws swooped down from the sky and tore the void apart. Buzz. However, The purple-robed man who had unleashed his bloodline power had become extremely powerful. He turned into a purple bolt of lightning and dodged the spatial crack. Lin Xian was surprised. The purple-robed man was indeed powerful. You're indeed a martial artist from Monster King Palace. You have many tricks up your sleeves. But it's over. Lin Xian snorted. His fist was like a black dragon that quickly pressed down from the sky. It was a terrifying scene. It was as if there was really a giant dragon hovering in the void. Looking at the black fist that was descending from the sky, the purple-robed man roared. Open! In the next moment, he moved his purple beast claws and struck forward. When the two collided, there was a dazzling light between heaven and earth. The sea was sunk and a huge whirlpool appeared. Endless seawater gathered below. The purple-robed man roared, and his eyes were filled with madness. That was because countless cracks had appeared on his body from that strike. Terrifying blood flowed out quickly and dyed him red. Shocking, it was too shocking. He had already ignited his bloodline power, but he still could not contend with the purple-robed man? He could not believe it. However, Lin Xian snorted. So what if he had the bloodline of the monster clan? Since you dare to intercept me, you'll have to pay the price. As he spoke, he waved his fist again. Suddenly, countless black dragon shadows appeared in the sky. It blotted out the sky and shrouded the whole sky. Each of them seemed real and gave off a powerful aura. Countless dragon shadows swooped down and engulfed the purple-robed man in an instant. The purple-robed man could not resist at all. His body was torn apart and dyed the sea red. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly and raised his hand to take away the storage ring. This scene was simply too shocking. A dignified martial artist of the Demon Imperial Palace, a powerful half-demon, had actually been killed by someone. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. However, although the surrounding crowd was shocked, there were still a few people whose eyes were flickering with killing intent. It was obvious that they wanted to make a move on Lin Xian. It was not that they were crazy, but these people thought that this was a great opportunity. This was because Lin Xian must have used up a lot of spiritual energy in his battle with the Demon Imperial Palace's martial artists. He even suffered some injuries. At this time, if several experts attacked together, there was a high chance that they would be able to kill the other party. At that time, not only Lin Xian's storage ring, but even the purple-clothed man's storage ring would belong to the final victor. Therefore, a few people were preparing to make a move in secret. However, at this time, Lin Xian snorted coldly in front of them, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. From his body, streaks of sharp sword qi gushed out, piercing through heaven and earth like divine swords. It was extremely terrifying. The terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions, flattening the entire sea. Come at me if you're not afraid of death, Lin Xian said coldly, releasing a powerful aura that was even more tyrannical than before. Feeling this aura, many people's scalps went numb, and their expressions were horrified. The few experts who wanted to make a move in secret also narrowed their eyes in shock. They did not expect that the other party would still have energy after such an intense battle. And from the looks of it, he did not seem to have the right to attack before. This made them feel like they were dreaming. For a moment, a few experts frowned. This was because they did not know if Lin Xian was really strong and powerful, or if he was just pretending to confuse them. In the end, these people thought about it again and decided to give up. This was because they were not completely confident. In the crowd, 5 or 6 figures quickly retreated and left the area like ghosts. After the experts hiding in the dark left, the remaining warriors did not dare to make a move. In fact, they could not withstand the aura that Lin Xian was emitting at this moment. However, at this moment, a charming laughter came from afar. "Young master, you're so powerful. I wonder if I have the opportunity to travel with you?" Hearing this voice, many people's bones went soft, and their eyes shone with a fiery light. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned slightly. What a powerful bewitching technique. Just this voice alone was enough to make one's qi and blood churn, and make one's expression unstable. It seemed that the other party was also a ruthless character. However, this charm technique was effective on others, but it did not have any effect on him. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword's soul in his body circulated. Lin Xian was not affected at all. However, the surrounding people raised their heads and looked into the distance with infatuation. Over there, a green figure was flying towards them at high speed. It was an extremely beautiful woman. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were like a ball of fire. As she looked around, she had a charming aura that was captivating. The woman in green came close, looked at Lin Xian, and said with a smile, "I wonder which sect's genius disciple you are from. You have such powerful strength. I'm so happy to see you." Lin Xian frowned slightly. He did not understand what she was trying to do. At this moment, the surrounding people could not help but shout, "Beauty, are you looking for a bodyguard for your safety? Look for a brother. He's very powerful. Just Beauty, come to us. We guarantee that you won't be in any danger. Come to me. Come to me." Shouts came one after another. These people were so excited that they could not wait to attack. However, Lin Xian snorted and shook his head helplessly. The people around him were really reckless. Although the woman in green was smiling on the surface, her true strength was probably more terrifying than the purple-robed man from the Demon King Palace. These people actually wanted to be her bodyguard. They really did not know what was good for them. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon said, "Boy, be careful. This woman is also a half-demon. She's also a half-demon." Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that the other party was also a half-demon. It seemed that it was very likely that she was from the same faction as the purple-robed man. Knowing this, he secretly became vigilant. The great dragon sword's soul in his body circulated quickly, ready to attack at any time. The smile on the woman in green's face became even wider. She moved her jade-like feet and slowly approached Lin Xian. When she was less than 30 feet away, the woman in green suddenly attacked. Chapter 1719. The void trembled and was mercilessly cut open. This kick was very sudden and extremely terrifying. If it were any other king, even a 6-star king would have been hit because it was too sudden. However, Lin Xian sneered. He had long known that there was something wrong with the other party, so he was always on guard against her. Now that he saw the other party make a move, his figure swayed, and he directly used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to retreat. Buzz. The kick missed, and the place where Lin Xian was originally standing suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying black hole. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the woman in green to suddenly attack when she came in. However, what shocked them even more was that the woman in green missed. Not to mention the surrounding cultivators, even the woman in green was extremely surprised. Because her kick was very sudden, and even a 6-star king could not dodge it. However, the other party actually dodged it. She had to admit that it was too surprising. However, what shocked her was yet to come. Because in the next moment her move was over, and that pair of jade-like legs had yet to be retracted. However, a black fist in front of her quickly blasted over like a mountain. Bang! This black fist was naturally thrown by Lin Xian. At this moment, it blasted onto that pair of perfect jade-like legs, resulting in a shocking collision. The pair of jade-like legs were directly blasted apart. The woman in green screamed, and the surrounding people looked pained. Heartache, it was too heartache. Such a beautiful woman with such perfect legs, but someone actually mercilessly shattered them. It was truly abominable. Obviously, the person who had such thoughts was still under the influence of the charm technique. If the woman in green attacked these people, none of them would be able to dodge. The woman in green's expression changed drastically, and there was even a hint of anger in her eyes. She screamed and retreated backward. A silver-white tail appeared on that jade-like leg that was blasted apart. It was an inverted triangle that flickered with a cold light. This was a scorpion tail. The moment it appeared, it carried a monstrous killing intent, and it stabbed towards Lin Xian like a spear. Light flashed, and the void was instantly pierced through. However, this time, it still stabbed nothing. because Lin Xian's speed had reached an unbelievable level. The heavenly dragon's 8 steps was incomparable, and he instantly dodged this attack. As expected of a half-demon, Lin Xian looked at the scorpion tail and said coldly, "What? He's also a half-demon." When the crowd saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. They hadn't expected the woman in green to be a half-demon as well. However, the woman in green's bewitchment technique was simply too powerful. Even though they saw that the other party was a half-demon, many warriors were still dazed. It seemed that he had been deeply affected by the spell. The green-clothed woman retreated to a safe distance and stopped. Then, the green light on her body surged and quickly condensed at the silver scorpion tail. Then, a pair of perfect jade-like feet and legs grew out again. However, although her severed limb had regenerated, the green-clothed woman's face was still somewhat pale. It was obvious that this rebirth technique was very taxing on her. "Damned brat, how dare you injure me?" The woman in green stared at Lin Xian with a vicious look in her eyes. But in the end, she didn't make a move. This was because the other party's strength was too strange. She was actually able to dodge his unexpected attack and even severely injure him. All of this was beyond her expectations. Moreover, she had expended a lot of energy and wasn't in the right state to fight with the other party. "Brat, you injured me today. One day, I'll kill you with my own hands," the green-clothed woman said through gritted teeth. Then, she looked around and released her bewitchment technique again. She turned into a ray of green light and left into the distance. The surrounding warriors were affected by the bewitchment technique and their eyes were dazed again. There were even a few who were too deeply affected and directly moved to follow the green-clothed woman. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It seemed that those warriors who left with her would have their yang qi and blood sucked dry. However, this was their decision and he didn't stop them. Moreover, even if they recovered their strength, they were still no match for him. Therefore, Lin Xian shook his head and stopped paying attention to them. Instead, he looked at the island in front of him. "Brat, let's go take a look," said the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian nodded. There was no other way. Then, the two of them quickly ran forward. There were already many people standing on the black island in front of them. Obviously, these people wanted to search for treasures on the island. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also arrived on the island. Suddenly, they felt a cold and gloomy aura. It was as if they didn't land on an island but in the netherworld. After Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, many people quickly arrived on the island. As more and more warriors arrived, the entire island started to change. First, there was a wisp of black fog coming from the forest in front of them and gradually spread in all directions. Not only that, but the surrounding light also dimmed as if countless dark clouds were gathering towards the island. A chilly wind blew and it was so cold that it made people shiver uncontrollably. Many people felt their hair stand on end and their scalps go numb. They even had the urge to run away. The dark red divine dragon also shivered and howled, "Brat, why do I feel that something is wrong?" "Me too." Lin Xian looked solemn. "Anyway, be careful. Don't fall into the other party's trap." Lin Xian walked towards the black forest in front of him. Many warriors around him followed suit. The black forest was very strange. The trees were completely black as if they had been stained with blood. Walking in the black forest, it was quiet all around. There was no sound at all. This silence made people feel hopeless. However, at this moment, there was a sudden scream that pierced through the void. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Did someone make a move? Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon frowned. Sure enough, there was a strange change in the black forest. The entire forest seemed to have come alive. The black trees turned into demons and their branches were like demon claws that danced quickly. A few warriors were directly pierced by the black branches due to their carelessness. Gurgle, gurgle. Soon, the blood of those warriors who were pierced was all absorbed by the black branches. This terrifying change shocked everyone. In an instant, countless angry roars were heard. Then, rays of bright light lit up. Qi and blood like dragons dyed the sky red. It was obvious that those warriors were making a move. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also attacked. Those black branches carried a gloomy and cold aura, and strangely curved, piercing towards their vitals. Humph! Chapter 1720. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sharp sword lights bloomed around him, slashing in all directions. Immediately, those branches were quickly cut off. Kakaka. However, it was not over yet. New branches grew out from those cut-off branches and quickly wrapped around Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. They were endless and could not be killed at all. Lin Xian tried a few times and also discovered this characteristic. Hence, he hurriedly called out to the dark red divine dragon, "Hurry up and leave this forest." The two of them rushed to the left like lightning. The others did not linger and also turned around and quickly left. Whoosh whoosh. However, in this black forest, the sound of countless wings flapping suddenly sounded. Soon after, numerous black shadows flew out from the forest, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was a kind of strange black bird. Its entire body was pitch black and it was the size of a palm. However, its eyes were incomparably red with a bloodthirsty light. "Damn it, it's the blood crows." Someone cried out in surprise. Hearing this, the surrounding warriors also felt their scalps go numb. Blood crows were an extremely terrifying kind of demon beast. They specialized in sucking the flesh and blood of warriors and could be said to be very evil. These blood crows' combat power was not very strong individually, but this was a kind of creature that lived in a group. Every time they moved, they would cover the sky and earth, endless. Forming an extremely terrifying blood crow army, ordinary kings could not resist at all. Now, they did not expect to actually encounter such terrifying blood crows. For a time, countless people no longer cared about hiding their strength and fled crazily. However, the number of these blood ducks was really too many. In all directions, in the sky and on the ground, everywhere. In an instant, they collided with the human warriors. A human warrior was instantly covered by hundreds of blood crows. His body was directly caught. Explode. Blood mist filled the air, and the blood was quickly devoured by these blood crows. Not only that, the taste of the blood even stimulated this group of blood crows. Each of them released an extremely terrifying blood-colored light and flew towards the human warriors crazily. Miserable screams sounded one after another. Not long after, many warriors were caught and turned into blood mist. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were also affected. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fist. Terrifying black fist shadows surged forward and wrapped up a group of blood crows. For a moment, a vacuum appeared in the sky. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were all shocked. Such combat prowess was simply too terrifying. But soon, Lin Xian frowned. This was because the empty space was quickly covered by countless blood crows once again. They were densely packed, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they rushed toward him. This scene was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. In the next moment, he quickly used the dragon sword domain to envelop him and the dark red divine dragon. Terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions, resisting the blood crows that filled the sky. Then, Lin Xian moved and sprinted forward. Screams of agony could be heard all around. However, there were also experts among these martial artists. Clang! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Then, in the distance, a blue flash of lightning shot up into the sky. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning descended and quickly attacked those blood crows. It was an expert from the Myriad Thunder sect. At this moment, he roared and lightning flashed all over his body. He looked like a thunder god. On the other side, a golden light soared into the sky like a golden river roaring in the void. The experts from the Wavering Light Holy Land also made their move. There was another earth-shattering explosion. Then, a saber light slashed through the void like a rainbow. From time to time, experts appeared in the crowd to fight against the terrifying Blood Crow army. The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners quickly followed behind these top powers and rushed forward. With these powerhouses around, their safety was guaranteed. However, not long after, an extremely cold cry suddenly sounded from the Blood Crow army in front. Then, a huge monster appeared in front. It was a very large blood crow. It was as big as a house. Its head was ferocious and there were 3 blood-red eyeballs on it. As soon as this huge blood crow appeared, it carried a monstrous murderous aura and boundless blood light. Then it spread its wings and croaked. In the third eye, a blood-red lightning suddenly shot out. Rumble! This blood-red lightning struck the crowd and instantly killed more than 10 martial artists. Damn it! Not good! It's the Blood Crow King. Everyone's scalp went numb. They already couldn't fight against an ordinary Blood Crow army. They didn't expect the Blood Crow King to appear now. This made them unable to resist at all. What Blood Crow King? Watch me destroy you! A middle-aged man snorted. He held a shiny long saber in his hand and his entire body emitted a monstrous aura. With a slash of the saber light was like a rainbow and the dazzling saber light illuminated the entire forest. A terrifying aura surged in the void, causing the entire island to shake rapidly. Melon! The Blood Crow King roared crazily. Then, its 3 eyeballs turned and countless blood-red lightning surged out quickly. Boom! In the next moment, the blood-red lightning that filled the sky collided with the terrifying saber light. Violent energy exploded and the world was dazzling. Under the blood-red lightning, the terrifying saber light was directly shattered into pieces without any resistance. Not only that, but even that martial artist was also pierced by the blood-red lightning. What? An expert was killed. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb. That swordsman was very powerful. Previously, it was him who killed countless blood crows with one slash. But they didn't expect that he would be killed by the Blood Crow King in just one move. This was simply too shocking. Lin Xian also frowned because he realized that the Blood Crow King's strength was indeed terrifying. He didn't want to be entangled with the opponent, so he used the Dragon Sword realm. His entire body turned into a sharp sword light and continued to open up a path. After the Blood Crow King killed the swordsman, its 3 blood-red eyeballs emitted a monstrous blood-red light and then swept in all directions. Soon, it stared at Lin Xian, the experts from the Yaoguang Sacred Land, the Myriad Thunder Sect, and the other human experts. In the next moment, it spread its wings and the blood-red light on its body quickly surged. Then, it turned into dozens of Blood Crow avatars and rushed towards Lin Xian and the others. These Blood Crow avatars were 2 meters long and completely blood-red. They were completely formed by blood-red lightning. They carried a monstrous demonic aura. Not only that, although they were just avatars, their strength was terrifying. The Blood Crow King actually wanted to use its power to fight against Lin Xian, the Yaoguang Sacred Land, and the other human experts. It had to be said that it was too arrogant. All the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb and quickly retreated. Lin Xian also frowned. He snorted coldly and waved his fist. The image of a black dragon with black lightning quickly appeared and charged into the void. Chapter 1721. Boom. The void was torn apart in an instant. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, causing the surrounding Blood Crow army to also be affected. In the sky, the 2 energies collided with each other, creating a terrifying storm. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon did not hesitate either. They took advantage of this opportunity to set off again. On the other side, the powerhouses of the Wavering Light Sacred Land, Myriad Thunder Sect, and other experts were also attacked by the Blood Crow King's clone. These people roared and used their ultimate skills to fight against the Blood Crow King's clone. A huge golden phantom appeared behind the powerhouse of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. A terrifying light rushed into the sky. The powerhouse of the Myriad Thunder Sect also held a thunder sword in his hand and slashed forward. The other powerhouses also quickly made their moves to fight against it. A great battle broke out. The terrifying energy seemed to want to destroy the entire island. Under normal circumstances, a casual attack from these people would be able to destroy the entire island. But now, with so many powerhouses attacking together and the terrifying energy explosion, it still did not shake the Black Island. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. Despicable outsiders. How dare you enter my oblique moon mystic world? You can stay here. This voice was very low and carried a cold, killing intent. Hearing this, everyone trembled. However, the powerhouse of the Wavering Light's sacred land exclaimed, "Damn it, you're a native of the ancient ruins. How is this possible? You're still alive." This voice was filled with shock and horror. After the others heard this, their scalps went numb. There were actually natives in the ancient ruins, and they were still alive. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that this place was an ancient ruin that had existed for countless years. Even a great emperor could not live for so long. But now, these people were actually still alive. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Are you humans or ghosts? The powerhouse of the Myriad Thunder sect also roared. At this moment, everyone's bodies trembled, and a chill rose in their hearts. Even the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian felt their scalps go numb. The two of them looked at each other and no longer held back. They erupted with powerful auras and rushed forward. This news was too shocking. There were actually people from the ancient times who were still alive. Furthermore, it was on this island. Just the thought of it was terrifying. At this moment, the Dragon Sword realm was pushed to its limits. Turning into a shocking dragon-shaped sword shadow, it flew out rapidly. Everywhere it passed, a large number of blood crows were pierced through. Nothing could stop it. Who dares to trespass into my ancestral land? That voice was heard again before a wave of majestic energy shot towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The terrifying energy surged towards Lin Xian like a sharp blade. Wherever it passed, the entire void trembled rapidly, and even the ground caved in. One had to know that this Black Island was extremely sturdy. Even when so many experts had attacked, they had not been able to break it. And now, a mere wave of energy had caused such a change to the entire Black Island. One could imagine how terrifying this energy fluctuation was. At this critical moment, Lin Xian drew out the 9 Darkness Demonic Sword. Together with the Dragon Sword realm, he raised his combat strength to the maximum. He turned into a sharp sword light and dodged forward. A terrifying light shot up into the sky. At this moment, the entire Dragon Sword realm was extremely sharp and fast. In the end, he narrowly avoided the attack. He actually dodged it. Seeing this scene, the indigenous person hiding in the dark was also very surprised. He did not expect that the other party could actually dodge his attack. This was really too surprising. Looking at the figures of Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, a figure in the dark sneered. So what if you manage to dodge this? You'll be killed sooner or later. The indigenous person shook his head and ignored Lin Xian and the rest. Instead, he stared at the experts of the Yaoguang sacred land and the Myriad Thunder sect on the island and attacked again. Suddenly, a great battle broke out. It was extremely shocking. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon dodged the shocking attack. Then, the two of them quickly flew away and left the Black Island. After leaving the Black Island, there was still the sea in front of them. However, the sea water had turned into a strange black color. As it surged, it carried an extremely cold aura. It was not until they were far away from the Black Island that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon slowed down their pace. Then, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with fear. It was too dangerous. If they were a step slower, they would definitely have been hit by that shocking energy. Even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. However, this wasn't what shocked them the most. What shocked them even more was that there were indigenous people alive in the ancient ruins. This was simply too unbelievable. Moreover, according to their guess, that mysterious person should not be the only one alive. Damn it, what the hell is this place? How can someone live here for so long? Lin Xian's expression was solemn. At this moment, He Tu also floated out and said in a deep voice, "It's impossible for anyone to live for so long. A great emperor can only live for 10 or 20,000 years at most." unless it's a real immortal. However, whether there are immortals in this world is still unknown. Perhaps there are people who have survived in the ancient ruins. Those who left earlier were not from the ancient times, but their descendants. Perhaps. Hearing this, Lin Xian was obviously relieved. As long as they were not from the ancient times, it was fine. However, the situation is still not optimistic, said the dark red divine dragon. We don't know how many years those people have lived in the ancient ruins. I'm afraid that even if there are treasures here, they would have already found them. As for those that they can't find, we won't be able to find them in a short period of time. It seems that this trip was a waste of time. Indeed, the dark red divine dragon was right. Lin Xian also frowned. However, it was probably impossible to return now. It was better to leave the Black Sea first and observe the situation. Next, Lin Xian took out a spirit boat and the two of them flew into the distance. Of course, they were not flying in the air but flying close to the sea surface. Although the speed of the spirit boat was not very fast, it saved a lot of energy. On the Black Island, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had exhausted some of their energy. Therefore, they were sitting cross-legged and absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy with difficulty. The supreme-grade subdivine crystals and elixirs in their hands were prepared for an emergency situation and for a quick recovery. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon finally recovered. However, they still could not see the end of the sea. Chapter 1722. This alerted Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The two of them stood up and looked down. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual boat shook continuously and the surrounding seawater surged rapidly. Countless huge waves appeared as though they were going to devour the boat. There's something. Lin Xian frowned. Then he quickly leaped up with the Crimson Dragon. At the same time, he flipped his palm and kept the spiritual boat. Indeed, in the next moment, waves surged on the surface of the sea. A black tentacle stretched out from the bottom of the sea. It was pitch black like ink and looked like a devil's claw from hell. With a sinister and terrifying aura, it quickly rushed into the sky. Along with it, there was the sound of waves rolling and a terrifying murderous aura. What's that? The Crimson Dragon was also shocked and quickly retreated. On the other side, Lin Xian quickly retreated. The black tentacle quickly descended and slapped the surface of the sea. Then, it formed two waves that were 1,000 feet tall and surged in all directions. The pitch-black seawater was extremely heavy like black gold. At this moment, it became extremely cold. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he looked at the incoming black waves. Then he swung his fist. A black dragon claw appeared and waved rapidly in the void. Crack, crack, crack. The void was torn apart in an instant. The black waves that were 1,000 feet tall were also torn in half. Countless black waves fell on both sides of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. However, not a single drop of water fell on them. During this process, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret god eyes and saw what was below him. It was a gigantic octopus. It was extremely terrifying and its size was similar to the Black Island from before. In particular, the aura of the octopus was as deep as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon felt their scalps go numb. They were unwilling to fight against it. Then, the two of them moved again and flew into the distance. This time, they couldn't care less. They held the two supreme-grade subdivine crystals and flew at full speed while absorbing the energy. The Crimson Dragon let out a deep dragon roar. The dragon blood in its body surged into the sky and it released a powerful divine beast aura to warn the surroundings. The aura of dragons permeated the air, and it was incomparably terrifying. Immediately, the incomparably huge black octopus became extremely fearful. He didn't continue to pursue Lin Xian and Lin Xian. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the following days, they encountered countless huge sea creatures, each of which was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, they managed to avoid it without any mishap. 10 days later, they finally discovered another black dot in front of them. Another island? The two of them frowned, but as they continued to fly, joy appeared on their faces. The reason for that was because they discovered that it was not an island. Instead, it was land. I've finally left this terrifying sea of darkness. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were overjoyed and sped up again. In front of him was a golden beach, and behind the golden beach was a dense forest. It was not a strange black forest, but a normal green forest. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon came to the golden beach. Feeling the scalding heat, the two of them felt like they had just survived a disaster. The past few days had been too frightening. Each of those sea creatures was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the dark red divine dragon was a dragon and had a powerful divine beast aura. That was why they were able to avoid it. Lin Xian was fine as he silently looked around. However, the dark red divine dragon lay directly on the golden beach and kept rolling around. There are spirit fruits ahead. The dark red divine dragon looked ahead and saw a strangely shaped fruit growing on a tree in front of them. Immediately, its eyes lit up. Lin Xian also pursed his lips. He was also a little hungry these days. In the end, the two of them walked forward. However, at that moment, a few figures walked out of the forest. They stared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon with unfriendly expressions. Seeing that someone had come out, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon became nervous, because they thought that they were the natives of this ancient ruin. However, they soon heaved a sigh of relief, because they realized that they were not natives, but the martial artists from the various major factions who had come in with them. As long as they're not natives. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The few people in front sneered. "Kid, hand over all your treasures and be our slaves. We can spare your life. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." Fuck. It's another robbery. The dark red divine dragon looked unhappy. He had been chased for more than 10 days, and he did not expect to be robbed again. Therefore, he said coldly, "Get lost. Otherwise, I'll eat you. You have a death wish. It's just a four-horned snake. How dare it make a fuss? Go kill it. We'll have snake soup tonight." A young man sneered. He pulled out the long saber at his waist and slashed forward. A dazzling saber light flashed, bringing with it a powerful storm. That slash was extremely terrifying. "Stinky snake, die." The young man sneered. However, the dark red divine dragon snorted. He did not hold back at all. His body swayed, and his dragon tail swept out. Clang. In the next moment, his dragon tail collided with the sharp saber light. A terrifying sound wave reverberated, shaking the void and causing countless cracks to appear in the surroundings. Explode. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. That terrifying saber light was destroyed by the dark red divine dragon's tail. What? That's impossible. The young man's pupils constricted when he saw that. He did not expect the other party to have such powerful strength. "Let's attack together and kill him." The other two martial artists also realized that something was wrong. Therefore, they roared angrily, and a sharp light erupted from their bodies. They decided to join forces and kill the dark red divine dragon first. However, the dark red divine dragon was too fast. Just as those people attacked, he slapped down with his dragon claw. Boom! It covered the sky and covered the earth as if a red mountain had descended from the sky. The young martial artist who had attacked before had yet to come back to his senses when he was slapped into a bloody mist. "You have a death wish. Kill him." The others saw that and immediately roared crazily. They did not expect the other party to be so decisive and kill one of their martial artists in an instant. In the void, a dazzling ray of light shone like a rainbow, descending from the sky. It was a triangular mirror made of bronze. Mysterious patterns were engraved on it. At that moment, a terrifying ray of light descended from the mirror. It was abnormally sharp like a heavenly saber. That ray of light quickly swept toward the dark red divine dragon. "Damn you, snake!" The martial artist holding the bronze mirror sneered. However, this time, the dark red divine dragon did not dodge. Instead, he waved his dragon claw and quickly clawed forward. Clang! Chapter 1723. However, the result was not what they had expected. The dark red divine dragon was not pierced. Instead, it shattered the terrifying light with a slap of its paw. What? That's impossible. D***minute. I don't believe it. The martial artist roared crazily as he activated the ancient bronze mirror in his hand with all his might, shooting out terrifying light beams one after another. The dark red divine dragon looked disdainful. It waved its claws and formed a red claw print. It grabbed at the void. Boom, boom. That incomparably terrifying bronze mirror had no effect in front of the dark red divine dragon at this moment. Not only that, but the dark red divine dragon also appeared in front of the martial artist in a flash. What? The martial artist was shocked. He did not expect the dark red divine dragon to be so fast. He did not even have time to react. Boom. The dark red divine dragon sneered and slapped the ancient bronze mirror away from the man's hand. Then, it waved its claws and pierced through the martial artist. Boom. A bloody mist exploded, bringing with it a strong smell of blood. What? It killed another martial artist? The remaining two martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect the four-horned crawling snake in front of them to be so powerful that it surprised them. Oh no, the enemy is too powerful. Let's go. The two martial artists looked at each other and did not attack. Instead, they fled in the opposite direction. The dark red divine dragon looked at them with a smile. Then, it raised its head and spat out two balls of dragon flame. Whoosh, whoosh. The red flames were like flowing lights. They instantly engulfed the two martial artists and burned them fiercely. Two martial artists screamed as they were burned to ashes. Clang. In the distance, two storage rings fell to the ground with a crisp sound. How dare a few pieces of trash like you attack me? You're courting death. The dark red divine dragon snorted disdainfully. It waved its claws and took the storage rings of the martial artists. Lin Xian, on the other hand, watched quietly from the side. From the beginning to the end, he did not make a move. Now that the dark red divine dragon had dealt with the martial artists, he said with a smile, "All right, ruffian dragon. Go and hunt some wild beasts and roast them." At the same time, he also brought out the snow-white fox and asked it to pick some spirit fruits. Wooji wooji, the snow-white little roar transformed into a streak of white lightning and flew towards the forest. Not long after, it returned with a large pile of spirit fruits. This wasn't because Lin Xian was lazy, but because the little white monkey was very intelligent. The heaven-chosen fruit definitely didn't contain any poison. Moreover, their spiritual power was the most abundant. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon had also returned. Its tail was dragging a huge tiger, a cheetah, and a white jade elephant. After that, Lin Xian began to prepare the barbecue. 3 bonfires were set up on the beach. Then, the corpses of 3 huge demonic beasts were cut into pieces and placed on top of the bonfires. Not long after, the aroma of barbecued meat wafted over. Not only that, Lin Xian cut the spirit fruits into pieces and placed them aside. He even took out some secret spirit wine and placed it on the beach. Meanwhile, he, the dark red divine dragon, and the little white monkey surrounded the bonfires and lay comfortably on the golden beach. The sky was blue and spotless. Sunlight shone on the ground. The sea breeze blew from time to time, bringing with it a salty smell. The aroma of barbecued meat was getting more and more fragrant, making people drool. If it wasn't for the battle just now, those who didn't know would have thought that the 3 of them were here for a vacation. Soon, the meat was roasted to a golden color and emitted a rich aroma. The dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey couldn't wait any longer. They immediately pounced on the meat. Lin Xian also cut a meat leg and slowly tasted it. Not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sea in front of them. 5 or 6 long rainbows streaked across the sky and flew toward the golden beach. Those auras were so powerful that they directly cut the surface of the sea, causing countless waves to splash in all directions. Soon, those long rainbows arrived on the beach. In the next moment, those people were stunned. That was because they saw Lin Xian and the others on the Golden Beach. It wasn't strange that there were people on the beach, but what surprised them was the scene in front of them. A handsome young man was half lying on the beach, eating golden barbecued meat and drinking supreme-grade spirit wine. It was as if he was on vacation. On the side, there was a dark red four-legged snake and a little white monkey who were also eating the golden barbecued meat. No matter how they looked at it, the scene looked like a dream. Heavens, am I dreaming? Who is this kid? How can he be living such a comfortable life? We risked our lives to escape the sea of death, but he's actually enjoying himself so much. Could it be that he's a native of this place? Thinking of this, the few of them stared at Lin Xian with a serious expression, and a cold light bloomed in their eyes. Lin Xian also put down the golden barbecued meat in his hand and quickly stood up, frowning. That was because he felt a sense of danger. Although the 5 people in front of him were injured, and their auras were fluctuating and even very chaotic. However, the energy contained in their bodies was still shocking and terrifying. Needless to say, they were definitely 5 experts, especially the one at the front. His aura was even sharper. He was a tall and sturdy young man with wounds all over his body. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was quite handsome, but he gave off a very special feeling. Especially his eyes. They were incomparably deep and emitted an eerie chill. They were like poisonous snakes that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. On his left was a woman. She had a graceful figure and beautiful curves. Her clothes were tattered, and her slender snow-white breasts were faintly discernible. Her jade-like arms and flat belly were exposed, making her look extremely alluring. On the right were 3 youths. They were all injured, but their gazes were exceptionally sharp. Moreover, Lin Xian discovered that the 5 of them were wearing the uniform of a sect. Even the dark red divine dragon frowned. He quickly transmitted his voice, "Brat, be careful. These are people from the All Beginnings Holy Land." The All Beginnings Holy Land. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This was definitely a terrifying sect. In fact, their strength wasn't any weaker than the wavering light Holy Land. Moreover, from the looks of these 5 people, they should be elites of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he pondered whether or not he could kill them in a single strike. In the end, he discovered that it would be somewhat difficult. Even if he could kill these people, he would most likely be seriously injured. In that case, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. After all, from the current situation, he wasn't the first person to reach this golden beach. Nor would he be the last. Before and after this, there would be other experts arriving. He had to conserve his strength as a precaution. Therefore, now wasn't the time to make a move. Moreover, he didn't have any enmity with the All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, he didn't have to make a move. Just as he was pondering, the 5 All Beginnings Holy Land cultivators in front of him opened their mouths. One of them, a round-faced fatty, coldly shouted, "Brat, who are you?" Chapter 1724. As he spoke, an exceptionally sharp aura was emitted from his body. It was as if he would immediately attack Lin Xian if his answer did not conform to his expectations. "Everyone, there is no need to be nervous. I am not a native. I am only an ordinary loose cultivator." A loose cultivator? Hearing this, the group heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he was not a native. They did not care about disciples of sects in the outside world. Even if the other party was someone from the wavering light Holy Land, they would not be afraid. Moreover, the other party was only an insignificant loose cultivator. They would not care about him at all. At this time, the handsome man at the front spoke. "The 5 of us are disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land. This time, we encountered a powerful sea monster at sea. That's why we came here. How about this? Go and prepare some food and spirit wine for us." The killing intent on the handsome man's body disappeared. However, there was a hint of an order in his voice. It was as if he was a high and mighty monarch and Lin Xian was only a servant. Hearing this, the dark red dragon immediately became displeased. "When have we ever been ordered like this? However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He even transmitted his voice to the dark red dragon, telling him not to act blindly without thinking. He did not have the confidence to kill the other party right now. Okay, I will go and prepare some food for you. Lin Xian's expression was calm. Then he dragged the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey and walked toward the forest. Looking at the backs of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, the beautiful woman at the side asked, "Senior brother, why didn't you kill him?" "Kill him? Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? We are all injured right now. Moreover, we have consumed too much spiritual energy. We need to rest right now. Why would we personally do something like cooking? Don't you think that taking him as a slave is a very good choice?" Right. It is indeed a very good choice. The beautiful woman also smiled. The 3 youths behind her also smiled and said, "Senior Brother Gua is truly a good strategist." Soon after, the 5 of them emitted rays of light that formed a powerful heat that dried their wet clothes. The 5 of them sat cross-legged around the bonfire and took out some pills from their storage rings. Soon, their bodies glowed with a translucent light, quickly healing their injuries and damaged spirit energy. Not long after, they opened their eyes and started to eat the cooked food on the fire. In the forest, the dark red divine dragon looked displeased. "Brat, why aren't you making a move? Isn't it just the All Beginnings Holy Land? If the 2 of us go all out, I don't believe that we can't beat the 5 of them." "Don't be rash. Now is not the time. The 5 of them aren't ordinary disciples of the Holy Land. They must be elites. I'm afraid we don't have absolute confidence in winning. Let's wait." The dark red dragon couldn't do anything about Lin Xian's actions. Moreover, Lin Xian was right. The 2 of them did not have full confidence. In particular, the aura of the young man in the lead shocked them. Soon, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon killed another dozen or so monster beasts and also collected a pile of spirit fruits. Lin Xian put away half of the food. Then he took the other half and slowly walked back to the beach. By the time Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon returned, the golden barbecued meat on the fire was already gone. However, the 5 of them still hadn't eaten their fill. Therefore, they asked Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon to get some more. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He wasn't angry at all. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon gnashed his teeth and coldly snorted in his heart. "Damned 5 bastards. Just you wait. When the time comes, this emperor will definitely teach you a lesson." Soon, the corpses of 5 huge monster beasts were placed on the bonfire again. The 5 cultivators of the All Beginnings Holy Land sat cross-legged around the bonfire. They didn't leave any space for Lin Xian and the others. In fact, the handsome young man in the lead even said coldly, "You can go to the side and wait. We will call you when we need you." Lin Xian furrowed his brows. However, he still nodded his head. He and the dark red divine dragon went to a distant ancient tree and sat down cross-legged. Then, she looked at the distant Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The woman sneered. "Humph. As expected, he's a piece of trash. He does whatever he is told and doesn't even dare to resist? That's only natural. He's just a small loose cultivator. Before our All Beginnings Holy Land, he won't be able to cause any trouble." The several people beside her sneered in disdain. Senior Brother Gua, who was the leader, narrowed his eyes. "This brat is quite capable. He doesn't show any fear when facing us. Moreover, from the looks of it, he's concealing his strength." Concealing his strength? The woman was confused. Indeed. From what I've discovered, his strength is much stronger than what he's shown now. He might even be able to contend against a 5-star king. The others were also surprised when they heard this. They hadn't expected Senior Brother Gua to give such a high evaluation of the other party. However, the woman curled her lips. "So what? No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to defeat any one of us." Senior Brother Gua nodded his head. "Indeed. Let him be a slave first. When we don't need him anymore, we'll naturally deal with him." As they chatted, they didn't pay attention to Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian remained expressionless when he heard these words. However, he sneered inwardly. Originally, he didn't have any enmity with the All Beginnings Holy Land and didn't want to attack these people. However, from the looks of it, these people didn't intend to let him off. He wasn't someone who would allow others to bully him. The reason he hadn't made a move before was because he wanted to preserve his strength. Now that the other party wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to make a move. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. At this time, the several All Beginnings Holy Land cultivators in front of him started chatting again. However, this time, their topic shifted from Lin Xian to the ancient ruins. The woman complained, "What kind of damned place is this? It's actually so dangerous. Those sea monsters are too terrifying." Indeed, it'd already be pretty good if even a tenth of the people who came in this time could pass through this sea of death. Senior Brother Guo's expression was grave as he spoke in a deep voice. This sea is indeed dangerous. However, what's even more dangerous is that there are actually natives here. If that's the case, it'll be even more difficult for us to obtain treasures. Senior Brother, what kind of place is this ancient ruin? The woman asked. The Oblique Moon Mystic World. It was an extremely famous place during the ancient era. However, for some unknown reason, it was sealed by someone. Until now, it has appeared once again. Originally, I thought that there weren't any living creatures in the ancient ruins. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? Chapter 1725. That's right. This mystic world is a world of its own. Not only are there people from the ancient era, but there are also extremely ferocious monstrous beasts. We must be careful. We must not fall for their tricks. While eating the golden roasted meat, the group of people quickly chatted with one another. Of course, their conversation also reached Lin Xian's ears. Slanted Moon Mystic World? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This was not the first time he had heard of this place. The first time was from the natives. The second time was from the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Ruffian Dragon. Exactly what sort of place is the Slanted Moon Mystic World? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. It is an extraordinary place. It is a world of its own. It can be said to be a paradise on earth. Furthermore, a very powerful race lives in this place. However, this place was sealed later on. It is even rumored that it was done by a great emperor. After that, the Slanted Moon Mystic World disappeared. Never would I have expected that it would reappear now. A great emperor? Lin Xian was extremely shocked upon hearing those words. Which great emperor? Who did it? Lin Xian asked again. I don't know. After all, it is only an ancient legend. It might not necessarily be true. The dark red dragon shook his head. On the other side, the golden roasted meat was completely eaten by the 5 people from the All Beginnings Holy Land. This was no ordinary meat. It contained enormous power. Because of that, the 5 of them sat down cross-legged and operated their cultivation techniques. They consumed the energy contained in the roasted meat to recover their cultivation. Half a day later, the 5 of them opened their eyes. Soon after, the leading youth, Guo Chuanfei, stood up. His eyes were shining brightly. Beside him, the beautiful woman, Wang Yu, also revealed a smile. We've more or less recovered. Let's set off, Guo Chuanfei said in a deep voice. Soon after, the other people also nodded. Among them, the round-faced fatty pointed at Lin Xian and said, "Get up and follow us." But Lin Xian nodded slightly. He had a calm expression on his face. However, he had already made up his mind. He was going to take care of these 5 people in this forest. However, he still had to find an opportunity to make his move. These people from the All Beginnings Holy Land naturally didn't know what Lin Xian was thinking. Furthermore, they did not think that a mere rogue cultivator would dare to attack the 5 of them. Therefore, they did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Instead, they carefully sized up the forest in front of them. The forest ahead was dense and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was a primitive scene. Furthermore, roars could be heard from the dense forest from time to time. Among them, some of the voices were extremely terrifying, bringing with them a monstrous demonic aura. With a single glance, one could tell that they were released by powerful demonic kings. Be careful. This primeval forest is not to be underestimated, Guochuanfei said to those behind him. Don't worry, Senior Brother Gua. Wang Yu and the others nodded. After that, the group set off towards the primeval forest. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon followed at the back. However, they still underestimated this primeval forest. That was because not long after they entered, they discovered an enormous skeleton ahead. There were still remnants of blood and flesh on the skeleton. It was clear that the corpse of this powerful demonic king had just been killed. From the remnant aura on the skeleton, Guochuanfei and the others could clearly sense that this was an extremely powerful demonic king. However, it had still been killed. Not even its corpse was left behind. From this, one could imagine that the one who had killed it was an even more terrifying existence. This caused the expressions of the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators to become extremely ugly. As for Lin Xian, he was also extremely shocked. It seemed that this primeval forest was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Following that, everyone's eyelids jumped wildly. That was because they discovered enormous skeletons from time to time. Those skeletons were all at the demonic king level and were extremely terrifying. In fact, Lin Xian and the others even discovered that there were enormous footprints around the corpses. It was clear that those footprints were left behind by some extremely terrifying life form. From the looks of it, it seems to be a human. Could it be an ancient giant? Wang Yu's complexion turned slightly pale. Guochuanfei's expression was also ugly. He said in a deep voice, "You all, pay attention." The three cultivators behind him also nodded their heads. Their palms were somewhat cold. Lin Xian was also secretly circulating his spiritual energy. He was prepared to attack at any moment. However, gradually, the complexions of the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators darkened. That was because they discovered that the further they went, the more frequent those enormous footprints became. It was clear that they had entered the lair of a terrifying demonic beast. There was no need to think about it. That terrifying demonic beast was definitely in the vicinity. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but want to flee. Judging from the current situation, that demonic king was definitely incomparably terrifying. It wasn't an existence that they could contend against. You, go and scout the way. In the end, the round-faced fatty tossed Lin Xian and the dark red dragon to the front so that they could scout the way. That way, if there was any danger, they would be able to quickly escape. As for the safety of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, they didn't care about it at all. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon walked at the front. The two of them sneered in their hearts. It would appear that the other party was no longer concealing their evil intentions. Since that was the case, there was nothing much to say. They had to quickly find an opportunity to kill those people. Otherwise, if they really entered that demonic beast's lair, it would be very difficult for the two of them. Gradually, the sky darkened. The dense forest in the surroundings also became eerie. It could even be said that the atmosphere was overflowing with monstrous aura. At this time, it was no longer suitable for traveling. The reason for that was because some powerful demonic beasts would appear from time to time during the night. Thus, Guochuanfei and the others planned to find a place to rest. Fortunately, there were many mountains in the forest. The few of them chose a decent mountaintop and constructed an enormous cave to temporarily rest in. They even set up a spirit formation in the surroundings to prevent the demonic beasts from entering. Guochuanfei and the others sat cross-legged in the cave to rest. However, they left Lin Xian and the dark red dragon outside. The way they saw it, the two of them were nothing more than slaves. They were naturally unworthy of living together with them. The dark red dragon gnashed its teeth in anger. It was on the verge of attacking. Lin Xian's expression was also gloomy. However, he quickly sent a voice transmission. "Don't be hasty. Find the right time and kill them in one strike." Late at night, the entire area around the cave was gloomy. There was only one bonfire in the cave that flickered uncertainly. Inside the cave, Guochuanfei and the others were already sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon did not cultivate. The two of them acutely sensed that there was an oppressive aura that was slowly condensing. The aura was extremely oppressive. Even Lin Xian felt extremely uncomfortable. Damn it. What's going on? The dark red dragon muttered softly. As a dragon, even he felt a trace of panic. Therefore, the two of them did not dare to cultivate at all. Chapter 1726. Roar. Sure enough, before long, a roar was heard. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it tore through the tranquil night sky. Not only that, but this roar was also too terrifying. Moreover, it was very close to Lin Xian and the others. Thus, Lin Xian and the others received a very strong impact. The sound wave tore through the void, carrying with it a powerful monstrous aura that filled the air. Strong winds swept through the world. Terrifying energy surged forth and collided with the surrounding formations. Buzz. Buzz. The formations in the surroundings instantly lit up to resist the attack. However, they were unable to block it. Like paper, they were instantly torn apart. Whoosh! Without the defenses of the formations, the berserk energy instantly attacked Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon quickly retreated. At the same time, their bodies lit up with light as they prepared to defend themselves. However, the two of them did not use their full strength. This was because they could not reveal their true strength before the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators. Otherwise, they would be in a very passive position in the battle. Thus, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon pretended to lose their heads out of fear and quickly retreated to the entrance of the cave. At this time, 5 figures instantly appeared in the cave like bolts of lightning. Their bodies shone with light and emitted powerful auras that formed an energy barrier that resisted the surrounding wind energy. What the hell is this? The 5 of them looked at their surroundings with unsightly expressions. Senior brother. The beautiful woman, Wang Yu, also had a pale complexion. Guochuanfei's expression was grave. His eyes were like lightning as they pierced through the void and looked ahead. In the distance, the world was in turmoil. Boundless spiritual energy surged and monstrous aura soared into the sky. It was as if a peerless beast had been born. Moreover, countless dark clouds had gathered in the sky at an unknown time. They were pitch black like 100,000 mountains. Boom! Suddenly, a silver lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket struck down from the dark clouds. That lightning bolt was extremely terrifying. It was like a silver dragon that roared as it descended, instantly illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, it also illuminated the beast below. Lin Xian and the others quickly looked over. Then they sucked in a breath of cold air. Ahead of them, there was a figure the size of a small mountain. It was a golden divine ape with 6 arms. At this moment, it was roaring toward the sky. He let out a roar that was as loud as a flash flood. The terrifying sound waves were like a tidal wave, accompanied by the 6 arms waving in the air, resisting the silver lightning falling from the sky. Boom! This scene was simply too terrifying. Even Guochuanfei and the other martial artists from the All Beginnings Holy Land were shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect that the fierce beast nearby was actually a 6-armed divine ape. This was a type of ancient mutated beast. It was extremely terrifying. However, he wasn't in the mood to care about this at the moment. This was because Lin Xian realized that this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Therefore, in the next moment, without any hesitation, he quickly sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon. Then all the energy in his body instantly erupted. In an instant he pulled out the 9 Hell Devil sword and drew a black sword light in the air, quickly stabbing towards Guochuanfei. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon waved its claws and enveloped the other 3 martial artists. Lin Xian didn't hold back at all. This sword strike was too powerful. And it was so sudden that Guochuanfei didn't expect it at all. An ant in his eyes actually dared to attack him. Therefore, he hadn't been on guard before. Moreover, the six-armed divine ape in front of him was contending against the nine heavens' divine lightning, erupting with an incomparably terrifying energy that swept out in all directions. As a result, he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. There was only a ball of energy around his body that was resisting the surrounding storm. However, this ball of energy seemed incomparably weak at this moment. In an instant, the ball of energy was broken apart by the nine hell devil sword. Then, the sharp edge of the sword stabbed into his back. Blood sprayed out. However, as a martial artist from the All Beginnings Holy Land, Guochuanfei was exceptionally strong. Therefore, at the final moment, he still discovered that something was amiss. In that moment of crisis, he forcefully moved his body to the side, narrowly dodging the attack that was aimed at his vitals. However, the sword still managed to pierce through him. After Lin Xian succeeded, he didn't stop. An incomparably terrifying and berserk aura erupted from his body. His left fist was like a black dragon as it ruthlessly smashed towards his opponent. "You're courting death." Guochuanfei was furious. He endured the intense pain and frantically turned around. He didn't expect that an ant would actually dare to attack him. However, he didn't have time to think about it. That was because a black fist carrying the shadow of a black dragon quickly smashed into his body. Bang! In the next instant, he was sent flying. Most of the bones in his body were broken. On the other side, the sound of an intense collision could be heard. It turned out that the claws of the Crimson Divine Dragon had ruthlessly smashed into the bodies of 3 other martial artists. In an instant, an earth-shaking tremor was created. However, in such a berserk environment, this tremor was insignificant. The 3 martial artists were also sent flying. 2 of them were injured, and the last one was pierced through by the Crimson Divine Dragon's claws. What? When the woman, Wang Yu, saw this scene, she was stunned. She didn't expect that the 2 of them would dare to attack. Moreover, their sneak attack had succeeded. Her senior brother and her companions were severely injured in an instant. "Brat, you are courting death." The expressions of the other 2 martial artists turned sinister. As for Guochuanfei, his entire body was covered in blood. He seemed like a demon as he emitted an incomparably terrifying killing intent. "You dare to attack me?" Even now, he didn't dare to believe that the other party would dare to attack him. How could an insignificant loose cultivator dare to attack the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land? However, the other party had really attacked him. Not only that, but his sneak attack had succeeded. Not only had the other party seriously injured him, but he had also killed a martial artist. Humph. So what if I attack you? Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Didn't you want to kill the 2 of us? It's just that the 2 of us attacked first. Lin Xian didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. He had already sensed the sinister intentions of these 5 people. Thus, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy when he attacked. Guochuanfei didn't speak any nonsense. Right now, the only way to survive was to kill the other party. Thus, he immediately circulated his cultivation technique and rapidly healed his wounds. Then he swallowed some healing pills. Now that his life was at stake, he couldn't care less about holding back. In the next instant, an incomparably terrifying radiance erupted from his body. Then, like a demon, he charged at Lin Xian. On the other side, Wang Yu and the other 2 disciples also roared and charged at Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon. "Brat, you dare to injure my senior brother? Die for me!" Wang Yu shouted. Her entire face was filled with killing intent. Her entire body shone brightly as she held a sword in her hand. Then she quickly stabbed it at Lin Xian. This sword was like a flood dragon soaring out of the water. It was incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He didn't dodge at all. Instead, he waved the 9 nether demonic sword in his hand and slashed forward. The 2 swords collided, shaking heaven and earth. However, the sword in Wang Yu's hand was directly cut in half. "What? This is impossible." Wang Yu was stunned. She didn't expect the demonic sword in her opponent's hand to be so sharp. Chapter 1727. Wang Yu was dumbfounded. She did not expect the demonic sword in her opponent's hand to be so sharp. But in the next moment, she screamed. That was because the 9 underworld demonic sword did not stop. Instead, it pierced toward her with countless sharp sword energies. Primeval Chaos Shield. At this critical moment, Wang Yu shouted. Light blossomed from her body, forming a simple shield of light in front of her. This was indeed a lost technique. However, she could not block it at all. Firstly, Lin Xian's strength had completely surpassed hers. Secondly, Lin Xian was not holding back at all. Wang Yu could not contend against such a battle prowess. Therefore, in the next moment, the shield of light shattered. Not only that, but Wang Yu was also pierced by the sword. The terrifying sword energies carried her body and nailed her to the mountain peak on the opposite side. Junior sister. Seeing this scene, Guo Chuanfei roared crazily. He did not hold back and charged toward Lin Xian. On the other side, the 2 All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators were blocked by the dark red divine dragon. Guo Chuanfei's expression was malevolent and murderous. He spread open his 5 fingers, and 5 divine rainbows flew out from his fingertips. The void was instantly pierced through. The 5 divine rainbows emitted powerful killing intent as they rushed toward Lin Xian. These divine rainbows were comparable to divine weapons. However, Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. If you were in your peak condition, you might be able to fight against me. But now, you are seriously injured. You are no match for me. As he spoke, he waved the 9 underworld demonic sword. The black demonic sword emitted a jet-black radiance. It looked like a sword from hell and was extremely terrifying. It contained an astonishing amount of power. Offensive saint technique. At this moment, Lin Xian was displaying it to the extreme. Its battle prowess was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, with a single sword strike, he was able to sever the 5 divine rainbows. Not only that, but the terrifying sword light also enveloped Guo Chuanfei. Being enveloped by the black sword light, Guo Chuanfei felt his hair stand on end. This was too shocking. His opponent was only an ant. Yet he actually possessed this kind of battle prowess. This surprised him greatly. From the looks of it, even if his opponent did not launch a sneak attack and he was not seriously injured, this battle would still be extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, Guo Chuanfei's face darkened. He knew that he had to attack with all his might. He couldn't let the other party escape. Otherwise, it would be an endless disaster. Therefore, in the next moment, he endured the pain and pushed his strength to the limit. Boom! All the bones in his body emitted crackling sounds as they were repaired in an instant. Clearly, Guo Chuanfei had used some kind of secret technique. However, the sword wound on his body had not completely healed. Because this was the power of the great dragon sword spirit, it was abnormally sharp and no one could heal it in a short period of time. However, Guo Chuanfei couldn't care less about that. Even though he was still bleeding, he had to attack with all his might. A palm stretched out. The light on it was like a scorching sun as it pressed towards the void. Boom! Immediately, the void trembled and emitted a boundless amount of chaotic qi. It formed a wonton radiance that was incomparably hazy and laid horizontally in front of him. Clang! Clang! The black sword qi that filled the sky collided with the chaotic qi, creating an earth-shattering sound. This chaotic qi was very impressive. It did not immediately shatter. This was a powerful technique of the All Beginnings Holy Land. The All Beginnings Holy Land. Just from its name, one could tell that it was very domineering. The fact that it dared to use the word All Beginnings was enough to prove its strength. Mr. Primal Chaos had yet to appear. Thus, the All Beginnings Holy Land cultivated the Primal Chaos technique. This cultivation technique was incomparably mysterious and abnormally powerful. Now that Guo Chuanfei used it, it possessed a different kind of might. Seeing that he had blocked the black sword qi, Guo Chuanfei breathed out a sigh of relief. Then he waved his hands and sent out even more chaotic qi. The chaotic qi formed a simple and unadorned picture scroll that revolved around him. "Brat, die for me." This simple and unadorned picture scroll emitted the power of a domain. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. Not only that, but countless strands of chaotic qi also fell down. They turned into sharp rays of light that pierced towards Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned and coldly snorted. He used Heavenly Dragon 8 steps. His entire body was like a flickering shadow as he rapidly dodged. Humph! It's useless. You can't dodge my chaotic qi. Guochuanfei sneered. This was because the chaotic qi had combined with his domain to form a powerful technique. His opponent was just a small loose cultivator. How could he possibly block it? Sure enough, the chaotic qi was like a poisonous snake that chased after him. It pierced through Lin Xian's afterimages one after another. As for Lin Xian, he coldly snorted when he heard his opponent's words. An arrow at the end of its flight. You can't even withstand a single blow. Watch how I break you. In the next instant he stopped dodging. A blue domain rapidly appeared around his body, emitting a monstrous aura. As for the 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand, it shone with boundless radiance. Boom! With a slash of his sword, the void in all directions was slashed open by him. This black sword qi was like a black nether river as it quickly slashed forward. The sword qi crisscrossed, and a terrifying killing intent filled the wilderness. Guochuanfei felt a chill in his heart when he sensed the sharpness of this sword qi. He didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly recalled the chaotic qi and used it to block in front of him. Clang! In the next moment, the black sword qi slashed on the chaotic qi. However, what made Guochuanfei's scalp go numb was that his chaotic qi couldn't block it at all and was directly cut in half. Guochuanfei vomited blood and flew backward. He really didn't dare to imagine that his opponent's combat strength was actually so powerful. That was his ultimate move, but it was actually split apart by a single sword strike. He had to admit that it was indeed terrifying. However, Lin Xian didn't stop at all. He carried the dragon sword domain and instantly chased after him like a flash of light. He knew that his opponent was a terrifying opponent. Moreover, the reason why he was able to injure his opponent so quickly was because he had taken him by surprise. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat his opponent. Because without mentioning anything else, just the chaotic qi alone was enough to give him a headache. Therefore, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. In the next moment, his figure flashed like lightning and appeared in front of Guochuanfei. The sword light on his body soared into the sky. Lin Xian was like a killing god at all times. Meanwhile, Guochuanfei was lying on the ground. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. In a sorry state, he was in a sorry state. Previously, he was high and mighty like an emperor, mercilessly commanding Lin Xian and not taking him seriously at all. However, he didn't expect that in just one day, the status of both sides had undergone a tremendous change. The powerful combat strength displayed by his opponent shocked him. As for himself, he was seriously injured and was about to be killed. Damn it, who are you? Guochuanfei stared at Lin Xian and roared crazily. That was because he really couldn't believe that a small itinerant cultivator could have such powerful combat strength. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that everything is over. Chapter 1728. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that everything is over. The 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand emitted an ice-cold radiance as it pierced forward. Haha, you want to kill me, Guochuanfei? Dream on. Brat, let's perish together. As Guochuanfei spoke, a crazed expression appeared on his face. Soon after, the radiance on his body grew brighter and brighter as the primal chaos picture wrapped around his body. Not good. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He rapidly retreated as he executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to the limit. At the same time, the Gale War boots on his feet started to shine brightly. Like a sword ray, he rapidly retreated. On the other side, the dark red dragon's palm pierced through a disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Then he also rapidly retreated. At this moment, the Gale cloak on his body shone with boundless radiance. He was like a red lightning bolt. As for the other surviving All Beginnings Holy Land disciple, he couldn't care less about him. That was because Guochuanfei had self-detonated. The self-detonation of a king, a 5-star king at that, was extremely terrifying. For a time, an incomparably terrifying explosion of energy swept out in all directions. Although Guochuanfei was only a 5-star king, he was still a cultivator of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Moreover, he was an elite. His battle power was even more terrifying than ordinary 6-star kings. Therefore, the might of the explosion was extremely shocking. The other surviving All Beginnings Holy Land disciple roared crazily when he saw this scene. He immediately fled into the distance. However, he wasn't fast enough. In an instant, he was engulfed by the terrifying energy storm. Although Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon had grasped Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and were extremely fast, they were still affected by the energy storm. However, they were still struck by the energy storm. The two of them quickly activated their king domains to resist the energy storm. The two of them were like sailboats in a storm that could capsize at any moment. However, they managed to resist it in the end. Looking at the pitch-black pit in the forest before him, Lin Xian's complexion became extremely unsightly. He had been too careless this time. Previously, he had killed the disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He had thought that the disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land weren't that strong. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Most likely, the hierarchy within the Holy Land was even more detailed than the Pill sect. The disciples of the Holy Land he had killed before were probably the most ordinary disciples. Even so, he was still more powerful than the top geniuses of the alchemy sect and the other 2 subsidiary sections. And someone like Guochuanfei should be one of the more powerful ones in the Holy Land. Their strength was incomparably terrifying. They could even contend against ordinary 6-star kings. Therefore, such people had to be guarded against. Guochuanfei's self-destruction created a terrifying explosion of energy that affected Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon. Therefore, the two of them quickly flew away from this area. They came to a safe place, sat down cross-legged, and quickly recovered their strength. Lin Xian didn't even hesitate to consume elixirs and supreme-grade substandard divine crystals. Because his heart was beating wildly, and he had an extremely bad premonition. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a murderous aura to come from the rear left. It turned into a cross-shaped sword wave and rushed over quickly. Boom! Lin Xian waved his hand, releasing a large amount of energy that collided with the killing intent. Then he suddenly turned around and looked behind him. In the forest behind him, a figure quickly appeared. Her figure was enchanting and had a seductive aura that made one's blood boil. "It's you!" When Lin Xian saw the other party, he immediately frowned. This woman was none other than the half-demon woman who had sneak-attacked him before. He didn't expect her to appear again now. Moreover, the timing was too good. It was right after he had a great battle with someone. Could it be that she had been following him? Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. The longevity art in his body quickly circulated, digesting the energy of the healing elixirs. "That's right, it's me." The beautiful woman sneered. "I already said that I would come back for you. Why are you looking for me? Could it be that you can't bear to part with me?" The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly, but he secretly sped up his absorption and recovery. "Indeed, I can't bear to part with you. Your vitality is so strong, and you are the best choice for a cauldron. If I can absorb your energy, my cultivation will definitely rise to another level. Moreover, you dared to kill my Demon King Palace's people. No matter what, I can't let you go. Why bother?" Lin Xian laughed. "Why don't you follow me and leave the Demon King Palace? I'll let you live a carefree life." "You want me to leave the Demon King Palace with just you? What a joke." The half-demon woman sneered. "You don't know the Demon King Palace's strength at all. Moreover, you have underestimated me." The half-demon woman stared coldly at Lin Xian. "All right, let's cut the crap. Are you going to obediently surrender, or do you want me to break your 4 limbs and drag you back? You sure talk big. Don't tell me you think you've got me." Lin Xian snorted, but he didn't make a move. The half-demon woman, Zhao Tianxie, walked over step by step. Kid, don't struggle. I know you are recovering your strength, but it's useless. I saw everything that happened just now. After being hit by that kind of energy, you won't be able to recover in a short time. Even if you try to stall for time now, it's useless. Indeed, she was hiding in the dark and saw the previous scene. When she saw Lin Xian being hit by the explosion, she decided to make a move. If it was an ordinary person, she wouldn't have done anything wrong. After all, when a cultivator was injured, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, she encountered Lin Xian this time. She didn't know how powerful Lin Xian's art of longevity was. Lin Xian watched as the other party slowly walked over. He didn't move. However, he secretly mobilized the energy in his body to prepare the Thunder Assistant. Sure enough, when the other party was 10 meters away from Lin Xian's body suddenly erupted with terrifying energy. His fists danced as the apocalyptic black dragon fist rushed out. The powerful energy transformed into 2 black dragons, surging and roaring. What? The half-demon woman, Zhao Tianxie, narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect the other party to be able to display such strength despite being injured. However, since she had decided to make a move, why would she run away? With a shout, light bloomed from her body and a domain quickly appeared behind her. The 5 silver scorpion tails were like silver spears. They were extremely sharp as they pierced through the void and flew forward. Boom, boom, boom. The void was pierced through in an instant. A terrifying silver light, like the Milky Way, wrapped around the 2 black dragons. Boom! The scales on the silver scorpion tails flickered, releasing a cold light that instantly killed the 2 black dragons. Chapter 1729. A terrifying killing intent shook the world. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Facing the 5 silver tails, he had no fear at all. The apocalyptic black dragon fists were constantly swung around. His fists had turned into 2 black dragons, spiraling in the void and surging forward. They unleashed earth-shattering energy. Scorpio, reappear! On the other side, Zhao Tianxie also shouted, and the silver domain behind her shone even brighter. Then, a huge silver body appeared in the void. It was a huge scorpion, its entire body silver and emitting a cold light. Waves of energy were emitted from its body, shaking the entire space. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if a real ancient demon beast had crossed time and space and appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the enormous silver body swayed, and the terrifying scorpion tail and 2 silver pincers rapidly descended. Boom, boom, boom. Silver light crisscrossed, illuminating the entire space and colliding with the black fist shadows. This scene was too terrifying, as if 10,000 mountains were colliding in the sky. Forests collapsed, the earth caved in, and terrifying cracks appeared in the void. In the end, Lin Xian let out a long cry and unleashed his ultimate technique. 2 pitch-black dragon claws appeared on his palms, and he waved them with force. Suddenly, the entire space split open. The silver light that filled the sky disappeared. Damn brat! You actually have such powerful strength. On the other side, Zhao Tianxie's face was solemn. Unexpected, it was too unexpected. She had expected the other party to be severely injured and unable to exert much strength. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Her opponent's strength was too strong. There was no difference at all from before he was injured. That berserk and destructive aura made her extremely fearful. But how was this possible? No one could withstand that kind of impact, but fortunately he was unharmed. Therefore, she concluded that Lin Xian must have been injured. But how could he still display such terrifying strength when he was injured? Zhao Tianxie could not understand at all. But in the end, she coldly snorted, "Kid, I don't know what secret technique you used to forcibly recover your strength. But thinking about it, this secret technique won't last for long. Therefore, the final victor will be me. As for you, you will become my slave and be sucked dry by me." On the other side, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Indeed, the explosion just now had injured him. However, his secret art of long life was heaven-defying. That ferocious recovery ability of his had already healed more than half of his injuries. However, he did not let his guard down. That was because the half-demon woman was also extraordinarily powerful. She was probably not any weaker than Guochuanfei, especially when the other party had a group of bloodlines. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to go all out again. The next moment, a green light flashed behind him, and the dragon sword domain quickly appeared. A terrifying aura filled the air as sword chi soared into the sky. Even the void couldn't withstand it. A king's domain? Looks like you want to fight with your life on the line. My guess was right. Your secret technique won't last for long. On the other side, a cold smile appeared on Zhao Tianxia's face. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he heard the other party's words. Naturally, it wasn't that the secret technique's time was up, but that he didn't want to waste time and wanted to finish off the other party quickly. However, since the other party had misunderstood, then so be it. He wouldn't explain. As the energy in his body surged, the dragon sword domain around him became even more resplendent. There was even a low dragon roar. On the other side, Zhao Tianxia also let out a delicate cry as a silver light flashed behind her. The silver domain shone brightly, and within it was an ancient sky scorpion. The silver sky scorpion carried an incomparably terrifying aura. It was like a silver mountain that crushed the void. This scene was too terrifying. The silver sky scorpion carried the bloodline of the demon race and had an unparalleled pressure. This undoubtedly made Zhao Tianxia's king's domain even more powerful. Seeing the other party's powerful domain, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. However, in the next moment he took a step forward. Suddenly, tens of thousands of sword chi vibrated together and let out a cry. The terrifying sword chi soared into the sky with unparalleled power. Then, Lin Xian activated the dragon sword domain and charged forward. Boom, 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 boom. The entire void collapsed. The dragon sword domain and the sky scorpion silver domain collided, creating a sound like a tsunami. Endless light burst forth as terrifying energy whistled through the air, filling every inch of the void. The entire forest was shaking, and there were even roars of demon beasts in the distance. Obviously, the battle between the two had alarmed the demon kings here. After another fierce collision, the two figures quickly retreated and pulled apart the distance between them. Lin Xian's figure was tall and straight, and his face was sharp like a knife. He looked like a god of death. Sword chi surrounded his body, and it was incomparably resplendent. On the other side, Zhao Tianxia also appeared in the void. Behind her, a silver king's domain appeared. She stood on the sky scorpion's shadow. As expected of the cauldron I chose. You're indeed powerful. Your vitality has even surpassed the average disciple of the sacred land. Obediently become my cauldron, and I can spare your life. Spare my life? Lin Xian snorted. You talk big. Worry about your own safety first. You think you can kill me? Opposite him, Zhao Tianxia sneered. I think your secret technique won't last for long. It will probably disappear soon. At that time, I'd like to see how stubborn you are. Zhao Tianxia snorted and attacked again. The battle began again. The two of them fought fiercely, but gradually, Zhao Tianxia started to frown. Because she realized that something was wrong. After such a long time, even if there was a secret technique, its effect should have disappeared. However, not only did the other party's combat strength not weaken, it was getting stronger and stronger. She couldn't believe it at all. Damn it. Impossible. Why is your combat strength still getting stronger? Shouldn't it weaken? Ignorant. Lin Xian snorted and didn't answer. He waved the 9 darkness demonic sword and swept it forward. Sword chi swept out like a giant dragon, tearing the sky apart. Damn it. Impossible. This is impossible. Zhao Tianxia frantically blocked. Didn't you use a secret technique? She finally lost her composure. After so many moves, she still couldn't take down the other party, and she was gradually being suppressed. If this continued, she might not be his opponent at all. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted. Soon after, 3 figures rushed out of his dragon sword domain. Chapter 1730. In the sky, Lin Xian roared. Soon after, 3 figures rushed out of his dragon sword domain. Every illusory figure was incomparably resplendent and carried with it a shocking sword chi. Sword God Phantoms. This was Lin Xian's 6 God Sword technique. He could already condense 3 sword phantoms. These 3 sword phantoms quickly rushed out and stood in 3 different directions. Together with Lin Xian, they suppressed the entire void. A special domain appeared and trapped Zhao Tianxia within. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared and attacked together with the 3 sword god phantoms. Terrifying sword chi swept out and instantly covered the entire void. This scene was simply too terrifying. The space was instantly blasted apart. As for Zhao Tianxia, he was instantly enveloped by sword chi that filled the sky. Bang bang bang. In an instant, Zhao Tianxia was beaten back. His domain had been suppressed and had even become much dimmer. Not only that, when the sword chi slashed his domain, it immediately caused his chi and blood to churn. Not long after, he vomited blood and was injured. Damn it. These are clones. Zhao Tianxia looked at the sky with a shocked expression. How can clones be so powerful? She really couldn't understand. That was because the 3 sword god phantoms were simply too powerful. Each of them shone brightly with monstrous battle intent. Their terrifying battle strength was like a vast ocean with no end. It seemed that they were not weaker than the main body. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianxia's expression was abnormally ugly. She already couldn't beat Lin Xian alone. Now that there were 3 more clones, it was even more impossible for her to be a match for him. Moreover, her opponent didn't seem to be exhausted at all. This made her even more terrified. Therefore, at this moment, she didn't dare to fight him. Instead, she was thinking about how to escape. Because if they continued fighting, she would definitely lose. Therefore, she carried the silver domain and charged around, wanting to leave this space. You want to leave? Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late? He roared, and the energy in his body quickly surged. His battle strength was even higher. 3 sword god phantoms quickly rushed forward and surrounded Zhao Tianxia. As for Lin Xian's body, it was shining brightly. He brandished the apocalyptic black dragon fist and unleashed a terrifying fist technique. The world-destroying black dragon scroll was incomparably violent and unstoppable. At this moment, in Lin Xian's hands, it was even more ferocious. With a punch, the sky was filled with the shadows of dragons. Each dragon shadow was entwined with incomparably terrifying sword chi. They crushed the void and roared abnormally as they charged towards Zhao Tianxia. In the next moment, there was an earth-shattering tremor, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Blood spurted out as half of Tianxia's body was smashed. However, she did not die. Instead, she quickly retreated. A ball of red light appeared on her body. It was her demonic bloodline. In the next moment, she ignited the demonic bloodline in her body and erupted with unparalleled power. At the same time, the ancient scorpion in the king's domain opened its eyes. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura spread out. The ancient sky scorpion phantom shone with boundless light. A part of it enveloped Zhao Tianxia, while the other part turned into a silver longsword and slashed forward. In an instant, a crack was torn in the void. The silver light rolled up and carried Zhao Tianxia away into the distance. Seeing this, Lin Xian coldly snorted and activated the dragon sword domain. Immediately, countless sword lights rushed out and turned into rainbows as they quickly chased after Zhao Tianxia. However, that silver light was too strange. It had awakened some kind of ancient bloodline and was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, she had escaped without a trace. She actually ran away? Lin Xian frowned when he saw this scene. After thinking for a long time, he did not chase after her. First of all, she definitely had some secret techniques in her hands. It would not be easy to kill her. Moreover, The continuous battles had consumed too much of his strength. Right now, he did not have much strength left in his body. Therefore, he should focus on recovering. After all, he still did not know how long he would have to stay in this mystic world. Therefore, in the next moment, she did not hesitate and her figure flashed and left this place. In a dense forest, the dark red divine dragon had set up a powerful array to isolate the surroundings. In front of it, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. Beside him, there were 6 pieces of supreme-grade secondary crystals, arranged into a small spirit-gathering array. Meanwhile, he was operating the longevity art with all his might to quickly absorb the energy. Rays of resplendent light circled around his body like the rays of the sun. This energy quickly repaired his body and replenished Lin Xian's spirit energy at the same time. Not only that, Lin Xian's longevity art was operating faster and faster, and even began to absorb the spirit energy in the surrounding space. This was simply too inconceivable. One had to know that this space was a world of its own, and it was very difficult for outsiders to absorb spirit energy. Therefore, those foreign cultivators would crazily collect other people's storage rings. They wanted to obtain enough energy to maintain their combat strength. Now, Lin Xian could actually absorb the surrounding spirit energy. Moreover, the speed was much faster than before. It had to be said that this was really shocking. Lin Xian seemed to have noticed this as well, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In the next moment, he operated the longevity art with all his might, and the spirit energy from all directions quickly gathered towards him. Gradually, it formed an energy storm that enveloped him. With this energy storm, Lin Xian's recovery speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he was restored to his peak state. Not only that, he absorbed with all his might and cultivated. However, after a while, the spirit energy storm quickly disappeared. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well, feeling as if he hadn't had enough. Then, he revealed a puzzled look. What's going on? He didn't stop cultivating, but the spirit chi was quickly receding, which surprised him. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon said, "This should be a protective technique to prevent people from consuming too much energy in the mystic world." Then, he looked at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. "Boy, you're really surprising. You can actually absorb the energy here." To be honest, even the dark red divine dragon could not do this. Lin Xian smiled and said, "This is all thanks to the longevity art. This technique is really amazing." Indeed, the longevity art was extremely mysterious, and it allowed Lin Xian to have a strong recovery ability. Not only that, his spirit energy was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. Now, he could even absorb the energy in the tilted moon mystic world. Although Lin Xian did not know where the ultimate limit of the longevity art was, being able to absorb the energy here was undoubtedly good news. This gave him an even bigger trump card. When the time came for a battle, he would not have to worry too much. Without any worries for the time being, Lin Xian was completely at ease. He planned to carefully explore this primeval forest. Chapter 1731. Soon, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon set off. The two of them walked carefully in the forest. Lin Xian used his soul power and constantly observed the surroundings to avoid those powerful monster kings. He knew that he could not be careless in this forest. There were probably many terrifying monsters hibernating here. For example, the 6-armed ape he encountered that night was definitely terrifying. Perhaps even a mighty figure might not be able to fight against it. If he encountered it, there was no way he could survive. The two of them walked for a day and finally entered the inner part of the forest. Along the way, thanks to the two of them being careful, they were not discovered by those powerful monster kings. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly came from ahead, shaking heaven and earth. That sound was very shocking and carried a monstrous aura. Hearing this sound, Lin Xian's scalp went numb and he prepared to take a detour. However, at this moment, a few more roars came from ahead. Immediately after, a violent energy aura surged. Feeling these auras, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks with a bewildered expression. Someone is fighting? Moreover, These auras did not belong to humans. Could it be monsters? Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect to encounter such a thing now. At the side, the dark red divine dragon was also a little excited. Kid, should we go and take a look? There are so many monsters fighting. I'm afraid there's a reason. Maybe it's for treasures. It was possible. They walked in this forest for a few days and did not find any treasures. Perhaps the monsters in front were really fighting for some kind of treasure. The two of them carefully walked forward. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were stunned. Because the battle in front had already ended. The surroundings were a mess. Monster aura filled the air and blood flowed like a river on the ground. The pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon stepped on the broken trees and cracked ground as they carefully made their way forward. They discovered that there were a few huge corpses in front of them. Each of them was at the Monster King level and was extremely terrifying. At this moment, their bodies were all cut open, and blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. Evidently, he had been killed. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were extremely shocked. Such powerful monster kings were killed. It seemed that it was another terrifying existence. The two of them didn't dare to stay any longer and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the cave ahead. It was a black bear with a single horn on its head. It looked extremely ferocious. On its body, its black fur flickered with a jet-black light, flowing with a strange energy. Especially the horn on his forehead, it was like a black jade, sparkling and translucent. The energy contained within it was even more terrifying. Compared to the surrounding demonic beasts, he was not very big, only 3 meters tall. But at this moment, he was emitting an incomparably horrifying supreme aura. The Black Bear Demon King was walking out of the cave. However, in the next moment, it stared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon with a ferocious look in its eyes. Lin Xian had goosebumps all over his body when he was being stared at like that. He sensed danger. According to his original plan, he should have withdrawn by now. But in the next moment, he frowned. This was because he realized that although the Black Bear King in front of him was powerful, there was a terrifying crack on the left side of its back. Although the blood had coagulated, the crack was still very eye-catching. It was obvious that it was injured in the battle just now. And it seemed that the injury was not light. Otherwise, with this demonic beast's ferocious personality, it would have pounced on them immediately. It would not have issued a warning here. Perhaps there was a chance. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The dark red divine dragon also waved its dragon claws excitedly. Kid, do you want to attack? That Black Bear King is injured. Lin Xian nodded. He was not willing to give up this opportunity. That was because he felt a strange energy in the cave. It should be some kind of treasure. In the next moment, Lin Xian took out the 1,000-beast cauldron with a serious expression. The dark red divine dragon's body also glowed with a red light as it prepared to attack. Seeing that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were about to attack, the Black Bear King in front of them roared angrily. Its murderous aura instantly spread out. As a demonic beast king, and an extremely powerful one at that, it would not allow humans to provoke it. Therefore, in the next moment, it roared angrily and turned into a ray of black light, charging towards Lin Xian. However, halfway through, the Black Bear King's body suddenly stiffened. That was because the wound on its back had split open again. Blood gushed out, and even the eerie white bones were exposed. The Black Bear King roared in pain. Good chance. Lin Xian seized the opportunity and pushed the 1,000-beast cauldron in his hand. Suddenly, the 1,000-beast cauldron shone and shot out a ray of black light that flew forward. Boom! This ray of black light was like a black divine spear. It was extremely sharp. In an instant, it pierced through the Black Bear King, leaving a fist-sized wound on its body. The Black Bear King was injured again, and it became extremely frenzied. Its murderous aura soared into the sky. Its demonic chi turned into substantial smoke that quickly surged into the sky. However, at the same time, a red dragon tail, like a heavenly pillar, lashed out from the void. Boom! The Black Bear King's body trembled and he was sent flying. That was because the dark red dragon's tail had sent him flying. It was obvious that the dark red divine dragon had attacked. After receiving two extremely powerful attacks in an instant, the Black Bear King's injured body became even weaker. At that moment, he was covered in blood and had become extremely frenzied. However, his ferocious nature had been stimulated. Instead of running away, he quickly pounced on Lin Xian. Boom! In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian, and his terrifying black bear paw slammed down. In an instant, a pitch-black hole was formed in the void. This attack was too violent. Even though the Black Bear King was injured, it was still extremely terrifying. Buzz! Lin Xian did not want to take it head-on. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and turned into an afterimage, instantly dodging the attack. At the same time, his palm kept hitting the Thousand Beast Cauldron. Buzz! 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 The Thousand Beast Cauldron vibrated rapidly, and many pitch-black figures swam on top of it. Then, a black heavenly rock rushed out and flew towards the Black Bear King. The feathers in the sky turned into black sword chi. The black sword chi was extremely sharp, and it quickly slashed downwards. The Black Bear King waved his paw and unleashed a wave of energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It directly shattered the black sword chi that filled the sky. However, in the process, his back was hit by 2 more dragon claws. Suddenly, his huge body shook continuously, as if he would collapse at any time. The Black Bear King's eyes turned blood red. Then, he opened his bloody mouth and roared behind him. A sound wave rippled out, bringing with it a strange energy that surged towards the dark red divine dragon. The sound wave was too terrifying. It was even sharper than the sky blade. Chapter 1732. The dark red divine dragon's body glowed as his dragon blood surged. In the next moment he roared as well. An earth-shattering dragon roar rang out, carrying with it an unparalleled pressure as it clashed with the Black Bear King's sound waves. Although the dark red divine dragon's cultivation was not as strong as the Black Bear King's, his bloodline power far exceeded the Black Bear King's. Therefore, when the 2 sound waves collided, they were actually evenly matched. The sky surged as countless black cracks appeared. The 2 terrifying sound waves disappeared at the same time. However, at this moment, Lin Xian leaped high into the air, and the Thousand Beast Cauldron in his hand emitted an even brighter light. A strange energy fluctuation was emitted from the Thousand Beast Cauldron and quickly rushed forward, enveloping the Black Bear King. The mysterious light was incomparably dark, as if it was going to suppress the Black Bear King. At this critical moment, the Black Bear King's hair stood on end. He let out an earth-shattering roar, and the horn on his forehead suddenly emitted light. The horn was originally jade-black in color. At this moment, mysterious patterns appeared on its surface. A terrifying aura instantly surged out. For a moment, the surrounding wind howled and dark clouds covered the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. Then, a ray of light surged out from the horn, piercing through the void and turning into an eternal ray of light. This ray of light was too terrifying. It directly tore apart the attack from the Thousand Beast Cauldron and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as his body swayed. He held the Thousand Beast Cauldron in one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. A black dragon roared, carrying with it a black light that shook the heavens and earth. On the other side, the Thousand Beast Cauldron was spinning even faster. Then, it suddenly enlarged like a black mountain, pressing down on the Black Bear King. Clang! In the next moment, it collided with the black light emitted by the horn, producing an earth-shattering sound. The void trembled, and a terrifying light burst forth. However, the Thousand Beast Cauldron, as a mid-grade Earth-class artifact, was too terrifying. It directly shattered all the attacks. The void instantly returned to calm, and the Thousand Beast Cauldron was still pressing down on the Black Bear King. The Black Bear King's expression finally changed, and he let out a terrified cry. However, he found that he could barely move his body. There was a mysterious power in the void that had completely shackled him. At this moment, a trace of fear finally appeared in his eyes. One had to know that it was no ordinary demon king. Its strength was extremely terrifying. Previously, so many demon monarchs had joined forces but failed to kill him. But now, this little human in front of him was actually a threat to his life. Boom! In the next moment, the 1,000-beast cauldron descended and completely suppressed the Black Bear King. The ground sank and the airwaves rolled. The surrounding forest collapsed in an instant. In fact, even the mountain peak in the distance was blasted apart by the energy. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his opponent had been dealt with. He waved his hand and put away the 1,000-beast cauldron. One had to admit that the Black Bear King was indeed a very powerful demonic beast. Fortunately, it had been severely injured. Otherwise, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon would not have been able to kill it so easily. Lin Xian summoned the black earth and stored the corpses of the demonic beasts. When these demonic beasts reached the demonic king level, it could be said that their entire bodies were treasures. Their flesh and blood contained powerful energy. Their scales and fur could be made into weapons and armor. There were also demon cores in their bodies, which were their energy essence and contained powerful energy. These were all very precious. After collecting all the demonic king corpses, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked ahead. There was a cave there. Lin Xian had already checked the Black Bear King's body and did not find any treasures. Thinking about it, the Black Bear King probably had not obtained anything from the cave. Therefore, he guessed that the treasure must be in the cave. Thinking of this, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon did not hesitate and walked forward. The cave was dark, but the light from Lin Xian's body was enough to illuminate the entire cave. In front of him, there were countless gravel, and among those gravel, there was a glow. It was very bright and could be seen at a glance. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and blew away all the gravel. Then, the ball of light appeared in front of him. Seeing that thing, Lin Xian was stunned. As for the dark red divine dragon, it screamed, "Dragon crystal! Kid, this is a dragon crystal! Haha, we're rich!" The dark red divine dragon was like an old monster as it screamed crazily. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect to find a dragon crystal here. Dragon crystals were a type of crystal energy. Its value was equivalent to divinity crystals, and it even exceeded divinity crystals. One had to know that there were spirit veins in heaven and earth that would form ordinary subdivinity crystals and supreme-grade subdivinity crystals. They would even form divinity crystals. In addition to spirit veins, there were also dragon veins. That was something even more terrifying than spirit veins. Dragon veins naturally formed dragon crystals, which were even rarer than divinity crystals. Those powerful seeker spirit masters could cut out divinity crystals, but very few could cut out dragon crystals, because they were too precious and too rare. Lin Xian did not expect to find a dragon crystal here. It was indeed shocking. That dragon crystal was as big as a fist and shone with incomparably bright light. Every strand of it contained a powerful energy. Those rays of light were like divine clouds, illuminating the entire void. Good stuff. Lin Xian's heart was also beating wildly. With a wave of his palm, he held the dragon crystal in his hand. Presumably, those monster kings outside were fighting for this dragon crystal. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's hurry up and leave, Lin Xian said quickly. The dark red divine dragon nodded. He knew that the tremors here had already alarmed the other monster kings in the forest. It probably wouldn't be long before those powerful monster kings rushed over. One or two of them were fine, but if there were a few more, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. Therefore, the two of them did not hesitate and quickly moved and left this place. Sure enough, not long after they left, a few huge figures appeared nearby again. Each of them was incomparably terrifying. Their killing intent was monstrous, stirring up the wind and clouds. In the end, even the six-armed divine ape from that day appeared. With a stomp of its golden feet, the entire ground trembled. Countless birds quickly soared into the sky. The surrounding wild beasts trembled and all fell to the ground. Even though Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had left for a long time, they could still vaguely hear that angry roar. Exciting, it was too exciting. If they were any later, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to obtain this incomparably precious dragon crystal. This thing must not be known to others. Otherwise, it would attract endless disaster. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon planned to absorb it first. After finding a relatively remote mountain range, Lin Xian used sword qi to open a cave abode. Then, the dark red divine dragon set up several array formations and directly covered the entire cave abode. Chapter 1733. After finding a relatively remote mountain range, Lin Xian used his sword qi to open up a cave abode. Then, the dark red dragon set up several formations and covered the entire cave abode. The next moment, Lin Xian took out the fist-sized dragon crystal. He placed the dragon crystal on the ground, and the dark red dragon began to set up a spirit-gathering formation. Through the formation, the dragon crystal's power was transferred to the two of them. This way, it could speed up their absorption. Soon, the dragon crystal emitted a bright light, forming rays of light that surrounded Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely go crazy. This was a rare treasure. Everyone would go crazy. Even almighties would not be an exception. However, this thing now belonged to Lin Xian. Feeling the rich energy around him, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He quickly activated the longevity technique to absorb the energy inside. The rays of light that filled the sky seemed to be attracted and quickly rushed into Lin Xian's body. For a time, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon both entered a state of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. The fist-sized dragon crystal was now half its original size. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's bodies were completely enveloped by the bright rays of light. They were like two jade cocoons, emitting a hazy light. Another 3 days passed. The entire cave abode was surrounded by rays of light, and the dragon crystal was still the size of a walnut. At the side, the dark red dragon opened his eyes, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. He had successfully recovered to a 4-star king. Therefore, he did not absorb anymore. Instead, his body swayed and he retreated. However, on the other side, Lin Xian was still cultivating. The light on his body became more and more vigorous, and his aura became more and more powerful. However, he was still a 3-star king and did not break through. After another 2 days, the dragon crystal directly became the size of a fingernail, and the light became incomparably dim. Most of the energy inside had been absorbed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian also opened his eyes. His gaze was incomparably sharp, and his aura was much stronger than before. Moreover, his combat strength had also increased greatly. However, his cultivation was still a 3-star king. Lin Xian looked at the dim dragon crystal and sighed. He knew that he needed a lot of energy to break through. However, he did not expect that he would need so much energy. An extremely precious dragon crystal could not help him break through. One had to admit that the dragon sword soul was too terrifying. If it were any other king, they would have broken through. However, Lin Xian did not break through. However, his combat strength had greatly. Now, even if he encountered a genius cultivator like Guochuanfei from the Holy Land, he would be able to kill him even without a sneak attack. Moreover, ordinary Holy Land cultivators were no match for him at all. Perhaps only those top Holy Land geniuses were worthy of fighting him. At the side, the dark red dragon also said, "Kid, don't be discouraged. The great dragon sword soul is extremely terrifying. Dragon crystal. The dark dragon dragons said dragon. The problem is the dragon. Lin Xian knew this as well, so he decided to set off again. He believed that there must be other dragon crystals in this forest. As long as he found another one, he would definitely be able to break through. Then, Lin Xian and the dark dragon continued to search the forest. However, It had to be said that this forest was really too big. It was boundless, like a green ocean. Moreover, the demon kings here were too terrifying. They had met a few in the past few days, and their strength was not inferior to the six-armed divine ape. It was terrifying. Lin Xian and the others had to take a detour. In front of them was the lair of a terrifying demon king. Just the demonic aura at the edge made Lin Xian and the dark dragon's scalps tingle. Even if an almighty came, they would not dare to enter this place. Lin Xian and the dark dragon did not want to cause trouble, so they took a detour. Half a day later, Lin Xian found a waterfall in front of them. Near the waterfall there was a bamboo house. The bamboo house was very exquisite. The bamboo on it was emitting a faint glow. Obviously, the bamboo house was not made of ordinary bamboo. There was a grassland near the bamboo house. Countless flowers grew there, and there was a bamboo forest around it. It was a peaceful scene. Seeing the bamboo house, Lin Xian slowed down. His expression was solemn, because the bamboo house meant that there were humans. However, he did not know if they were primitive residents or martial artists from other sections. Sure enough, a figure walked out of the bamboo house. It was a young man. He was tall and handsome. However, there was a coldness between his brows, causing people to tremble with a single glance. The young man was wearing a five-colored robe that flickered with light. Someone from the Five Elements sect. Lin Xian frowned when he saw this. He did not expect to meet someone from the Five Elements sect here. However, the next moment he was even more shocked, because another figure walked out of the bamboo house. This figure was very familiar. It was the half-demon woman from the Demon Imperial Palace, Zhao Tianxie. However, he did not expect Zhao Tianxie to be together with someone from the Five Elements sect. Zhao Tianxie and the handsome man exchanged a few words, then entered the bamboo house again. The young man was still standing in front, as if waiting for something. Lin Xian was curious. He did not know what they were doing. Therefore, he and the dark red dragon hid their auras and quietly squatted at the side. He wanted to see what Zhao Tianxie wanted to do. Not long after, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, two figures quickly rushed over from afar. Soon, they arrived near the bamboo house. They were also two young disciples. The two of them appeared and quickly bowed to the handsome young man. The handsome young man asked in a deep voice, "How is it? Did you find out? The Sea of Death is very terrifying. I'm afraid less than 10% of the people can reach this continent. Anyway, those who could reach this continent were not weak." The two disciples quickly said. After hearing this, the handsome young man nodded slightly. Those ordinary rogue cultivators probably can't reach it. However, those peerless forces, peerless sacred grounds, and clan of the ancients are not to be trifled with. They won't die in the Sea of Death. They will definitely reach it. However, they haven't appeared yet. I wonder what they are doing. The handsome young man frowned slightly. Then, he turned to look at the bamboo house behind him. A glint appeared in his eyes. That peerless face is really rare in the world. If I can take her in, it will be a happy thing. The handsome young man whispered. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.